Master told us there'd be cake and presents. Young Ru grunted again. Okay, fine, she said. Master heavily implied that there would be cake and presents. He didn't actually tell us there would be. Still, I've never been to a birthday party, much less a birthday party for me. He grunted yet again. Fine, she said. A birthday party for us. Heavens! Young Shu walked to the window. The amphitheater was across the road to the left, clearly visible to her. There was something strange about it, though. It was dusk, leaving plenty of light for her cultivation-enhanced eyes to pick out details, and the road and outside of the stadium and all the other buildings were clearly visible to her. Above the amphitheater, though, was pure darkness. Impenetrable darkness. She couldn't make out a thing inside the building's open walls. Young Ru, Master has hidden the party from view. I bet it's going to be incredible. Let's go. Her brother sighed. Fine, after we get Kung Lin. Luckily, Young Shu's hopefully soon-to-be sister was downstairs sparring with Pan Jiang and another of her Poison Claw sect members. Easy enough to gather on the way out of the pavilion. Young Shu couldn't wait to see what Master had in store for them. An hour to smith the glider bases was too long. That was all there was to it. In an hour, the party would be in full swing. On the other hand, presents could be given well after the cake, so maybe Benton could make that work. He quick-stepped back to the amphitheater to wait for his first guests. And obviously, who should arrive first but the birthday boy and girl, Yang Shu and Yang Ru, followed by Kung Lin and a couple of her sect mates. The first guests were at the party, which wasn't surprising, as people in his new society tended to be punctual. All he had to do was delay things long enough to give Shun Wu time to complete the presents. And then, of course, figure out how to disappear long enough to inscribe the arrays and test the devices for safety. Chapter 216. How did he know? Yang Shu's eyes were wide when she walked into the amphitheater. Hundreds of orbs, each a different color, floated above the open-air stadium. She'd never seen anything like it. She'd never even dreamed of anything like it. Reaching out with her spiritual sense, she determined the orbs to be made of glass, but the light was produced by qi. Even more astounding was that additional qi was holding up each of the glass balls. She'd only just stepped into the party and already felt like it would be a truly magical evening. From the reactions of her brother and the 3 Poison Claw sect members behind her, they felt the same. It's so pretty, she said. It's amazing, Kang Lin said. The qi powering the light and levitation of each of those ornaments feels natural, not like a formation. I'm positive that Master is controlling each of the hundreds of those decorations individually. Young Shu boggled at the thought. With a lot of practice, she'd managed to control the flights of 5 arrows at once. 6 caused her to get a headache and lose her influence before they reached their respective targets. She couldn't imagine the strength, concentration, and sheer quantity of qi it would take to manipulate hundreds at once, even if the purpose was only to keep them stationary. The feat didn't particularly surprise her, though. Master was, after all, unfathomable. Master Kang is a wise man, Pan Jiang said. He quickly recognized the power of sect leader Chao Su and made him a friend of the sect. His star will rise due to that decision. It was the right thing to do. Though Kang Lin's words somewhat refuted her sect brother's sentiment, her smile said that she appreciated the compliment given to her grandfather. The next group to arrive was Zhou Tian, practically dragging one eye behind him, along with Bai Xinyi and a few others from the alchemy pavilion. Yang Shu snickered. The introverted alchemist's worst nightmare had to be attending a party. Good for Zhou Tian for making her come. Greetings, junior brothers and sisters, Yang Shu said. Welcome to my birthday party. Yang Ru grunted loudly. Ugh, really? Welcome to the birthday party hosted in my honor. Oh, and for my big lug of a brother, too. Zhou Qian grinned, as did her hopefully soon-to-be sister. Her brother really needed to make a move soon. Otherwise, Yang Shu feared that Kang Lin would return to Sixth Flawless Flowing City. The shadow aspect user did raise his eyebrows, though. Birthday party? Zhou Qian said. You didn't know the purpose? Yang Shu said. He shook his head. We were just told there was a celebration and that everyone should attend. What's a birthday? I mean, I can posit the meaning from the name, but what's the relevance? Yang Shu explained about Master appearing in their sparring room, what he said about it being the twins' birthday, and how disappointed he seemed when he realized it wasn't something that anyone celebrated. He sure seemed excited when he left, though, she said. Zhou Qian got a really puzzled expression on his face. How did he know? How did he know what? She said. That you'd had a birthday. That question was a very good one. None of them could figure it out. None of them even had any theories. Finally, Yang Shu said what all of them were thinking. Master truly is unfathomable. Yang Ru swallowed hard. A group of musicians, some still just mortal villagers, and some already sect members, were playing together. Zhou Tian had dragged Wan Ai onto the amphitheater stage, and they were dancing slowly, really just holding each other while swaying. A few other couples had joined them, and Kang Lin was looking at Yang Ru expectantly. His eyes darted around. Master looked like he was in no hurry at all to serve that humongous whatever it was that he created, so no help there. Neither was his traitorous sister any assistance. She just smirked at him. None of his juniors stepped in to save him either. There was no help for it. Kang Lin, he said, will you dance with me? She hesitated, and for an instant he thought she would refuse him. Most of the time she was a normal, diligent, responsible, serious young lady, but he'd found that she had the oddest sense of humor that occasionally just popped up out of nowhere. He could see how she would have found it hilarious to practically demand with her eyes that he ask her and then say no. Instead, her face reddened, and she coyly nodded her head. Could it be that she was feeling as shy as he was? Though the two of them were growing closer in terms of talking to one another and spending time together, they hadn't had much, really any, physical contact. Outside of sparring, anyway. To be honest, he'd more or less been relying on her to take the lead on the relationship stuff, as she seemed much more capable in that area than he was. The fact that she was faltering actually gave him a jolt of confidence. She needed him to be strong. He could do that. It was his whole reason for being. Feeling much better about the situation, he took her hand in his and led her to the stage that was being used as a dance floor. Once there, he took his cue from Zhou Tian, placing one hand at her waist and another behind her back. Like Yang Ru, she was not a stranger to working out, pushing herself to the limits to improve her strength. He felt her toned muscles and the warmth of her body under his hands. It was awkward. His heart was pounding. But at the same time, the feel of her was nice. They didn't really do much of anything that could be considered dancing, instead simply shifting their weight from foot to foot. Eventually, though, the song ended, and they, somehow, both quickly and reluctantly separated. That was interesting, he said. She nodded. Yes, interesting. He had no idea what to do next. Dance with her again? Flee the dance floor? Kiss her? He didn't know where that last thought had come from. A voice suddenly sounded from all around them. Master's voice. It was at once a whisper, but also loud enough for literally everyone in the stadium to hear. "You know," it said, "in some places it's traditional for the one having a birthday to receive a kiss." Kang Lin's face reddened, and Yang Ru felt his own heat. "Lean down," she said. He was, after all, a good 3/4 of a foot taller than her. With his heart pounding even harder, he did as she asked. Her lips, softly and quickly, met his, withdrawing almost as soon as she made contact. But that still counted. His first kiss. It felt like the entire assemblage had been watching them, and everyone clapped. He'd never felt so embarrassed in his life. Yang Ru glanced over at his sister, sure that he was never going to hear the end of it from her about what just happened. But she had her own problems. Several of the juniors had taken Master's words to heart and were trying to approach her. She was too busy glaring them away to pay any attention to him. Thank the heavens for small mercies.
Benton thought the innocent kiss that Kang Lin gave to Yang Ru was about the cutest thing he'd ever seen in his life. There was definitely something to be said for teenagers who didn't grow up influenced by finding out more than they needed to know sooner than they needed to know it from social media and the internet. And hey, the musicians and the dancing were a fantastic way to kill time until it was time to check in with Shun Wu, which was rapidly approaching. Best of all, Benton didn't even have to plan it. The group had heard there was a party and brought their instruments. Perfect. Speaking of which, Sue's memories contained snippets about cultivators using music to obtain certain effects. Benton would have to keep an eye out for the members of the musical group when they reached Foundation establishment. It would probably be worth a few custom techniques to explore what music could add to his sect's combat prowess. He was always on the lookout for new pavilions. His sect's strength, after all, lay in the high-quality cultivation methods and techniques he could provide. That advantage wasn't just that his sect members could learn skills quicker, and that those skills were more powerful than similar ones used by other sects. Another big benefit was that, with Qi being almost infinitely malleable, he could produce a technique for just about any skill he could imagine. With all the points he was amassing, he could have sect members deploying attacks and skills no one had ever contemplated, much less heard of or seen. As he was plotting his sect's rise to power, Jin Li Huan approached him, struggling to hold the wolf pup in her arms. In fact, she held it close to her body. From what he had observed, she normally held it as far from her body as possible whenever she was forced to carry it. Once she got within several feet of him, she stopped, put the wolf pup down, and kowtowed. "Master." Her tone and expression were very serious. "Disciple." He tried his best to match the gravity her face and voice conveyed, though he feared he failed miserably, as he found her countenance to be simply too funny. "This one has made some progress with what you directed of me, Master. My feelings for the beast are better. Some. I don't hate it anymore." "That's good, Lear. The better you get with that, the happier you'll be." "I have already fed the beast 6 rank 1 spirit beast cores, Master. May I have permission to draw a rank 2 from the shop in order for us to advance?" After asking permission, he examined first her cultivation and then the pup's. Hers wasn't substantially different than the last time he'd checked, and he was pretty sure that the only way for it to improve at all was through advancing the beast. As for the creature, it was definitely on the verge of leveling up. A rank 2 core should easily push it to rank 3. From a cultivation standpoint, there was no reason not to grant her request, and she was showing some improvement with her attitude toward the pup. He did, however, think there was one simple thing he could request of her that would help her in the long run. "Perform one task for me, And I will authorize the rank 2 core, he said.
Name it, Master.
Her eyes practically sparkled with desire. She was nothing if not ambitious. No, I want you to name it. He barely kept a smile off his face. That setup had been just too good, and it was totally unintentional on her part.
I don't understand, Master.
Your wolf pup, Lear. I want you to give it a name.
Oh!
She looked almost panicked at the thought.
I suppose that makes sense, Master. Give me a moment.
Her little eyes and forehead scrunched up as she was obviously deep in thought. So cute.
Gonzo, Master,
she said finally. Interesting. In English, the name would have been the equivalent of chase, as it meant to chase away. May I ask why you chose that name? Benton said. Her little lips quivered.
Maybe if I can learn to like it, Gonzo will chase away the beasts that kill my parents every night in my dreams.
Benton's heart leapt into his throat. Before that child went to bed that night, she would have an array by her bed to quiet her mind as she slept, and he'd be giving her a tranquil mind technique to learn as well. The poor thing.
Chapter 217. Interest, Mortification, and Excitement.
Benton's heart broke for Lear. The girl had been through so much. He couldn't even imagine the impact that watching spirit beasts kill one's family would have on a person. It was said that children tended to be resilient, but there was a limit to what anyone could endure. On one level, he had realized that her life hadn't been easy. No one's life as a peasant in a cultivation world was easy, especially not one who was orphaned. But he hadn't quite understood just how much she was suffering until she mentioned the dreams. She needed something to help her. In an ideal world, he would have created a mind technique for her, but she was one of the few sect members who, with his advice, had not begun cultivating either her mind or soul. Her spiritual pathways were just too messed up for mind cultivation, and he honestly didn't know how she'd fare with soul cultivation. He figured it was better to focus her time on learning techniques, since her spiritual cultivation was turning out to be so accelerated. Since she wasn't cultivating her mind, though, there was no chance of her quickly getting rid of the dreams herself. If her brain had been physically damaged, he could have patched her up quickly with his healing technique. But she was dealing with injuries to her psyche, and his mind cultivation level did not confer psychic abilities nearly powerful enough to provide external therapy. That left him with only one choice. System, he said internally. I need a chi-gathering level technique for Lear that will help quiet and heal her mind. It absolutely must prevent nightmares starting as early as small success. The technique should be usable by cultivators using any chi aspect. When prompted, he went with 0 in Foundation and split the 100 allocation points between Ease and Power. The system affirmed the creation of the technique Quiet Mind Restoration for 10 sect points, and he handed her the jade slip. Start learning this technique immediately, Benton told her. It's more important than learning to use your sword. Understand? She didn't look happy about it, but she cupped her hands. Yes, Master. Good. Benton looked out over the crowd and noticed Peng Zhen and the rest of his family were present. It looks like the contribution points shop is closed for the evening, but I'll send word that you have my permission to draw 1 rank 2 and 9 rank 1 beast cores. Feed Gonzo the rank 2 tomorrow, and then a rank 1 every other day until they're gone. When that happens, come to me to discuss the next step. Those instructions cheered her noticeably. Yes, Master, he chuckled. You realize that you'll hit Foundation establishment before 1I, Shun Wu, Zhou Tian, and Shi Long, right? All of those should be your senior sect brothers and sisters. In fact, you'll probably pass Yang Shu and Yang Ru before long. I might have to start calling you senior sister before everything is all said and done. Okay, that last part might have been a little exaggerated. The resources he'd need to advance her once she made it to the Golden Core realm were going to get expensive. Still, his statement brought an actual, real grin to her face. He counted that as a win. For the rest of tonight, I have a very important mission for you, he said, but I honestly don't know if you'll be able to accomplish it. Tell me, Master. I won't let you down. I swear it. He paused, letting the moment build, and when he finally spoke, he channeled every bit of gravitas his many years had granted him into his voice. Have fun. Eat cake. Play. Be a kid. She scowled at him. You swore, did you not? He said. Jin Li Huan hung her head. I did, Master, she sighed. I'll do my best. That's all I ask, Lier. That's all I ask. With that heartbreaking conversation over, Benton turned his attention to his next challenge. He'd killed enough time. The 2 glider bases should be ready. He quick-stepped to the blacksmithing pavilion. Usually, the pavilion leader, despite working in the heat of the forge, looked pristine. No sweat. Calm. Normally toned skin. Not so for that occasion. Shun Wu looked as haggard as Benton had ever seen. Sweat pouring off his brow, clothes mussed and stained with black soot. Clearly agitated and not able to stand still, and with a face red from the fire. Damn near killed me getting this finished so quickly, Sect Leader, Shun Wu said. But here you go. The blacksmith really had outdone himself. Laid out on a large table were the 2 identical glider bases. In lieu of the simple triangles that Benton had requested, the artisan had created 2 pairs of phoenix wings. Bright red in color, they measured a good 10 feet from wingtip to wingtip. And the detail! The man had made the metal resemble feathers, each of which was distinct as they blended together to create the wings. The wingtips were the lowest part, with the feathers swept back to provide plenty of surface area for the glider to sit stably on the ground. From each of those tips, the wings rose in a graceful arc, and when the line reached near the center where the phoenix's body would be, it dipped down and flattened, providing a footrest with straps to hold the pilot in position. Other than the fact that Benton would have preferred dragon wings to a phoenix, they were absolutely perfect. The kids were going to love them. And considering that the artwork on the cultivation planet featured Eastern-style dragons, the choice to use phoenix wings was probably the way to go anyway. With the bases exceeding Benton's expectations, he had to do his part to make sure the glider was nothing short of amazing. The problem was that he really needed to get back to the party so that the cake could be cut.
For anyone else, being so short on time would have been a huge, huge issue. There simply would have been no way to create arrays to control gravity for lift and wind for thrust, and, after a bit of consideration, a shield for safety when, not if, his disciples crashed. That was hours of work, and he only had minutes to spare. Luckily, Benton was a cheating cheater who cheats. He actually hadn't read all that many cultivation novels back on Earth, but between what he had read, Sue's memories, and Benton's experiences on his new planet, it became readily apparent to him that all chi elements were not created equal. For example, void was simply much better at destruction than any other element. When it came to overall being overpowered, though, 3 stood far above all the others: gravity, space, and time. Benton, of course, had concepts for each and made use of those via techniques. Quickstep used space and was probably the technique he used the most. Gravity manipulation was something he also used on a regular basis, more so for crafting than the purpose he originally intended, but it was quite handy.
His time manipulation technique, on the other hand, went relatively unused, both in combat and in everyday life. Which was pretty stupid on his part. It provided, after all, a very powerful advantage. Time to make use of it. He snickered at the pun before triggering the technique. At the cost of less chi than he naturally regenerated, a bubble separated him from the world. Outside that bubble, time moved normally. Inside, it sped up. An hour inside only took 1 minute outside. Not being a complete idiot, Benton had used 1/2 of his dual focus to plan out the arrays he would be using, starting from the instant he'd given the instructions to have the glider bases constructed. So, now that he had them in his possession, there were no wasted moments figuring out what to do. Instead, he got right to work inscribing.
True to his prediction, the first one took about an hour and a half to finish the work, test, fix the errors he discovered, test it again, and repeat that process until he found no more errors. The second went much faster, taking him half the time. Roughly 2 minutes and 15 seconds after triggering the bubble, he dropped the technique and quick-stepped back to the amphitheater, with the gliders safely stowed in his ring. From what he could tell, people were having such a good time that they barely noticed that he left. They did notice, however, that he had returned. He made sure of that. "May I have your attention, please?" His amplified voice rang through the stadium. "It's time for the cake. First, though, we must sing. .. Young Shu experienced a lot of emotions in a short period. Interest in what the cake that Master created tasted like. Absolute mortification when he led the nearly 1,000 people in the stadium in singing "Happy Birthday to You, dear Young Shu and Young Ru," and excitement over the promised/implied presents. After suffering through the serenade, she was the first person to receive a slice of the dessert. The cake, it turned out, was sweet. Very sweet. More so than anything she'd ever tasted. She thought she liked sweet things, but it was a little bit much for her. The soft middle part was good, just about the right amount of sweetness. That icing, though. Wow. She couldn't imagine anyone being able to eat much of it. Even if very few people ate much of the icing, it was quite easy to scrape off, and the layer underneath was a new and exciting treat that everyone seemed to enjoy. And hey, some people seemed to actually like the icing. One Eye, in particular, seemed to have much more of a sweet tooth than anyone else, eating not only all of hers, but Zhou Tian's uneaten portion as well. The main event came after everyone had finished, though. Master called Young Shu and Young Ru up to the stage next to him and had them close their eyes. "Where I come from, it is tradition to give presents to loved ones in celebration of their birthday," Benton said. "When I came to this area nearly a year ago, this outgoing young lady and taciturn by an equal measure young man were the first people I met. My life is better for that encounter. And to commemorate both them turning 16 years old today and my meeting them, Shunwu and I created gifts." Young Shu couldn't see what happened next as her eyes were closed, but the crowd made a large commotion. "Young Shu, Young Ru," Master said, "here are your presents." Her eyes shot open and immediately landed on 2 identical strange objects sitting on the stage before them. She wasn't exactly sure what they were, but she was excited to find out. Chapter 218. Fun and Games. Young Shu's eyes widened at the sight of the beauty before her. She wasn't sure exactly what the device did, but it certainly looked interesting. And considering that Master made it, the treasure surely was unfathomable. He was smirking at her, meaning that he expected her to ask him how to use the treasure.
When she opened her mouth to do just that, though, she realized that, as his top disciple, doing so would be a failure. She should figure it out by herself. From the shape and feathers, it looked like two red phoenix wings joined together. Wings generally went on a person's back, but the device was too big to be put there. Besides, it was made of metal that didn't look like it even flexed, much less flapped. Her first clue was two platforms complete with straps. She put one of her feet in each and strapped them in, using the leather provided, leaving her to stand astride the device. Now what? She reached out with her spiritual senses, finding a coin box similar to the ones Master used on most of his devices at the back of the treasure. Inside pulsed two sources of chi: gravity, which she was well acquainted with as Master used it all the time, and wind, one of the 5 primary elements. The presence of those two particular elements, combined with the wing shape, told her what the purpose of the device was: flight. Young Shu clapped her hands together in excitement. Yes! The thought of flying through the air like a bird was amazing, and the feat would otherwise remain beyond her abilities until she reached the next major realm years and years from now. She cupped her hands. Gratitude, Master. He grinned. With the purpose of the device figured out, she just needed to determine how to actually use it. There had to be a way to control the flow of chi from the coin box. Probably 2 levers or buttons, one to adjust gravity flow and the other wind.
There was obviously nothing near her hands, and she doubted he would have required her to bend over to make the treasure move.
That left her feet. She examined the area near her toes as being the most obvious location, and she was right. The front of each footrest was articulated. By pressing her toes down, the front would depress like a pedal. Using her superior agility granted to her by her spiritual and body cultivation, she applied the slightest bit of pressure with her right toe. The tiniest strand of wind chi flowed from the back of the device. Ha! Right toe for acceleration and left toe for lift. Perfect. Yang Ru was still staring at his identical device, having not even gotten on it yet. "See you, brother," she yelled, as she simultaneously pressed both pedals. The device shot forward and up. Without her preternatural reflexes, she probably would have crashed into the crowd, which would have been so embarrassing, and might have hurt someone. Instead, she soon got the hang of it, using her left toe to adjust her height and the right to increase and decrease her speed. It didn't take her long to escape the confines of the amphitheater, dodging colored light orbs as she did, and zip around above the sect grounds. As a Foundation establishment cultivator in the first minor realm, Yang Shu was fast. Her peak bronze body cultivation added to that speed. Her chi aspect relating to slippery ice made her even faster still. All that to say that, when she sprinted, she could cover ground at a rapid rate. The device Master had given her dwarfed her top speed. Flying on it was the single most exhilarating thing she'd ever done. To steer to the left, she simply had to lean in that direction. Same with turning to the right. Acceleration using her right toe was fast and smooth, and easing up on it completely would cause her speed to fall. The trickiest part was using the gravity boost with her left toe. Pressing down would quickly make the device leap several tens of yards higher, which made for a very bumpy and disconcerting flying experience. She discovered 2 methods to decrease elevation. One, she simply leaned forward, which tilted the front of the device down and made her move toward the ground. The second was to completely let off the pedal with her left toe, which made her drop like a stone. The first time she did that was an interesting event indeed. Overall, she found the device's operation to be easy and intuitive, and using it was the most fun she'd had in a long time. It was definitely the best birthday present she'd ever received, and she would have said that even if it wasn't the only one she'd ever received. Jinli Wan had eaten a piece of the cake that Master had created, and surprisingly, had found herself enjoying it, even the really sweet icing. Especially the really sweet icing. She glanced at the huge dessert in wonder as she considered if there was enough left for her to have seconds. The longing in her eyes must have been apparent, because Master soon came to her with another slice. "Like it, huh?" he said. "Yes, Master. Gratitude." "Good job completing one part of the mission I gave you." Ah, yes, her mission to eat cake. As Master would say, check. That still left to play, to have fun, and to be a kid. Ugh. She had, of course, played at the orphanage. Some, back when she was 5 or 6, but she was no longer a child. In 3 years, she would be considered an adult. Jinli Wan sighed. But she supposed she wasn't an adult yet, and she had made a promise to him. Multiple promises. If he wanted her to play, she would play. After eating her second slice of cake, savoring each mouthful, she looked around, searching for people her age who might be playing, and quickly spotted a small group of around a half-dozen children who were using an empty section of the seating to chase each other. Having grown up on a farm outside the wall, and, after going to live at the orphanage, not having exactly socialized much with the villagers, she didn't recognize any of them. Their game looked dreadful. They simply ran around with no purpose, touching each other. But joining in would surely fulfill another of Master's orders. If she could just plaster something akin to a smile on her face and pretend to laugh sometimes, hopefully that would be enough for him. Gonzo was napping on the floor at her feet, and she gently picked him up. Unfortunately, her movements weren't quite soft enough, as the wolf pup woke, gazing up at her with wide eyes. From experience, she knew the beast wanted to lick her face, but it didn't make the attempt. From its experience, the pup knew any such effort was futile. Jinli Huan made her way over to where the children were playing. Most were at least several years younger than her, but there was a boy that appeared to be near her age. They were almost certainly all mortals. She cupped her hands and inclined her head, giving him much more face than he deserved. "I am sect member Jinli Huan. I wish to join your game." The boy tilted his head to the side. "Is that your dog?" "It's not a dog. It's a wolf. And yes, it is mine." "The grown-ups let you have a wolf? Why?" Jinli Huan frowned. "That is not any of your business. May I join your game?" The boy shrugged. "Sure, anyone can play. But if I was you, I wouldn't go around claiming to be a sect member. Mother says that cultivators can be mean. They might get mad if they hear you say that." Her frown grew. Not counting the orphans, most of the villagers accepted into the sect had been older. After all, the town elders were chosen. The mayor selected mostly people who had professions that could help the sect advance. Some of those brought along their apprentices, but by and large, children and new adults had mostly not yet been made members. "Do you not see that I wear the sect robe?" she said through clenched teeth. "Yeah, I figured you have an older brother or sister who let you wear their spare." No one not a member of the sect could wear the robe, but she supposed a boy from the village would not know all the rules. To him, it might seem reasonable that a sibling would be allowed. She clenched her fists. His doubt, though understandable, made her seethe. She wanted, no, needed, to prove him wrong. As a cultivator in the middle stage of the chi-gathering realm, there wasn't much she could do to show him her power. She was slightly stronger, faster, and tougher than she otherwise would have been, but with her low cultivation and damaged spiritual circulation, she hadn't yet reached remotely superhuman levels yet.
Her first impulse was to call over one of the older cultivators to verify that she was, in fact, a real sect member. But having to rely on a senior like that would be a huge loss of face for her. Even if the boy and the several other children that had gathered around them by that point wouldn't understand that loss of face, she would. As she considered what to do, Gonzo squirmed in her arms, and she let him jump down. The children were clearly both fascinated and a little scared of the pup, who, at the peak of rank 2, emanated a small bit of menace that mortals could pick up on. Not that Gonzo held any ill will towards the kids. Jin Li Huan had impressed upon it that mortals were not to be harmed, and she believed that it understood the lesson completely. Still, it could not help but produce the air of danger, simply due to its rank.
"May we pet it?"
the older boy said, showing himself to be braver than she would have expected. That was a good question. Gonzo looked back at her and let out a soft bark. The beast was a smart little thing and understood most of the words spoken around it. That sound told her that he didn't mind.
"You may, but one at a time," Jin Li Huan said. "Be gentle."
Not like mortal children were likely to hurt a peak rank 2 beast, but there was no reason to take chances either. Gonzo turned out to be a big hit with the kids, with them petting and hugging him. As Jin Li Huan watched them, she couldn't help but grow a little jealous, wishing it were that easy for her to treat the beast like they did. Why did everything in life have to be such a struggle? Given the option, she would have definitely chosen to strain herself with cultivating day after day, rather than trying to figure out how to deepen her bond with the beast. But no one said life was fair, and she'd already been spared being doomed to the life of a mortal by Master healing her. Now she was being granted the opportunity to soar to heights only Master and Senior Brother Fatty Ren had achieved among the sect members. She'd be an idiot not to embrace the chance. Regardless, that struggle was not the task she'd been assigned for the party. No, she simply had to play, have fun, be a kid. Which didn't seem any less difficult to her than bonding with the beast. Gonzo proved himself to be smarter than she was, and started chasing one of the little kids. The girl was scared at first, but when Gonzo simply tagged her with his snout and ran away, she realized the game. The children scattered, all but Jin Li Huan, who was barely paying attention when the girl dashed over and tagged the cultivator. At first, rage overcame Jin Li Huan. How dare a mortal lay a finger on her? But she quickly remembered that the game was the entire reason she'd approached the group in the first place. Getting mad about being included in their play would have been even more idiotic than not embracing the opportunities she'd been handed. With a sigh, she chose the older boy as her target and raced after him. Chapter 219. Towers or Sources. The twins' birthday party turned out to be one of the best nights of Benton's new life. He liked that the sect members and villagers seemed to appreciate the experience of the new dessert he served them, even if they found the icing to be a bit much. Watching Yang Shu swoop around fearlessly on the glider and Yang Ru take a much more tentative approach amused the sect leader to no end. The main thing that warmed his heart, however, was seeing Jin Li Huan play with the other kids. At first, she'd been just as reticent as he had expected. Her expression during her first attempts at play made her look more like she was approaching a battle than a game of tag. Slowly, though, she loosened up. The fake smile she was keeping plastered on her face to appease him disappeared, and a genuine one replaced it. She clearly had better endurance and greater speed and agility than her playmates, so they all ganged up on her. Benton expected the girl to react with anger. Instead, she laughed. She laughed. He watched with a grin as Jin Li Huan leaped over rows of seating and rushed about hither and yon,
tagging the mortal kids who were having just as much fun trying to evade her. Still, he tried to keep from getting too excited by what he was seeing. Her family being slaughtered in front of her had affected her in ways from which she might normally never recover, and he definitely was no therapist to determine her actual mental state. Playing with kids from the village, though, seemed like at least a small step forward. Her actions certainly gave him hope. Combined with the healing effect from the technique he had given her, she just might one day fully recover. She continued playing with the group until the villagers, unused to late nights, departed well before midnight. The party wound down pretty quickly after that point.
Jin Li Huan lived in the apartment building ran by Mistress Zhong, which Benton thought of as the outer sect. And knowing that the girl would be eager to advance her cultivation, Benton monitored the building's exit closely from his office. Sure enough, Jin Li Huan walked out with the pup early the next morning and went directly to the contribution points shop. Shortly after she entered, he got a notification that she'd reached Qi Gathering Minor Realm 7, giving him 3 additional sect points. After reading the message, he let out a relieved sigh. He hadn't really expected anything to go wrong, but the girl wasn't exactly on a normal path. Expecting the unexpected was a good rule of thumb for anyone in such abnormal circumstances. With that worry off his mind, he went ahead with his next set of plans for the day, inducting new members. The batch would be the first since he made the decision to reduce the time between recruitments from 4 weeks down to 2, and to increase the number from 50 to 75. The mayor already had the choices queued up, so all it took was a message dragon to have them sent over to the amphitheater. Benton's entire day was spent babysitting to make sure no one had a bad reaction to the improvement of their spiritual roots. Not that he thought such a thing was possible, given the system's track record. He did figure that it was a good move to have the sect leader present for each induction, however. For one thing, it probably did his reputation and corresponding average loyalty good to have the new members see him watching over them. Second, he just felt it was the right thing to do. In the back of his mind, though, he knew he would not always be available to oversee the process, so he made a mental note to train the mayor in performing the induction, the guards in watching over the members while they spent 12 hours incapacitated, and the healing pavilion on monitoring everyone's well-being. By early evening, the new members' spiritual roots had been improved, and they'd each taken the first step in becoming cultivators by taking in their first mote of qi, giving Benton 75 sect points. He took a moment to review his gains from the last 3 days. Besides Jin Li Huan's 3 points and the 75 from the new members, Benton had gotten 195 from the inductees in Vermilion Incomparable Raintown, increasing their cultivation from the first minor realm to the second. Body cultivation yielded him another 20, and Techniques 6, Peng Han Ying, Guang Yin, and another harvester had passed their trials for half that number, and the other half came from various members advancing. With members only working on mind or soul part-time, no points were earned from either of those sources. Total, Benton gained 299 sect points over 3 days, darn near 100 a day. Not bad at all. He checked out an abbreviated version of his status screen. Sect name, Rising Tide Sect. Members, 537. Disciples, 56. Sect points, 1,249. Shop points, 360. Yikes. He officially had over 1,000 sect points, and seeing such a large quantity made him want to start buying stuff. Before he went on any kind of spending spree, though, he needed to seriously think about what the future held and what might be helpful. The best thing he could do to protect his sect was to become more personally powerful. But with his spiritual, body, mind, and soul cultivation all maxed out, there wasn't much he could do until he reached 1,000 sect members. He had a plan in place to do just that, and unless an emergency arose, he'd stick to that plan. Other than advancing, he couldn't find any holes in his ultimate juggernaut combat build. He'd already bought every technique he could think of to mastery. If anything else that seemed powerful occurred to him, he could instantly purchase it. But in the meantime, he was pretty happy. His most immediate concern was an attack by Jade Chameleon sect nascent soul cultivators. The wall wouldn't be completed for another 9 days, but with all the sect members from the village living on the main sect grounds, it might be a good idea to begin building the attack towers. They would not be, overall, as good a defense as the formation he planned, but something was better than nothing. And the more towers he had, the more formidable they would be for defense. Another immediate help would be if his low-realmed sect members could help take on any nascent soul attackers. And as unlikely as that assistance sounded, there actually was a method to do so. Battle formations. By having each of a squad of sect members learn the same formation technique, they could pool their chi and use the resulting power to attack higher-realmed cultivators. There were 2 problems with that method, however. 1, the technique required external chi manipulation, so all his chi-gathering sect members still couldn't contribute. And unfortunately, the combined might of the few Foundation establishment cultivators he had wouldn't amount to much. 2, the technique had to be learned to small success, large success, and finally, mastery, by each sect member, just like any other technique. That process was a long one. Basically, battle formations would be a fantastic combat resource in the future, when he had hundreds of sect members stuck in the middle of Foundation establishment. But at the moment, it was a non-starter. One thought did make him smile, though. Hundreds of his blue-robed Foundation establishment sect members flying into battle on gliders and maneuvering in aerial battle formations, untouchable by enemy combatants at the same level, while sending devastating attacks from range. The next avenue he was considering for improvement might be a good use of resources, though. Now that Benton had actual buildings for his sect, it was beginning to feel like a real organization. But things were progressing really slowly, especially cultivation. And on one hand, there wasn't much he could do. He was already using pills to bypass 2 entire minor realms, and using alchemy to speed things up even farther would hurt the members' cultivation bases. There was one thing, however, that could definitely help: providing cultivation rooms to enhance the quantity and quality of chi available. That method of speeding cultivation was more natural, for values of natural, and shouldn't harm cultivation bases like alchemical means would. Of course, he'd have to monitor his sect members to make sure no harm was being done, but that task was quite easy for him. A bigger concern was how to achieve the chi enhancement. Increasing chi density in a room was a pretty trivial undertaking for a formation expert of his caliber. Any golden core cultivator with a deep understanding of the craft could create an array to double or even triple the chi density in a room. Easy peasy. Of course, the resulting area would be of only a minor benefit to the cultivators using it. Basically, it would be an artificial version of the wood. Anyone cultivating there would shave a small percentage, 5 to 20%, of the time required to reach the next minor realm. That percentage was not insignificant by any means, but it also wasn't a game changer. It also wasn't anything that his sect members didn't already have access to with the wood. A true cultivation room that included an actual chi source could not only halve the time taken to reach the next minor realm, but could also increase the power and foundation of the cultivator, assuming that the source element corresponded to the cultivator's aspect. So, obtaining chi sources for his sect members' use was a slam dunk, right? In a way, it was.
The issue was that the things were a lot more complicated than an array fed by the correct spirit coin, and they were expensive. The cheapest available from the system cost 1,000 shop points each. And that relatively low-cost one only cut cultivation time by 25%. Even if he wanted to buy that inferior version, he couldn't, as he had less than 400 points available. "System," he said, "can I purchase a crafting technique that will allow me to make chi sources?" Host does not have the prerequisite knowledge and concepts necessary to use a technique to create chi sources.
Honestly, he'd been expecting a flat no in answer to that question. Prerequisites were something that he could deal with.
"System, please provide me with a list of the prerequisites. In order to create chi sources, host requires the following:
Knowledge of origin chi. Knowledge of origin chi. Manipulation. Concept of origin chi. Technique to manipulate origin chi. Knowledge of chi sources. Concept for each chi source to be created. Ability to create base to host chi source. Technique to imbue base with origin and elemental chi." Yikes. That was a lot of things he needed. Luckily, he had over 1,200 points available. That list contained 12 points worth of chi gathering level knowledge techniques, 16 points worth of foundation establishment level techniques, and 32 points worth of concepts. Considering the wealth he was sitting on, an investment of 60 sect points to possibly create chi sources was totally worth it, even if he had to spend even more on crafting techniques to create the bases. Obviously, he'd have to balance time spent on chi sources with building the towers, but at least gaining the ability to create something so beneficial to his sect members was worth a bit of effort at the moment. Benton sat in a lotus position and readied himself. "System, please purchase all those techniques and concepts to mastery." Chapter 220. A Dangerous Secret and a Ruinous Cost. Benton braced for the massive infusion of knowledge he'd just purchased, and the system soon crammed it into his brain. Despite the onslaught of information, he didn't feel overwhelmed, nor underwhelmed. The download was one of his biggest yet, and he definitely felt it fill his mind. But he suffered no headache, no real ill effects at all, actually. If anything, he was whelmed. He chuckled at his own joke, amazed that he was in any condition to make light of the situation. The experience hadn't been nearly as bad as he had expected. Mind cultivation for the win. He should have maxed out his realm in that regard long ago. With his mental faculties unimpacted, Benton examined the data he'd received, piecing together the process for creating chi sources. Ugh. It was going to be expensive and require obtaining many resources that he had no idea where to find. Each source required 3 separate materials that produced or emitted chi of a particular element. And not just any 3 materials would do. One had to come from a plant, one had to come from a person or beast, and one had to come from a mineral. Not only that, but the quality of the materials was one of the determining factors for the quality of the chi source. And obtaining those materials was only the first step out of many. The second step required a master alchemist of at least the golden core realm to use a high-grade cauldron to extract the essence from each of the materials. Next, he had to find a supply of origin chi and infuse it and the 3 essences into a single mixture. The next to last step required a master blacksmith to use a high-grade inert metal to forge a holder for the mixture. Finally, a complex formation was required to activate the mixture inside the holder, turning it into a chi source. Of the 5 steps, only the third and the last were something he could currently accomplish. Since he'd bought a concept for origin chi, he could create spirit coins using that as the element.
and creating an array was not a challenge for him. The fourth step was the easiest for him to learn how to do. He simply needed to buy the necessary techniques and knowledge to become a master blacksmith. Since the pavilion provided facilities good enough to forge the metal he needed, all he'd have to do was practice enough to turn the knowledge the system would give him into actual ability. Acquisition of the necessary ingots would be expensive, but there was flexibility as to the type, as any high-grade chi-inert metal would work fine. He should be able to purchase them for spirit coins in 6th Flawless Flowing City. The second step was slightly more problematic. Purchasing the necessary knowledge and techniques and practicing the craft of alchemy until he became proficient was easy enough, but the required cauldron might be difficult to acquire. All the ones he'd bought for his sect so far were great for foundation establishment cultivators to use, but he'd need one suitable for a peak golden core cultivator. Those weren't nearly as easy to come by. The most difficult of all the steps, though, was the first one. High-quality, chi-infused materials were coveted by all sects. Finding a single one would be difficult, certainly not something he could simply buy with spirit coins. And he needed 3 for each element. And the elements he needed. Ideally, he'd definitely have ice and momentum for the twins, shadow for Zhou Tian, fire for Shunwu and Shilong, time for Peng Han Ying, and nature for Wan Ai and the vast majority of the other villagers. And he was sure there were other elements that would be useful. Like gluttony. Finding 3 materials for 6 different elements was going to take a lot of spirit coins. He resolved to start making them every spare moment going forward. Even then, he was sure he'd have to be creative to entice sects to part with the materials he needed. Like cultivation itself, creating chi sources was definitely a marathon, not a sprint. Benton was not sure the best way to proceed and decided to call for a council meeting the next morning. He'd set up an area on the 3rd floor of the administration hall with a large conference table and chairs, so he sent out message dragons to all the relevant people, asking them to show up after breakfast. That task accomplished, he sighed and got ready to spend a long, boring night creating spirit coins. Benton was rarely so glad to see a sunrise as he was that day. The preceding 8 hours had been productive, however. He'd made over 1,400 10,000 chi spirit coins. Not bad. That should be enough for him to get started with his purchases, at least. Needing a break from the tedium, he quick-stepped to the cafeteria for breakfast, surprising the rank and file who weren't nearly as used to seeing him or having him appear out of thin air as the select few disciples who interacted with him on a regular basis. After a nice meal, Spirit Beast Boars made excellent spirit bacon. He headed back to the administration hall for the council meeting. Soon all his guests arrived. Yang Shu and Yang Ru, the co-leaders of the Martial Pavilion, Kung Lin, who, though not a member, was more experienced in the ways of sects than most of the actual council members, Zhong Wen, head of the Outer Sect, Wan Ai, head of the Alchemy Pavilion, Zhou Tian, the sect's lead scout, Xun Wu and his apprentice Shi Long, both of the Blacksmith Pavilion, Huang Yimun, Ye Zhan's replacement as guard captain, Ho Yaju, leader of the guard squad not personally headed by the captain, Peng Zhen, master of the contribution points shop, Zhe Delan, head of the sect's future attack squad, Mo Jian, the village mayor, Guang Yin, the former Righteous Rain Sect associate member and current woodworking pavilion head, Xiang Da, the head of the Formations Pavilion, who'd yet to construct an actual working array, and Pan Xiaolian, the talented and knowledgeable head of the Healing Pavilion. It was a group that featured a diversity of viewpoints and experience, and Benton had come to rely on the advice they gave him, even if he rarely seemed to follow it. Still, they were an awesome sounding board. "I've gathered you here today to help me plot the course forward for the sect," Benton said. "We face interesting and troublesome times. One sect is surely plotting our imminent demise. Another is, so far, neutral, as is the Emperor's faction. One sect has allied with us. The question on the table is, how should we best prepare to navigate the way ahead? I've come up with two options, both of which will require many resources and much of my personal effort and time. I would like your input on which to concentrate on first." "Yes, sect leader," the group chorused. "Great. The first option is design and construction of attack towers. My main concern is what happens if high realm cultivators strike the sect while I'm otherwise occupied." "What about the village, sect leader?" the mayor said.
My belief is that, since the sect has now moved out of the village, any attacking cultivators will focus on the grounds first, Benton said. The mayor looked skeptical. "It's true, Mayor," Guangyin said. "It would result in a loss of face for them to attack the village."
"But attacking the village is exactly what they did last time," the mayor said.
"The circumstances were different," Kang Lin said. "For one thing, there were no sect grounds, and the junior cultivators were in the village, making it a valid target. More importantly, though, the attackers were pursuing a personal vendetta. Destroying civilians before killing their target was part of their plan. Now, though, the conflict is sect against sect. Attacking an associated village of mortals before killing all the cultivators would result in a huge loss of face." The mayor still didn't look happy. "Could you at least modify the shield to prevent chi attacks, sect leader?" Before Benton could reply, Guangyin said, "That would make the village a valid target. It would be like challenging the cultivator's abilities." Kang Lin nodded. The mayor huffed. "You're honestly saying that it's better to depend on some cultivator's sense of honor than on a shield?" "Not on their honor," Kang Lin said. "On their desire not to lose face. Cultivators primarily seek two things in their lives, and they seek them in this order: power and then face." "Exactly," Guangyin said. When the mayor didn't immediately respond, Benton moved the conversation onward. "Until the wall is completed in a little over a week, the best defense I can provide is a set of towers positioned on either side of where the gate will be." The mayor frowned again. "What good will that do? They'll just bypass far around the towers and attack the sect from another direction." "As long as the way into the sect is clearly indicated as going between the towers," Guangyin said. "Face will demand they come in the entrance." The mayor rolled his eyes like a teenage girl. "You've got to be kidding me. That makes no sense." "It does to a sect cultivator," Kang Lin said. "My grandfather would have my hide if I dishonored our sect by evading such obvious defenses." It appeared that the mayor was having a hard time adjusting, which made sense. He'd recently gone from dealing with the affairs of a small village to preparing for an attack by nascent souls. Benton probably would have been feeling out of sorts too, if he were in the mayor's situation. "How powerful will the towers be, Master?" Zhou Tian said. Benton considered the answer to that question. He knew exactly how strong they would be because, while bored the previous night, he'd queried the system for schematics for a formation of that power level. The cost was going to be ruinous, but the end result was worth it to provide a measure of protection for his sect members. Of course, telling the truth would be revealing quite a bit to the members of the council. He felt he needed to give a warning before doing so. "I'll answer that question, but everyone here, and especially Kang Lin, needs to understand that the response is a major sect secret, a dangerous secret.
If it gets out, there is a possibility that the result would be the destruction of the sect. And he wasn't exaggerating either. If a nascent soul attacker knew about the power level of the formations, they would avoid direct confrontation with them, face be darned. If you are uncomfortable knowing the sect's secrets, Benton said, now would be a good time to leave.
Kung Lin had no idea how to react to the sect leader's warning. That wasn't how things worked. Sects didn't simply reveal secrets to outsiders based solely on faith that the person's honor would bind them not to tell anyone. She doubted that even her grandfather would place so much trust in her. That her master expressed so much confidence in her made her feel warm inside. There was no way in the world anyone would pry whatever the secret was from her, even upon penalty of her death.
"No one wants to leave?" Master said. "Okay, here goes."
Chapter 221. A third option. In preparation for the big reveal of an important sect secret, Benton paused to figure out how best to tell the council in a way that sounded believable. Well, he paused partly for that reason, but mostly for dramatic effect. The problem was that cultivators were hard to kill, and the higher one ascended, the truer that principle became. Even a chi-gathering cultivator in the middle of the realm would be difficult for a mortal to defeat. And reaching foundation establishment increased strength, speed, toughness, and any other attribute one could think of beyond human maximums. Way beyond. By the time one reached Golden Core, one became practically indestructible from anything besides incredible force. If one were to go to Earth, the cultivator could stand up to the mightiest weapons the U.S. military could muster, short of nuclear missiles. And for all Benton knew, one might be able to withstand even that amount of force if their chi shield was strong enough. But Benton wasn't really worried about golden cores. Given enough resources, any average formation expert could craft arrays to defend against and even defeat a golden core cultivator. No, his enemies were nascent souls. Those cultivators were tougher, stronger, and faster than golden cores by an order of magnitude. Their aura provided such an incredible suppressive power that it would dampen even a nuclear blast. A lesser cultivator managing to kill one fell outside the area of what was achievable, barring extreme and once in multiple millennia rare type situations. There was no easy way to tell the council the truth in a way that made it sound reasonable. So he decided it was best to simply rip off the Band-Aid. They'd either believe him or they wouldn't. "The two towers that I will build, attacking in tandem and combined with a trap formation, can kill a nascent soul cultivator," Benton said. The council members that possessed the most knowledge of high-realmed cultivators, Guang Yin and Kung Lin, looked doubtful. Older members, like the mayor, Pan Xiaolian, and Xiang Da, seemed surprised. The other youngsters, on the other hand, took his word as a matter of course. Benton didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the faith the kids had in him. If he told them he was planning on bringing one of the moons down to the surface, they'd not only believe him, but they'd not think it was any big deal. "You can build such a thing, Master?" Kung Lin said. There was no way that Benton could have come up with a formation that was powerful enough. Nascent souls were simply too tough, and their auras worked on devices as easily as they did on opponents. If he had a schematic, however, his expertise with formations was more than up to inscribing the most complicated and difficult arrays imaginable. He just needed the right schematic, which might not have existed anywhere on the planet. Luckily, being a cheating cheater who cheats didn't just apply to techniques and the use of sect points. The shop could supply him with almost anything he could imagine, including the template he needed. The problem was the cost.
250 shop points, the majority of what he had available. If he pulled the trigger on the schematic, he would have to learn alchemy just so he could supply chi condensation pills to his sect members, which was probably something he should have been doing anyway. The schematic wasn't a perfect solution, of course. There were no perfect solutions for defeating an enemy as strong and versatile as a nascent soul cultivator. But as far as he could determine, it was the only thing that gave the sect even a chance at surviving an attack if he wasn't around. Or of him surviving an attack if the enemy came with overwhelming force. "I don't want to overstate my ability," Benton said. "Nascent souls are tough."
For the towers to kill one of them, both would have to hit the target simultaneously, as their combined power is exponential instead of multiplicative. Unfortunately, achieving such a feat would require the nascent soul to be stationary for a short period, which would require luring the cultivator over a static trap formation. The problem there was that nascent souls also had exceptional spiritual senses. It was difficult to hide a formation from them. But that feat was remotely doable in the right circumstances. Instead of using the expensive system-grade materials suggested by the schematic for the trap formation, he'd use mortal materials. Between the mundane resources and keeping the array completely inert of chi until it was triggered, detecting it would be well-nigh impossible. Without chi or high-grade supplies, after all, there was nothing for the enemy to sense. That setup created a big flaw, though. The resultant trap formation would be weaker than normal. The chi rushing through the inscribed channels would eventually destroy the flimsy material. He had no idea how long the trap would last while in operation, and it might not be able to be used a second time. An even bigger flaw was that someone would have to lure one of the nascent souls close enough to trigger the trap, which was almost as monumental a task as killing one of them in the first place. Relying on the towers was not a great plan. It was, in fact, a horrible plan. But it was the only plan that had any hope of success. Kang Lin stared at him with wide eyes. "Even with those caveats, Master, the ability to create a formation that can destroy the pinnacle of cultivators is amazing." Somehow, describing the tower's flaws had convinced her that he really could do what he said. "If I work around the clock, I should be able to complete the towers in about a week," Benton said. Which means I wouldn't have much time for anything else, especially since I'll be the one building the wall pretty soon after the towers are finished. And then I'll be busy inscribing the sect's grand protective formation.
"Which is where we come in," Zhou Tian said. "Helping you decide if it's better to commit all your time to the towers or if you should instead pursue the second option that you alluded to." That kid was, by far, the smartest person in the sect. Benton sure was glad for that encounter outside the warehouse back in the city. "You are exactly correct," Benton said. "Whereas the towers seem like the short-term project that would most benefit the sect, there's something else I'm considering creating that would be much more useful in the long term. Chi sources." That time, Kang Lin was the only one who had a reaction, and from her expression, she could barely contain herself. And honestly, he was kind of surprised that even she knew what a chi source was. Sue's memories had drawn a blank. If not for coming across a reference to them while researching other information provided by the system, Benton himself would have had no clue that they existed. The more he thought about it, the more impressed he was by Kang Lin's knowledge. His guess was that her grandfather was grooming her to eventually become a sect elder. Benton stifled a grin. More his gain, then, if she and Yang Ru did end up getting married as cultivators, from generally patriarchally led sects tended to remain with the husbands. "You know how you cultivate faster when you're in the wood, right?"
Benton said.
Yes, sect leader,
They chorused. The boost it provides is nice, right? Even though it's small?
Yes, sect leader.
What if you could double your cultivation speed? Benton let that question hang as it soaked into his council members.
Half the time, master?
Young Shu's eyes sparkled. Half the time.
I say we go with option 2, master, his scamp of a disciple said.
Benton couldn't help but grin. Well, it's not as easy as all that. He explained about how difficult it was to obtain the materials necessary to create the qi source. Guang Yin tentatively raised his hand, a strange act for the grizzled old wood harvester.
Yes, Benton said.
We might have those for the nature element, sect leader,
Guang Yin said.
The plant portion, anyway. At least, I think that your description matches what the Righteous Rain sect used to harvest.
Now that factoid was quite interesting. Benton waved his hand for the man to continue.
You might be aware that we cut the trees about a foot above the ground?
Benton nodded as he had noticed that. He'd assumed there was a reason for it, but had never asked.
Each of the trunks contains a kernel in that foot of trunk,
Guang Yin said.
It's about the size of a walnut, and my understanding is that the little thing is packed with qi. As long as it remains in place, the tree regrows.
And the sect harvested them? Benton said.
Only rarely. Over time, new trees grow, and if they get too close to other trees, it's not healthy for either the new one or the old. Part of our job is to thin the grove as necessary.
Interesting. Very interesting. Do you have any trees needing to be thinned now? Benton said.
15 or 20, sect leader,
Guang Yin said. Next chance you get, bring me one. Benton was very curious to know if the object in question actually could be used to create a qi source, and also what else, if anything, might be crafted from the mysterious kernels. Regardless, it was time to put to his council the question he'd gathered them for. Who here is in favor of me, instead of constructing the towers, going to 6th Flawless Flowing City and searching for proper materials? Benton said. The response was not as overwhelming as he anticipated. Even though the towers provided protection, the qi sources held the promise of more power faster.
Few cultivators could resist such a siren call.
Young Shu was firmly in the affirmative camp, as were most of the younger sect members, Shilong, Zidalan, and both the guards. Young Ru was, as usual, non-committal, and Wan Ai's gaze barely left the floor with so many people around. It was Zhou Tian who surprised Benton, though, by looking puzzled.
Why do you have to go, master?
Zhou Tian said. I can't very well find the materials needed for the qi sources by sitting around here.
I meant, why does it have to be you, master?
Benton shrugged. He supposed that it didn't. An explanation of what to look for should be enough, especially if they imposed on Kang Ya Ting for assistance. Without letting him know why they needed the materials, of course. Yeah, I guess that makes sense, Benton said. I could have Fatty Ren go to the city, but I hate having him leave his town again so soon, even though it's for a good cause. That would allow me to build the towers while making forward progress on the qi sources. Great idea!
Why Fatty Run, master?
He's the only other one who can… Ah, now Benton understood what Zhou Tian was getting at. Fly. Benton turned his eyes to his 2 star disciples. Do you think you two could handle this mission? Fly your gliders all the way to 6th Flawless Flowing City, meet with Elder Kang and decide how much to spend on any materials you find? Young Ru looked really hesitant, but not young Shu.
Of course, master. We'll handle it for you.
That response didn't exactly fill him with great confidence. Besides, sending 2 kids to a location where the jade chameleons could get at them didn't sit well with Benton. It didn't sit well at all. Regardless of what the council and the twins might want, he'd have to think long and hard about the situation before agreeing to let them go. "If I might make a suggestion, Master," Zhou Tian said, "maybe have Kang Lin go with them? She's more familiar with the city." But she couldn't fly. Oh.
Well, it wouldn't take all that much time to make her a glider, too.
"Kang Lin," Benton said. "Of course, Master. It will be good to see Grandfather again." Her eyes were sparkling, probably at the prospect of getting a glider of her own. Having her along provided some protection, both from her added combat prowess and by the weight of the poison claw sect that she carried with her. Benton still wasn't convinced that sending them was a good idea, though. But it did allow him to pursue a very nice third option: building the towers and searching for materials to build chi sources simultaneously. "I will consider your recommendations and let you know my decision tomorrow. Unless anyone has any other ideas we should try?" Benton looked directly at Zhou Tian. "I did have a question, Master. How did you make the formations for the flyers so quickly? You disappeared for only a few minutes to pick the bases up from the blacksmith pavilion before returning with a completely finished product." That the lead scout/spy had known exactly where Benton went and what he was doing while he was away didn't surprise him in the least. "Time manipulation," Benton said. Zhou Tian nodded, as if confirming something to himself. "Then could you not simply speed time up for us to cultivate, Master? It would still take us the same amount of time, but only a fraction of that would pass here in the real world, right?" That idea was another interesting one, and something Benton hadn't considered. There was a problem with it, though. Imagine a mortal trapped in a room, one that is sealed by a barrier that nothing can penetrate, Benton said. What will happen to that mortal if he's left there long enough? "He'll suffocate," Zhou Tian answered immediately. "Exactly, because he'll replace all the breathable air with non-breathable air. In other words, he'll use up all the stuff that he needs to breathe."
While I can provide plenty of breathable air to a space via a formation, it's the same thing with chi. You'd quickly use up all that the bubble contained, making cultivation impossible. Benton paused. "Of course, I guess we could use senses and drop the time manipulation when the chi runs low. Then we'd have to wait for the atmosphere to replenish the chi before starting again. That might be worth at least experimenting with, to see how much acceleration we can gain." Yang Shu frowned. "Why not use spirit coins, Master?" "Because there are two types of chi: atmospheric chi that you use to cultivate, and processed chi that a cultivator has used for some purpose. The latter will mix with the former after it's expelled and eventually transform. But you can't cultivate it until that point." She cupped her hands. "Gratitude, Master." "Any other questions or ideas?" Benton said. There were none, so he quickly dismissed the council. He had a lot of work to do. Chapter 222. Spies, Space, and Speed.
Fu Qingshan sat in his hiding spot near the road outside the main gate leading into 6th Flawless Flowing City. He'd meticulously pulled branches and leaves around himself, and the technique he used to mask his chi was at mastery. Additionally, his sect supplied a treasure that further concealed his presence. With his spyglass, he could see the road, but even though he was only in the middle of the Foundation establishment realm, no one, aside from a golden core cultivator specializing in detection or a nascent soul, would ever be able to see or detect him. Day after day, week after week, month after month, he spent all his duty hours alone in that location or one similar, which was exactly how he liked it. No one bothered him. He could cultivate or read or do whatever he wanted as long as he kept watch with his spiritual sense. Best of all, he earned lots of contribution points for performing his crucial task.
As the grandson of a sect elder, he'd been tested on the 14th anniversary of his birth, and he'd expected nothing less than an A+ rank, as was his right as the young master of his house. When he tested as only a D-, he'd been crushed. He went to his grandfather, fully anticipating being disowned. Instead, grandfather had given Fu Qingshan sage advice. "Grandson, as fruit of my lineage, your spiritual roots qualify you, barely, for admission into our Jade Chameleon sect. But you will never amount to much. Put aside thoughts of being an unbeatable warrior, or formations master, or alchemy expert. Find something that is useful to the sect that few people can or will do, and specialize in that thing. In that way, you'll bring honor to yourself and our family." Fu Qingshan had taken that guidance to heart. After 3.5 years in the Qi gathering realm and over 20 as a Foundation establishment cultivator, he'd mastered many, many techniques.
And all of them worked together to make him the best in the sect at hiding, detecting messages flying past, intercepting and copying those messages, and sending them on their way with no one the wiser. He could barely swing a sword without injuring himself. His ability to cultivate was lacking. None of the pavilions wanted him as a member. But in the area of spying on messages sent by other factions, he was an expert. And that service he performed for the sect was deemed critical by the elders. In the last year, not a single message going in or out of the city had slipped past while he was on duty. Well, to the best of his knowledge, or as best anyone in his sect could determine anyway. It was possible that someone had a message technique with enough stealth to avoid his detection. He doubted it, though. His grandfather had recently honored him at a family dinner, and it had felt so good to be the one on the receiving end of that praise instead of his idiot cousin. So what if she had B roots? Had she been assigned a critical mission like he had? No. No, she hadn't. He would always remember the look on her face that night, at least partially because he kept picturing it over and over and over at every opportunity. And as he continued reminiscing about that evening, he pulsed out his sense every minute or so until he finally detected something. Like his every other skill, he'd honed his spiritual sense to detect the minute qi fluctuations typical of messages. So specialized was he that he couldn't tell a qi gathering cultivator from a golden core. Well, that example might have been a bit of an exaggeration, but not much of one. A message approaching the city, though? He could pick one of those up a mile away. The blip he detected was strange, though. It appeared, disappeared, and appeared again closer to him, repeating that pattern over and over. And it moved faster than any message he'd ever sensed.
Besides those two anomalies, the signature of the blip definitely felt like a message. Fu Qingshan determined that his best course of action was to treat the moving object as if it were a legitimate target. Better to do that and discover it was something else entirely than to ignore it and let a message pass. As it neared, he finally spotted it through his spyglass. A blue origami dragon, if an oddly shaped one. He reached out with his capture technique, one he'd reached mastery in years ago, one that never failed. As his qi extended toward the dragon, however, the slip of blue folded paper disappeared. Fu Qingshan bolted upright, ruining the camouflage provided by the surrounding branches, but he no longer cared about being discovered. The only thing that mattered was not letting the message get away. There, the dragon reappeared a couple 100 yards farther down the road, and he quickly sent out his qi again. Before it could reach, though, the message disappeared again, and the next time it reappeared, it was already inside the wall. He'd missed one. And who knew how important whatever was written on that dragon was? The whole sect was in an uproar over recent events. Now was the absolute worst time possible to miss a message. It wasn't his fault, though. Someone must have known he was there. A message that traveled that fast and used spatial chi to teleport? Who could afford the expense of such a thing? They'd surely designed the technique specifically to counter his ability. Grandfather would be so disappointed. Fu Qingshan could only hope that his cousin wasn't around to hear about his failure.
Kang Ya-ting sipped from a cup of tea, one of his favorite blends, as he contemplated the current political situation. Everyone was lying low, waiting for someone else to make a move, to err. Word of Fatty Ren joining the Rising Tide sect had of course caused quite a stir, moving the Swift Blizzard sect slightly toward the Jade Chameleons and the Emperor's faction slightly toward the side of the alliance between Chao Su and the Poison Claw sect. The whole situation was becoming fraught. A single wrong move might cause an all-out sect war, and right now, no one wanted to be the one to make that mistake. As he tried to determine the best way for his sect to come out on top in such a scenario, the weirdest thing happened. A blue origami dragon appeared right in front of him. One moment it wasn't there. The next, it was. Messages were typically stopped by the formations surrounding his cultivation room and funneled to his assistant. Of course, most messages didn't utilize spatial chi. Chao Su, he muttered. It has to be. Kang Ya-ting reached out for the dragon, and it landed in his hand. As soon as it did, the paper unfolded itself. It also deposited a second sheet of folded blue paper into his palm. Apparently, Chao Su's message required a response. Friend Kang, I find myself having a hard time with a decision and wondered if you might advise me. The sect is in need of a few trifling materials that might be found for purchase in 6th Flawless Flowing City, but I am unfortunately needed here to take care of a number of projects. My disciples, Yang Shu and Yang Ru, have volunteered, along with your granddaughter, to run this minor errand for me. On one hand, the task would be good for the juniors, giving them experience in finding items, negotiating prices, etc., skills they will need later in their careers. Frankly, though, I worry about their safety. This old man is having a difficult time thinking of one so young as anything but children requiring protection. With the regrettable situation that occurred between me and the Jade Chameleon sect, I worry that they might encounter overwhelming force during their journey. Don't get me wrong, my juniors can handle themselves against opponents similar in realm, but I'd hate to see them have to fight against a large group of opponents, or a cultivator who purely outclassed them in cultivation. What are your thoughts on this matter? I thank you for any guidance you may provide. Friend, Su P.S. Please use the message paper that I provided for your response. As always, Chao Su proved himself not to be simple with his every action. Kang Ya-ting couldn't wait to discover what trifling materials the enigmatic sect leader might require. They were sure to be something quite interesting if he was considering sending his prized disciples into danger to obtain them. For once, though, Kang Ya-ting didn't feel there were hidden meanings in the rest of the letter. From what he knew of Chao Su, the man really did feel strongly for his disciples and would risk much to keep them safe. The other interesting part of the note was the end. Why did Chao Su insist that his message paper be used? Did he believe the Poison Claw sect's messages to be compromised? If so, that portended dire things. The elder in charge of espionage had guaranteed that messages sent via their technique could not be intercepted. If Chao Su believed otherwise, though, perhaps the elder spymaster was mistaken, which meant a lot of important information might be in the hands of their enemies. Most of the truly crucial missives were, of course, encoded, but enough weren't that such a leak could be very damaging indeed. Kang Ya-ting would have to inform Elder Dai, the branch sect leader, of his suspicions. But first, he'd respond to Chao Su's message. Friend Su. No formal declaration of war has been made by the Jade Chameleon sect against the Rising Tide sect. Absent that declaration,
Rules of the city demand that your sect members not be attacked by overwhelming force while inside the walls. Likewise, such an attack would be a huge loss of face for the Jade Chameleon sect. An attack like you fear on your disciples would make them appear desperate. If news of such an attack got out, any faint hopes they have of finding an alliance would fade to nothing. The situation in the city is not, by any means, safe for your disciples. If the Jade Chameleons discover your disciples' presence, they will be attacked by a reasonable force of like-realmed cultivators and taunted by higher realms. If your disciples give in to those taunts, any aggressive action will give the higher-realmed cultivators cause to attack. Should you choose to proceed, I highly recommend that you assign Kung Lin charge over your disciples while they are on the mission. She will understand the situation and not give in to anger or temptation. With your authority backing her, your disciples will hopefully see reason and follow her lead. Though the danger is present, there is a reasonable chance that your disciples can accomplish their task without suffering a defeat. The Poison Claw sect will support them and you in any way that we can. But I can neither recommend that you proceed nor that you abandon the mission. Only you can make that determination. Best to you, friend Kung Kung. Ya Ting sighed. He had no reservations about sending his granddaughter into such a situation. Losing her would be painful. But as a cultivator, she had to learn to take care of herself in challenging circumstances. It was the same with Chao Su's prized disciples. If they could not navigate a difficult state of affairs, were they really even prized disciples in the first place?
Benton received a response less than an hour after sending the message to Kung Ya Ting.
The space messenger dragons really were overpowered in the speed category compared to what everyone else used, which was why Benton sent the paper for the reply. Otherwise, he would have had to wait hours to hear back. Now that he'd read the response, though, he was just as unsure about his decision as he had been. Well, that wasn't strictly true. Kung Ya Ting's words regarding the societal rules governing the situation helped, as did the assurances that the Poison Claw sect would assist to the degree possible. Still, Yang Shu and Yang Ru would be headed into a potentially deadly situation. Benton hated to risk their lives like that, no matter the importance of their mission or the opportunities for experience that it provided. On the other hand, a parent had to shoo their little birdies out of the nest at some point. Should he send them or not?
Chapter 223.
Free-range parenting? Benton fretted about his decision for most of the afternoon, going back and forth in his head. One minute, he leaned toward letting the twins go to 6th Flawless Flowing City. The next, he changed his mind. Ugh. The choice wasn't complicated. On the let them go side, he had the benefit to the sect in allowing the pursuit of the two most important ventures possible at the moment, and both the experience that his two disciples would gain and the world of good it would do them for him to express his belief in them. On the keep them home at all costs side, they could die. That was it. They could die. Simple. Easy to understand. Death. Final. He'd just buried Ye Zan and couldn't bear to think about having to do the same for either Yang Shu or Yang Ru. It was the same decision he and Evelyn had had to make every time they let their children leave the house. There was always the possibility of something bad happening. They weren't exactly free-range parents, but they leaned in that direction, believing that giving in to fear set a poor example. The current decision was different, though. Real danger awaited. The Jade Chameleon sect was gunning for the Rising Tide sect. Benton's disciples would be targets. And targets of a sect tended to end up dead. On the other hand, there were a few ticks in the likely to avoid death column. 1. Kung Lin would be with them to help the twins avoid danger. 2. The twins were head and shoulders above other Foundation establishment cultivators anywhere near their realm in terms of talent, available chi, and quality of techniques. 3. The Poison Claw sect had promised support in any way possible. A brilliant thought occurred to Benton. What if he let the twins go to the city, but he insisted on them having more advantages first? No one had used the Trials Pagoda yet that day. He could slot the twins in for today and tomorrow morning, making their permission to go contingent on advancing the level of their respective shields. Mastery of those techniques carried the very important bonus feature of activating the fully automatic functionality of the shields. With that trait, the twins wouldn't even need to be aware of an attack for them to be protected from it, making Benton feel a lot better about their probability of coming through the trip just fine. And he could whip up something for them, right? Like a teleportation device, maybe? That project would require the installation of a teleportation beacon at the sect grounds, though, and Benton didn't have access to the necessary materials. Other than spending way too many shop points, more than he had available once he pulled the trigger on the tower formation schematics, he had no idea where or how to obtain those materials either. They were all both rare and in demand by all sects who wanted teleportation beacons of their own. So giving them a way to teleport out of danger was a non-starter. But how about setting them up with a panic button of some kind that would signal him if they were in danger and ping his spiritual sense with their location? That could work. He could craft a formation that would send him a signal, but how would that help? "System," he said, "can I buy a technique to give me true teleportation? And if so, how much chi would it cost to go from here to 6th Flawless Flowing City? Host may purchase a technique for teleportation. To teleport roughly 300 miles will cost approximately 100,000 chi." Awesome. That amount was very chi efficient and would make travel between the village, Vermilion incomparable Raintown, and the city so much more convenient. He should have done that a long time ago. Benton pulled the trigger on the technique, spending 8 sect points to get it to Mastery. Okay, if both kids had their shields at Mastery, and he could create contingency rings for them, he could tentatively agree to let them go to the city. That decision meant that he had a lot to do to get ready for their trip. First, he sent all 3 of the Foundation establishment disciples messages that explained the requirement for the twins to successfully use the Trials Pagoda. Next, he quick-stepped to the wood and found Guangyin, letting him know that the schedule that had been established for the harvesters using the pagoda was pushed back 2 days. "There's one other thing I need," Benton said. "Name it, sect leader." Since establishing the sect and giving the harvesters new top heaven-grade cultivation methods, the lead harvester's opinion of Benton had done a full 180. Guangyin had turned from someone who had been highly skeptical of Benton to one of his most enthusiastic supporters. "I'm making rings for several of my disciples, and the base needs to be Orange Vigor Spirit Wood, because that's the only thing I have on hand that can handle storing and channeling the amount of chi I require. Can you get me 5 thin circles of wood that are about the diameter of the kids' fingers?" "Easy enough, sect leader," Guangyin said. "I can just cut sections off a branch." Ah, made sense. Benton could have done that. Then again, it was good to have the people who were in charge of a particular resource handle all the chores involved with that resource. It gave them a sense of ownership. In contrast, Benton just popping in and taking what he needed would ruin any chance of them seeing themselves as the actual leader of that pavilion. "Only 5, sect leader?" "For now. I'll probably need a bunch of them in the future, so cut me several dozen more when you have the chance." "Of course, sect leader." It didn't take the man long to slice 5 thin sections off an appropriately sized branch, and once Benton had them in hand, he quick-stepped back to the section of the 4th floor of the administration hall that was turning into his personal crafting area. Using a thin construct of void chi, he cut the middles out of all the circles, leaving him with wood rings. Then came the hard part, inscribing, which wasn't normally all that difficult for him. It was just that he was planning on fitting a lot of formations in a really tiny space. The problem with any device meant for a cultivator to wear was that it had to be quite durable. After all, fights often involved getting up close and personal, so anything that might be hit by chi or fists or weapons must withstand extreme forces. Even chi-rich materials like Orange Vigor Spirit Wood needed help in that regard. Before he began, he took a moment to lament the fact that he didn't have time to have the material alchemically treated. That process would have made it tougher and more conducive to chi. It would have also taken days to soak and dry before being ready. The first array that got inscribed in the wood served simply to make the material tougher. Well, tougher overall. He also created a single weak point that, when enough force was applied, caused the entire ring to fall to pieces. Next, unlike most of Benton's crafted devices, the ring was essentially a one-time use item, meaning that instead of needing to be supplied with chi from spirit coins, all the energy it would ever need would be loaded in upon creation. Thus, the second array was a simple one designed to store the correct amount of chi. Third came an array that used space chi to adjust the size of the circle. By doing so, he could make the rings one size fits all.
Otherwise, he would have had to fit each ring to an individual cultivator. With the 3 utility features implemented, it was time for Benton to start on the functionality, beginning with the signal. Upon the ring being destroyed, either by the weak spot being deliberately triggered or the entire device being subjected to too much force in the form of physical power or chi, a pulse traveling near the speed of light would seek him out. Perfect. The final array produced a beacon that his new teleports technique could home in on. After testing it and fixing a few minor flaws, he declared the prototype done and made 4 more of them. Like any good formation expert, Benton did not like to leave inscriptions out in the open. For one thing, they were prone to being damaged without a protective layer over them. For another, leaving them visible made it too easy for a rival formation expert to steal one's designs. His plan was to coat the ring in a mortal metal, which would serve the dual purpose of protecting the inscriptions and in somewhat disguising the importance and purpose of the devices. Obviously, with his control of gravity and fire, he could simply melt and form the necessary metal right there in his workshop, but he had a reason to do otherwise. Benton purchased a blacksmithing technique from the system, quick-stepped to the blacksmith pavilion, and found Xun Wu. "I need to use the forge," Benton said. "You're a smith, sect leader?" Xun Wu's voice couldn't have been more skeptical. "As I keep telling people, the longer one lives, the more skills one picks up." The expert blacksmith looked conflicted. "Normally, no one whose skill I haven't personally verified can use the forges. But you are the sect leader, so if you have time, why don't you watch me? That way you can verify my abilities for next time," Benton said. "To be honest, what I'm doing today is really simple." I don't even really need the forge for it, but there's a project I'll be tackling in the near future that will require its use. It's better for me to get acquainted with the setup here on an easy job, right? That makes sense, sect leader, but are you sure it wouldn't be better to have me do that project for you? I wish you could, but until you reach foundation establishment and get an advanced technique for it, you can't. Even your considerable expertise can't substitute for the ability to sense and manipulate chi. Understood, sect leader. The expert blacksmith led Benton to the most advanced forge, one that no one else was using because none of the pavilion members could yet handle chi. Benton explained what he was trying to accomplish with the rings. "What metal do you recommend?"
Gold or silver would be more decorative, and thus more of a disguise, sect leader. The chi inside will be detectable to anyone with a halfway decent spiritual sense. Disguise isn't the main priority. Added durability is. Then simple steel is probably our best bet, sect leader. We don't have access to anything more exotic at the moment. That's fine. I'll etch a pattern on it or something to make it more decorative. Xun Wu had one of the apprentices fetch an ingot of steel, and Benton was thankful he didn't have to go through the steps to create the alloy. The expert blacksmith tensed when Benton used his hands to place the ingot inside the hot forge, and he thought about pretending to be burned. But he didn't. Joking about safety in that manner wouldn't have been funny. He did, however, take a moment to show his unburned hand to Xun Wu. The robe's sleeve wasn't even singed. The great thing about the forge was that not only was it capable of attaining a much, much hotter temperature than a mortal forge, it used fire chi in addition to just fire in order to heat the metal. Benton used his new blacksmithing technique to manipulate that chi, softening the steel in seconds. He reached in for a second time and pulled the metal back out, placing it on an anvil. "Do you need to borrow a hammer, sect leader?" Xun Wu said. Not this time. Benton had better ways to work the metal, mainly his gravity technique, which he could so finely manipulate by that point that it essentially functioned akin to a form of telekinesis. He chuckled to himself. Even if he couldn't just use gravity, his hand was tougher than any hammer the blacksmith pavilion had available. Using void and gravity, Benton snipped off a small section of the ingot and flattened it. The next part was tricky. Since the wood hadn't been alchemically treated, it was a bit sensitive to heat, so he had to protect it from getting too hot while not letting the metal cool. Benton actually had to use his dual mind to accomplish the trick, but the first circle of wood was quickly encased in steel. He held it up to Xun Wu. "What do you think?" "Looks good to me, sect leader, though I've never seen blacksmithing done quite like that." "Get used to the unusual. I can't wait to see what you'll do when you have the proper techniques. Be thinking about exactly what skills you most need. Be creative." "Yes, sect leader." Making the first ring proved out the process, and Benton quickly replicated it for the next 4. Before he left the pavilion, he made a point of politely requesting another glider base. Chapter 224. Instructions. Benton had spent a lot of time coming up with a design for the towers. The formation capable of killing a nascent soul cultivator would go near the top, but that array wasn't the only one. He had to start with a solid base, one that could withstand quite a bit of punishment if anything got through the shield, or if an attack on the sect came before the shield was finished. The first step, though, was to obtain the base material for the tower, which meant another visit to the wood, so Benton quick-stepped over there to find Guang Yin again. "Sect leader? I thought you didn't need the wood discs for a while yet." Benton rubbed the back of his neck. "Well, I already finished that project, and I'm ready for my next one. Can I get 2 orange vigor spirit wood trunks? The bigger and taller, the better." Guang Yin frowned. "How important is the project, sect leader?" "More important than anything I can imagine. It might one day save the entire sect from destruction." "Okay." The old harvester let out a breath. "There are 2 trees that meet your description, the 2 oldest in the wood at several hundred years old. We've been saving them for something big and important. If this project is really that important, sect leader, they're yours." "It is that important." Benton cupped his hands. "Gratitude." He paused. "About how tall are these trees?" "About 200 to 300 feet, sect leader." Benton was thinking of making the towers about 40 feet tall. Even considering the need to extend fairly far underground for stability, anything over 100 feet was serious overkill. In fact, 60 to 80 feet would be fine. You know, I think one of those would be sufficient.
As you wish, sect leader.
Benton left instructions for the trunk to be cut down and sectioned into equal segments in the range he needed. Guangyin promised to have the tree felled immediately and delivered to the village woodworkers for treatment with the alchemical baths. Perfect, Benton said. I also need a bunch of branches of different sizes, as many as your harvesters can gather. Don't bother treating those. Just have them delivered to the administration hall by this evening if possible.
It will be as you have instructed, sect leader, Guangyin said. I should also have the kernel you requested by that time, and will have it delivered as well. The segments of the big trunk should be ready for your use 3 days from now.
That didn't give Benton much time to make his other preparations, considering he also needed to spend a bunch of time creating spirit coins. All he made that night would go with the twins to the city to pay for the materials to make the chi source. On top of that usage, both towers would need as many coins as possible. The power supply for them would obviously be a big target. Destroy the power source, and the tower would cease to work. Which meant he'd have to secure the power source, which meant that resupply during combat would be difficult at best and likely impossible. Which meant that he needed to provide as many coins as he could, or risk the tower running out during a protracted battle. He also needed rocks. A lot of rocks. Treated orange vigor spirit wood was relatively strong, but strong was a relative term. When one's expected opponent was a nascent soul, strong needed to mean virtually indestructible. The wood was not, by any means, indestructible, so Benton's plan was to use layers. Unfortunately, he neither had access to sufficient shop points to buy enough heaven-grade materials to coat the towers, nor any other way to get metals that would resist nascent souls. So he'd have to improvise. His memory from Earth was that igneous rock tended to be quite strong when compared to regular stones, maybe something to do with the crystalline structure that formed when they cooled. Anyway, he planned to coat each tower base in a thick layer of lava and cool into a solid protective shell. To do that, he needed a massive quantity of basalt, a common rock formed by cooling lava. He'd run across several deposits of the stuff in his travels around the mountains, so that feat was easy enough, which was one of the reasons he'd chosen to use the material in the first place. For the outside layer, he planned to use more rock, though not in a solid shell, as he had other plans in mind instead. And the material he'd chosen was likewise easy to find. The name of it escaped him, but it was the kind that formed the really steep cliffs because it was so resistant to erosion. Benton spent the rest of the daylight hours gathering both those types of materials into his ring. When he quick-stepped back to his workshop, he found a pile of branches waiting for him, along with a small chunk of dense wood that was absolutely packed with chi. He used analysis on the kernel. Object: Orange Vigor Spirit Wood Chi Seed. Chi rank: Golden Core. Grade: Earth Top. Use: Grow Orange Vigor Spirit Wood Tree. Nature Aspected Crafting Material. Value: High. Other: Seed is not large enough to provide enough base material for the plant portion of a nature chi source. 4 additional seeds of a like size would be required. Benton really appreciated how the system looked out for him. The information listed under Other told him exactly what he wanted to know. First, that the kernel was exactly what he needed for crafting a chi source, and second, that he'd need 4 more of them for the task. And if one of the kernels was worth 110,000 chi spirit coins, that meant any sufficient crafting material was probably worth at least 500. He made a mental note of that information and moved on to examining the branches. Guangyin and his men had done a great job. The pile was exactly what Benton needed. Perfect. Between the sticks and stones, his entire next day would be consumed with inscribing formations. Before he began that part of the project, he had a full 8 hours of spirit coin production ahead of him.
If he had ever thought that the life of a sect leader was glamorous, the tediousness of that night disabused him of that notion. He actually ended up going over the 8 hours, as he decided to maximize the number of coins to give to the twins. When he got the notification that young Rue had advanced his shield to mastery, just like his sister had the previous day, Benton knew he should expect the trio of travelers soon. So he quick-stepped to the blacksmith pavilion to pick up the base he'd commissioned from Sun Wu. With his time manipulation, it took him only a little more than a subjective minute to finish creating Kang Lin's glider. Benton had a few minutes, maybe as many as a quarter hour, before she and the twins arrived, and he took a second to determine the best use of that short period. Starting his new project just to be interrupted didn't make much sense, and he couldn't make many coins that quickly. On the other hand, it was difficult to do extremely detailed work involving multiple techniques when he was also altering time. But creating spirit coins was one of the easiest things he did.
The only real limiting factor was chi, and his pool wasn't anywhere close to being depleted. The twins might end up needing an immense amount of coins, so every little bit might help. 10 minutes of production was nothing. 10 minutes worth of production while also using time manipulation was an entirely different story. His decision made, he triggered the technique, and by the time the kids arrived, he'd spent an additional 10 hours making coins. First of all, disciples, I have gifts for each of you. Benton pulled 3 rings from his spatial storage. Take these, put them on, and do not remove them. But Master, we already have storage rings, young Shu said. These serve a different purpose. I call them contingency rings. If they break, they send me a pulse that lets me know you're in trouble and sets off a beacon I can teleport to. Benton pointed to a small etched line on the ring. Wear it with this mark on the bottom of your finger. It indicates a weak spot. Just a bit of force from your finger will crush it, as will any force that gets through your shield that is strong enough to hurt you. You made one for me too, Master? Kang Lin said. I'm not one of your sect members. I've said it many times. You are one of my disciples, and you're going into a potentially dangerous situation in service of me and my sect. I'm not going to hang you out to dry. All 3 of them cupped their hands. Gratitude, Master. The final gift is just for Kang Lin. We'll call it an early birthday present. He withdrew it from his ring and deposited it on the floor in front of her. My flyer, Kang Lin said. Gratitude, Master. Glider, not flyer, Benton said. She tilted her head. But gliding implies that the device doesn't fly under its own power, Master. Okay, her criticism was valid, as the device did use chi for lift and thrust. The argument against it was that the movie called it a glider, which, upon further consideration, was probably for alliterative purposes. In the end, nostalgia for Earth won out over accuracy. The inventor gets to name the device, Benton said. It's a glider. She cupped her hands. Of course, Master. Benton's expectation was that Kang Lin would have a much higher degree of protection than the twins, simply by wearing her poison claw sect robe. The Jade Chameleons would be idiots to provoke a fight with another member of the Big Three by attacking her, which was why he hadn't insisted on her improving her shield before leaving on the mission. Yang Ru had his shield at mastery, and both a movement technique and his main attack technique at large success. In contrast, his sister matched him with her shield and attack technique, but she hadn't even learned a movement technique. Benton felt the need to rectify that oversight prior to her leaving. He quickly created one for her, slippery steps, that would let her glide across the ground much faster than she would otherwise be able to. And finally, for young Shu, an aid in escaping danger and in creating distance to proper bow range. Benton tossed her a jade slip.
Young Shu caught it and immediately cupped her hands. Gratitude, Master. With the gift giving out of the way, he moved on to giving them instructions. Your first goal of the trip is to stay safe, period. If you manage to buy literally nothing on the list, that's fine, as long as you return healthy and hale. If you're facing an opponent and you feel yourself to be in true danger, forget face, run. If you can't run, break your ring. Do you understand? Yes, Master, the three chorused. Second instruction, Benton said. Kang Lin is in charge. If she says run, you run. You do not question an order from her any more than you would from me. Do you understand? Yes, Master, the twins chorused. Your grandfather has great faith in your ability to keep the twins out of trouble, Kang Lin. I'm trusting both him and you. Do not let me down. She swallowed hard. Yes, Master. Good. Now on to the actual mission. Benton pulled out the orange Vigor Spirit wood kernel and showed it to the trio. This is what you're looking for. It holds about 1/5 the amount of qi needed to be a proper ingredient for a source. Commit the feeling your spiritual sense gives you to memory. He gave the disciples a little while to examine the kernel, allowing each to hold it. The success of their entire mission rested on their ability to recognize the materials he needed, and the kernel was the only example he had. In fact, I can get more of these from the harvesters, Benton said. Why don't you three take this kernel with you? That way you can compare it to any materials you find to make sure the two are similar. Kang Lin cupped her hands. Gratitude, Master. She stored the kernel in her ring. Next thing is the money I have for you. Benton deposited a pile of 10,000 qi spirit coins on a table. Kang Lin's eyes went wide. Are all those greater spirit coins, Master? How many? Greater spirit coins. Benton had never heard the term, but it was a lot less cumbersome than referring to them as 10,000 qi coins. He liked it. Yes, Benton said. 5,000 of them. Master, this is too much, Kang Lin said. If anyone knew we carried this much wealth in our rings, we'd be hunted by every sect in the city. It's actually not enough. The kernel you're taking with you should go for about 100 greater spirit coins, but we actually need materials that are higher grade and contain more qi than that. At a minimum, you'll be paying between 100 and 1,000 for anything we can actually use. Most of the really nice stuff you probably won't even be able to buy. In that case, try to barter. As long as you can get the base materials, I can craft just about anything that alchemy, blacksmithing, or formations can produce. Understood, Master, Kang Lin said. I get your concern about having that much money on you, though. You'll just have to take measures to keep the amount you have on you hidden. Maybe leave most of it with Kang Ya Ting? Yes, Master, Kang Lin said. He reiterated that they needed 3 types of material for each of 6 qi elements, going over those types of each. These materials should be relatively difficult to find, so please do not stress if you can only find 1 or 2, or if you don't find any. This project is one we'll be working on for a long time. Understood, Master, the 3 chorused. You should be able to find any number of different spirit metals, though. Look for anything in the golden core or nascent soul realm, though the latter is unlikely for you to find. My preference is that you buy an ingot or 2 of a bunch of different types so that I can test them to determine which is best for my purposes. Please note the name of each, where you got it, and how much it cost. Yes, Master, the 3 said. The final thing I'll need for you to purchase is a better cauldron. The ones here are for Foundation Establishment cultivators, and they just can't handle the amount of qi I'll be generating. I'd love one rated for nascent souls, but those are almost impossible to find and crazy expensive. One for golden cores should be fine. "Yes, master." "Any questions?" Benton said. "No, master." He was sending them off into a potentially very dangerous situation, and man, he wanted so much to hug each of them. Their culture wasn't nearly as big on physical displays as Earth was, though. They'd just find it awkward. "Oh, I almost forgot. I need one more thing," Benton said. "And this one is not important at all, so don't stress about it. If you can, though, find me some sort of acting troupe, like people who put on plays or performances of some kind."
He hadn't encountered anyone like that when he was last in the city, but from Sue's memories they existed. Considering that mortals would take weeks or months to travel from the city, the current crisis should have hopefully passed by the time they arrived, and he had an idea that required actors.
"Of course, master." Kang Lin's answer was firm, but her tone said that she thought the request to be quite strange. Her confusion was okay, though. Being sect leader meant not having to explain oneself. Kind of like being grandpa. Eccentricity was actually a plus. "All right then," Benton said. "Be safe." That dismissal sounded so inadequate compared to what he wanted to tell them. But it would have to do. He was going to be very anxious until he saw them safe again at home.
Chapter 225. Anticipation.
Young Shu had rarely, if ever, been so excited in her life. For one thing, she was flying. Actually flying. The ground below passed in a blur as she soared past on her glider, Yang Ru and Kang Lin trailing behind. Even though the experience had grown more common over the last few days, she still found it amazing.
The main reason Yang Shu felt so exhilarated, though, was that she was going on an actual mission for the sect, one that involved danger. Her previous one had been to escort a bunch of juniors into the woods to process beast parts. There was nothing in the world more boring than processing beast parts. Though not officially declared, the members of the Jade Chameleon sect were her sect's sworn enemies by that point. Their rivalry was like something out of a book. Any of those sect members who saw her would be honor-bound to fight her, which meant she could fight back. Really fight back. So far, she felt she was coming along nicely in her martial pursuits. She split spars with Yang Ru about half and half. Against Kang Lin, Yang Shu won probably 3/4 of the time. Spars were not true combat, though. She'd acquitted herself well against beasts in her equivalent minor realm, and had done the best she could when confronted with those above her, not backing down in the face of danger. But she hadn't faced any cultivators of a like realm with real stakes on the line. There was no chance that either her brother or Kang Lin would actually escalate to death stakes. At worst, minor injuries easily taken care of by the weakest of healing pills would result, and the rooms in the pavilion eliminated even those small concerns. Young Shu wanted to experience actual combat against someone who truly wanted to do her harm, and he wasn't so far above her in realm that she had no chance to win. She wanted to test herself, to temper herself in the fire of battle. She couldn't help but be eager in her anticipation. Cultivation was about challenge. The heavens, oneself, other cultivators. Let her enemies be the whetstone to sharpen the blade she was becoming. The mission also served a true purpose. Not that processing beasts didn't. But if successful, the trip to 6th Flawless Flowing City was the first step in making a major leap forward for the Rising Tide sect. Though Young Shu wasn't nearly the most knowledgeable person when it came to the world of sects and cultivators, she understood that her fledgling sect was quite deficient in its quantity of high-realmed cultivators. The advancement that chi sources could provide, especially when combined with all the other advantages Master supplied, was exactly what they needed to close the gap with the other factions. She was determined not to fail. The trio arrived outside the city about an hour after lunch. At Kang Lin's urging, the three landed out of sight of the walls and stored their gliders in their rings. Why couldn't we just fly all the way to the gate? Young Shu said.
Because it would draw even more attention to us, Kang Lin said. Spies are already going to go wild when they see your robes. From Kang Lin's tone, she clearly wished the twins could wear something other than the blue robes marking them as members of the Rising Tide sect. Since they were on a not quite declared war footing with a local sect, though, hiding their affiliation would strip them of all protection. Face required that the Jade Chameleons treat juniors of a rival sect according to certain rules. If the twins were to disguise themselves, they'd essentially be acting as spies, and Face would no longer apply. A golden core cultivator could kill them with a finger and not think twice about it. Young Shu didn't care about the protection Face provided. She would not have assented to hide her membership in her sect, even if it were the prudent choice. Her own honor wouldn't have allowed it. She sighed. Young Ru probably would have gone along with wearing alternate robes, though. There was a disadvantage of him being sweet on Kang Lin. He still occasionally put his foot down as stubbornly as he ever did, but if he didn't truly care about something one way or the other, it was guaranteed that he'd side with her.
Where are we going first? Yang Shu said.
The Poison Claw sect. I am deeply uncomfortable with the two of you carrying around so much wealth, and I need to consult with grandfather. Additionally, there's no sense scouring the entire city before checking if we can buy some of the materials from my sect. Young Shu was eager to explore the city in pursuit of accomplishing her mission, but she knew not to let her excitement drive her actions. Kang Lin's reasoning made sense. Not that Young Shu would have strenuously objected even if the logic were unsound. She was duty-bound, of course, to follow the orders of the person Master placed above her. Being obedient didn't mean not voicing her opinions, however. Kang Lin was not Master, just someone appointed by him. After checking in with the gate guards, Kang Lin led them quickly through the streets at a hurried but not frantic pace, clearly striving for a stride that said, "We're important and have some place to be," while avoiding going too far and communicating, "We're desperate to get off the streets." Neither did she avoid main thoroughfares by taking shortcuts and using alleys, etc. That routing would have conveyed that they were trying to hide. Young Shu agreed with that strategy, if for a completely different reason. Kang Lin wanted to maximize keeping all three of them safe. Young Shu wanted to avoid even the appearance of hiding. The Rising Tide sect members were not cowards. Whether no one had time to intercept them, or their potential enemies were taking a wait-and-see approach, or the Jade Chameleons' operations had been so impacted in the city that they couldn't get their members in place in time, Young Shu didn't know. But the end result was that they reached the Poison Claw sect without encountering anyone brave enough to impede them. Kang Lin was, of course, well known at the sect's branch grounds, and was quickly admitted with her guests, whom she escorted directly to her grandfather's cultivation room, where the man's assistant waved them inside. After they'd been granted admittance, Elder Kang said, "Kang Lin, you're here so soon. Friend Su messaged that you'd be coming, but I was expecting it to be weeks before you arrived." There was clearly affection for his granddaughter in the man's tone, and Yang Shu's jealousy flared for a moment. She missed her parents dearly. When things calmed down, she would have to pay a visit to her hometown. She doubted Feng Wei's family would survive the trip. "It would be easier to show you than to explain." Kang Lin extracted her glider from her ring, letting it rest on the floor in front of her grandfather. The man peered at it with interest, surely scanning it with his spiritual sense. "An interesting device. Gravity and wind, right?" Kang Lin nodded. "How long was the trip?" he said. "A little over 3 hours, grandfather." "And that was maximum velocity?" Kang Lin nodded again. "Very interesting. I wonder at its usefulness, however," Elder Kang said. "Once you reach Golden Core, you'll have a much better and faster option." "They were birthday gifts from Master to us, Elder Kang," Young Shu said. The term was clearly unfamiliar to him, but he didn't react to it. "I see. I guess it is useful for juniors. Saved you a bit of time traveling at any rate." It's just hard to see how the time and expense to create 3 of them would be worth it. Young Shu didn't think that Master particularly cared about how difficult their gift was to create, or how much it cost. Him being in their lives was the only thing that even somewhat lessened the sting of losing their parents. Master apparently crafted the 2 for my brother and me in a couple of hours total, Elder Kong, Young Shu said. And my understanding was it took almost that long for expert blacksmith Shun Wu to create the bases. Friend Su inscribed these arrays in less than an hour. My understanding is that Master accomplished the feat in minutes, Elder Kang. There was almost nothing in the world better than impressing someone with tales of just how unfathomable Master was. I see. That is amazing, Elder Kang said. Now, please explain the purpose of your visit. Friend Su messaged me that you were seeking to purchase certain materials, but he did not go into detail as to what it is exactly that you need. Beast cores, plant kernels, and minerals that contain densely packed chi for the elements of fire, ice, momentum, shadow, nature, and time, Elder Kong. Kang Lin pulled the orange vigor spirit wood kernel from her ring. Something like this, Grandfather. I see. And I suppose you can't tell me why the dire need for such things. Sorry, Grandfather. As a disciple, I cannot reveal my master's secrets. Young Shu knew she could trust the girl, but it was still good to hear Kang Lin put loyalty to Master above her family. I understand, Elder Kang said. You do know, however, that these will be very expensive. Some will not even be available for spirit coins alone. Master told us the same, Elder Young, Young Shu said, and explained Master's idea to barter for the materials. He's that confident, eh? Don't answer that. Of course he is. You know, it might be worth the loss of a chi treasure to obtain the work of a true master craftsman. I will propose an idea to Elder Dai. Yang Shu cupped her hands. Gratitude, Elder. The 2 girls related the other things the sect leader required. Metals ranked for golden cores won't be an issue. Ingots go from 50 to 200 greater spirit coins, depending on the rarity or difficulty of creation. I'll have our blacksmiths gather 2 ingots of 10 types and get that to you at the best possible prices. Young Shu cupped her hands again. The cauldron is more difficult, Elder Kang said. At that level, most are created by masters for their disciples. Not many are sold. But I have a couple of contacts who could possibly help. The elder was really going out of his way to be of assistance. His attitude was something that Young Shu had grown accustomed to from the way Master behaved. But her understanding was that most sect elders took a more hands-off approach, forcing the disciples to figure out most things on their own. This lowly one will inform her master about how generous Elder Kang has been with his time and expertise, Young Shu said. She was sure that her gratitude would cost Master, but she was equally sure that he wouldn't mind that cost, whatever it was. After the audience with the sect elder, Kang Lin brought the twins to a private area. Until we determine what my sect can provide us and for what price, there is no sense searching the city. I recommend spending the evening on other pursuits here on the sect grounds. After we check back with Grandfather in the morning, we can determine our plans. In the meantime, I will consult with my contacts about the best places to go to seek the materials we need. Young Shu reluctantly agreed with the idea, even though she really would have preferred a more active course. She did understand that proceeding after gathering information often led to a much faster resolution than rushing off too soon. If nothing else, cultivation was teaching her about patience. While her brother and Kang Lin researched tomorrow's activities, Young Shu was directed to the room she'd be using for the duration of her stay, and she spent the portion of the evening and night she wasn't sleeping, cultivating. Getting to Golden Core was a long, long road, one that she'd never reach the end of if she didn't keep placing one foot in front of the other. Chapter 226. Cleaning up the trash. Kang Lin genuinely liked Young Shu. Even in the event that the 2 of them did not end up as sisters-in-law, Kang Lin thought they would at least remain friends. Considering that sect life didn't lead to making many friends, it was prudent to cherish one when one came along. But the girl had gotten on Kang Lin's nerves over the last 2 days. Unlike Yang Ru, who was calm and reserved, Yang Shu was way too eager to face combat. Her head was filled with visions of glory and honor, all from books about cultivators that she'd read in her youth. It seemed like seeing real death as a result of such a battle had only enhanced her ardor. In contrast, Kang Lin's grandfather had filled her head with tales of young masters who'd overstepped their bounds and paid a price, some of them the ultimate one. He held a deep disdain for that type of sect member, which was why he'd been assigned Pan Jiang as a disciple. The boy's father had hoped to have some of that arrogance beaten out of his scion. A slow and steady advancement. Patience. Caution. Not acting before all the factors were understood. Those lessons were the ones imparted to her from the time she could walk, which was exactly why she had been entrusted with the leadership of the mission to obtain vital resources for the Rising Tide sect, and why Yang Shu hadn't. Kang Lin sighed. She was in charge of the mission. What she said went. The goal was to avoid confrontation, and if unavoidable, they would disengage at the first opportunity. Such concerns were for later, though. She needed to rise and get ready. It had been nice to spend the night in her own bed. Not that the Rising Tide sect's accommodations had exactly been lacking, but there was just nothing like one's own home. The rest of the morning would be spent on home turf as well. After breakfast, they had a meeting scheduled with grandfather. The sect was moving fast to get results, showing just how much they held sect leader Chao Su in esteem. A rich merchant who had made requests for those same materials would have had to wait weeks or even months for a response. She took a luxurious bath in her own tub before dressing in a sect robe that it felt like months since she'd seen. It truly was good to be home. So good that a part of her wanted to spend the day getting reacquainted with people she knew. Such an indulgence wasn't possible, however. Duties called. The twins remained in their respective rooms, waiting for her to collect them, as they'd arranged the previous evening, and the three ate together before proceeding to her grandfather's study. "Ah," he said, "right on time." "Esteemed grandfather," Kang Lin said, just before the twins added their own greeting. "Did your search bear fruit?" "Indeed it did, granddaughter." He deposited a pile of ingots on the ground, 20 of them total. "Here is the spirit metal you desired, along with a list that gives the name, properties, and cost per ingot." Kang Lin cupped her hands. "Gratitude, grandfather. How much?" 2,500 greater spirit coins. Yang Shu's eyes went wide. "So much, Elder Kang?" Kang Lin could understand the girl's surprise. That was half their total. "Remember, Yang Shu, that these are spirit metals, and we're getting a lot of it, and not all of it will be useful for Master's project. He can use the leftovers to create swords or devices that he can use to trade for the materials he needs. We were not expected to buy these materials with the spirit coins he provided." The girl frowned, but didn't object further. "Quite so," grandfather said. "I also found someone willing to create a cauldron for him and even supply the materials." "That's wonderful, grandfather. What is the cost?" "The woman needs a new forge to even attempt the project. If your master will build her a new one, she'll create the cauldron."
She says that the quality of the forge will naturally dictate the quality of the cauldron.
Kang Lin could tell that Yang Shu wanted to object again, but the deal was actually quite good. It did commit Master's time, but that consideration was trivial considering the need. The fact that they'd been able to find something at all was amazing. She cupped her hands again. "Gratitude, grandfather. For the materials you requested, I have 3 possibilities available from the Poison Claw sect. The first is the easiest. One of the mountains at the main sect grounds produces a fire-aspected rock, similar in size and chi concentration as the kernel you showed me yesterday. The sect is willing to make a trade for 5 of the nature-aspected kernels, plus 250 greater spirit coins. We do not have that many with us, grandfather. I will message Master for confirmation. That is to be expected, granddaughter. And the other materials, Elder Kang? Yang Shu said. The next 2 are exactly what I believe you are looking for. Elder Dai has a rank 11 shadow-aspected beast core she'd be willing to trade for the right enticement. And Elder Feng might be convinced to give up his ice lotus for the right price. Forgive this old man, but the negotiations for those 2 sources will need to be worked out directly between the elders and your master. Understood, grandfather. Gratitude for all that you and the sect have done. Is there any other guidance you can give these lowly ones? Besides your usual connections, try the Heavenly Transit Mercantile Association. Kang Lin raised her eyebrows. I've never heard of that one, grandfather. They're a small concern located near the docks. Sect leader Chao Su had dealings with them, however, so they might be willing to provide assistance in order to maintain that relationship. He shrugged. Worth a try. All 3 disciples cupped their hands and announced their gratitude.
The meeting had been much more successful than Kang Lin had expected. To have a lead on 3 of the materials was a bigger boon than she thought they would accomplish for the entire trip, and the fact that grandfather had found someone to make the cauldron was fantastic. Master was going to be so pleased. Well, that was disappointing, Yang Shu said as soon as the 3 had exited grandfather's study. Huh? Kang Lin said. In what way? What do you mean, in what way? Just the medals were half our spirit coins, which you were worried about us carrying around because it was such a treasure, and we won't actually acquire anything for Master. All we can do is tell him that we found people willing to negotiate with him. We were supposed to do this. As Kang Lin was about to respond, Yang Ru grabbed her hand. It was a bold move for him, and he wasn't prone to bold moves. She looked at him, and he shook his head. Kang Lin sighed. So what if Yang Shu was living in a fantasy world? Let her remain in it for a while longer. Fine, Kang Lin said. Let's go see what we can accomplish. Yang Shu rushed to her and hugged her. Thank you, sister. It turned out that they could accomplish very little. None of the merchants that Kang Lin's family normally used either had anything they wanted or even knew where to find it. The best they could recommend was the auction house, so after she exhausted all her sources, save for the small one that grandfather had mentioned, the trio headed to the auction company. An attractive woman met them inside the door with a deep bow, one much too low for mere Foundation establishment disciples. Greetings, honored cultivators. This lowly one welcomes you to the premier Jade Treasures auction house. How may this lowly one be of service? Yang Shu stepped forward. We're looking for information about the next auction, Kang Lin said. The girl was talented and a great fighter, but one didn't just walk into a merchant's business and tell them exactly what you wanted. That method would get you robbed blind. While Yang Shu glared at her, the attractive woman seemed to take the exchange as a matter of course. The next minor auction will be in 2 weeks' time, but this lowly one suspects that the mundane items on offer will not meet your needs. The next major auction is in 6 weeks, and it is likely to be more to your liking, with many high-end cultivation resources suitable for a young miss of the Poison Claw sect, and the 2 most famous members of the Rising Tide sect. Kang Lin kept the frown from her face, but she was sure some of her displeasure seeped into her tone. It is a surprise that such an illustrious establishment would know of these lowly ones. Nonsense! The premier Jade Treasures auction house is honored to have such distinguished guests.
3 disciples of the great sect leader Chao Su, who put on such an amazing display of prowess. Though this one's boss did weep when he was told of the destruction of so much wealth. This lowly one is sure that your master's anger was well deserved, however. This paltry organization will certainly do everything possible to avoid his wrath. Yang Shu was grinning from ear to ear upon hearing that statement, but the fact that the woman knew so much about them was a bad sign. If she knew, then others probably did too, which meant that word of their whereabouts was reaching throughout the city. Come, we have the information we came for. It's time to leave. Kang Lin cupped her hands to the woman. Gratitude, mistress. The woman bowed low again in return. It was Kang Lin's turn to be bold, as she grabbed Yang Ru's hands and practically drug him out of the building. She had a bad feeling about the situation. As soon as they stepped into the sunlight, her fears were realized.
A golden core cultivator, wearing the gray robes of the Jade Chameleon sect, descended on a flying sword, towing behind it a sled with 5 Foundation Establishment cultivators. Well, the golden core cultivator said. What do we have here? A trio of whelps from the Rising Tide sect. It seems like it's time for my juniors to clean up the trash. Chapter 227. When a plan comes together. Kang Lin's eyes darted all around, looking for any avenue of escape. The golden core cultivator from the Jade Chameleon sect hovered above them, and he and his 5 juniors were clearly out for blood. There was no way to outrun them. Even if the trio had all been able to use movement techniques, it wouldn't have mattered against someone an entire major realm above them. They were trapped. The only way out was after a confrontation. If then. The only good thing about the situation was that the golden core cultivator could not participate in the fight other than by keeping his quarry from getting away. Though the street was deserted, Kang Lin could sense cultivators from the auction house watching from inside. Those witnesses were the best protection the trio had. She fingered the contingency ring that Master had given her. Though she hesitated to summon him to the city, as that act might escalate the situation, using the ring might be the only way for the twins to escape with their lives. Kang Lin glanced at her companions. Yang Shu was quivering, which was understandable, as such a thing happened to a lot of cultivators. They'd stand brave in their first battles, but after seeing a friend cut down, they'd lose their nerve. There was no shame in it. Eventually, she'd be okay. Next to her, Yang Ru wasn't doing any better. The normally stoic boy was fidgeting, shifting his weight from foot to foot, too nervous to stand still. They must be terrified. Kang Lin's finger hovered above the etching on the ring that marked where to break it, but she still hesitated. The situation wasn't an emergency yet, though it was quickly headed in that direction. She'd hold out as long as she could, just in case someone like the city lord somehow decided to intervene. The twins would just have to suffer a little longer. As if to prove her point, Yang Shu suddenly said, "This is not fair." Kang Lin's heart broke. Oh, her poor, almost sister. Yang Shu practically jumped for joy at the sight of the Jade Chameleon cultivators. Her hands trembled in excitement. Ye Zan had fallen protecting her. She hadn't asked him to do that, hadn't wanted him to do that. And ever since, she couldn't help but worry if she was worthy of what he had given up. Maybe, just maybe, if she could defeat the sect's enemies, she could prove to herself that she was. Finally, no more waiting. Their enemy had presented themselves. Unfortunately, the forces arrayed against her were lackluster. Not counting the Golden Core, who shouldn't interfere, there were 5 enemies in the early stages of Foundation establishment, none above the 3rd minor realm.
Since none of them had yet broken into the middle of the realm, she doubted that any individually held an advantage over either her or her brother. She glanced at young Ru. He was shifting his weight from foot to foot, building up momentum for his charge. Good. The only thing that would have made the situation better was if the enemy had brought more or better combatants. She wanted a challenge. No, she wanted to beat down what seemed like a superior force, to show them the power of the Rising Tide sect. The 5 trash cultivators weren't strong enough, not to prove her worthy of Ye Zhan's sacrifice. "This is not fair," she said. "Fair, little girl?" The golden core cultivator on the flying sword said from above them. "My juniors will teach you a lesson you and your master will never forget. 5 on 3 is much better odds than you deserve for what he did." Young Shu was stunned. Was the elder cultivator delusional? Kang Lin fingered the contingency ring. The golden core cultivator confirmed his intentions. There was no point in waiting any longer. "Wait," Young Shu said. Kang Lin hesitated, thinking that comment was meant for her. "You think I'm worried that you aren't being fair to us?" Young Shu laughed, and it wasn't just a light chuckle. She laughed several great big belly laughs. Kang Lin didn't know what to think. The comment had definitely been addressed to the golden core cultivator. But what was Young Shu saying? And the laughing? Had she gone mad? "First of all, Kang Lin here is from the Poison Claw sect," Young Shu said. "I doubt she's willing to risk pulling her sect into this dispute, so your juniors will face my brother and me. More importantly, though, I meant this situation isn't fair to your trash juniors. You should get them more backup." She grinned. "Oh, wait. You probably can't, since you no longer have a branch sect here in the city. I'm so sorry for your loss." Was she taunting a golden core cultivator? She was mad. Young Shu rolled her eyes at the pompous jerk hovering above them. He sounded like a cultivator from one of the stories she liked, one of the really trashy, poorly written books. If he represented the threat the Jade Chameleon sect posed, her sect had nothing to worry about. The look on his face after she set him straight, though, and using the same level of dialogue, Master would have burst out laughing had he been present. He'd have called both of them cheesy. Young Shu had no idea what cheese had to do with anything, and she didn't care. The important thing was that the man couldn't harm her, Yang Ru, or Kang Lin. The rules of honor for sects protected them, and if he did try something, well, that was why Master had given them the contingency rings. All Young Shu and Young Ru had to do was to defeat the 5 Foundation Establishment cultivators, and she knew that between their talent and the superior cultivation methods and techniques bestowed upon them by Master and their body cultivation, they'd have no trouble. The golden core cultivator's face turned bright red. You! He turned back to the juniors on the sled. "Kill her and kill him! If the other one raises a finger, kill her too." "Yes, Elder Fang!" his 5 sycophants yelled. Since the fight was about to begin, Yang Shu took a moment to cement her surroundings into her memory. Master taught that using the environment to one's advantage was an important part of the martial path, and she did not plan on disappointing him. The entrance to the auction house was off a courtyard. The 3-story building, probably reinforced by formations, was at her back, and 10-foot stone walls surrounded them, except for where the open iron gate was. A rock-paved path ran down the middle of the courtyard, leading from the gate to the door, and trees lined it. She could definitely make use of many of those elements. The sled was about 20 feet in the air, and the 5 Foundation Establishment goons jumped down. Such a distance was easy for cultivators of their realm, even if they didn't practice body cultivation. So they all landed softly on their feet in roughly the same formation they'd been in on the sled. 2 in front, 2 behind them, and one in the rear. Next to her, young Ru began stomping his feet faster and faster. Timing was important, so she made sure to keep watch for when he started forward. In the meantime, it was up to her to keep their enemies back. With a thought, she pulled her bow from her spatial ring, and it landed perfectly in her outstretched left hand. It was a move she'd practiced at least 100 times since reaching Foundation establishment, and even after mastering the skill, she still felt cool every time she did it. Another thought landed her quiver in her hand, and she quickly attached it to a hook on her left hip, placed there for that purpose. Remove arrow, knock, draw, aim, loose. Master had told her that an expert mortal archer could shoot at most an arrow every 5 seconds. She wasn't a mortal. Between her spiritual and body cultivation and a chi aspect that allowed her limbs to slide through air, she'd shaved a good 4 seconds off that rate. 4.5 if she wasn't worried about accuracy. In the 10 seconds it took young Ru to finish building up the momentum he desired, she shot 10 arrows, equally dispersed at the 2 lead enemies. Each hit an eye. And each was, of course, thwarted by the enemy's chi shield. That was okay, though. She'd anticipated just that result. Her arrows were not yet powerful enough to penetrate chi shields without help. She still achieved the result she desired. Those front 2 cultivators were so distracted that they didn't move an inch forward. And since they were in front, neither did the 3 cultivators behind them. Even better, she hadn't bothered supercharging the arrows. The 10 had cost her a truly minimal amount of chi, less than she regenerated in half a minute. In contrast, each of her opponents had to engage their full shield for each hit, draining their chi rapidly. At very little cost to her, and much cost to them, she'd kept them frozen in place while her brother prepared his charge. As Master would say, she loved it when a plan came together. With her brother on the move, though, it was time to step up her game. Each of the 5 enemies were sword users, and they all appeared to use similar techniques, holding their hilts in both hands with the right above the left, and the blade elevated ahead of them slightly to the right of their bodies. Since the lead cultivators were distracted, she chose the one on the right of the middle 2 as her target. Intensely concentrating, she hesitated a moment as she lined up her next 2 shots. Remove arrow, knock, draw, aim, charge, loose. Before the arrow quite hit its first target, she repeated the process. Remove arrow, knock, draw, aim, loose. The first arrow deflected off a tree and flew toward its goal, the right wrist of the cultivator she'd selected. The second arrow, just the tiniest fraction of a second behind the first, sailed toward the exact spot as the first one. The first hit expended its overcharged chi as it made impact, disrupting his chi shield for an instant, and in that instant, that most minute sliver of time, the second arrow found its target, the exposed skin of the cultivator. Thunk! The wet, meaty sound of the arrow penetrating the jade chameleon's skin was music to young Shu's ears. The boy let out an agonized cry, forming the next note in the victory melody she was composing. That was one enemy who wouldn't be much use for the rest of the fight. Not that he was of much use in the starting phases either. Young Ru, still in the process of building up a full head of steam, wasn't even halfway to the lead enemies. Young Shu hit each of them in the face with another arrow to keep them distracted. For an instant, she almost thought the range advantage the bow granted her to be unfair, but then she remembered Master's teachings. He had his cheats, she had hers. When she next chose a technique, though, she definitely wanted one that gave her the ability to shoot 2 arrows simultaneously and have them arrive at the same target a split second apart. Accomplishing that feat without a technique took a lot of setup and concentration. Young Ru was clearly aiming for the cultivator standing behind all the others, probably to gain a few extra steps to build momentum. With the front two distracted, and one of the middle line more worried about the arrow stuck through his wrist than the cultivator charging at him, there was only one other opponent who could attack her brother. Well, who could try to attack her brother. She had no doubt that the shield Master had gifted him would hold up to any force one of the Jade Chameleon cultivators could muster. Still, she could at least pretend to take those guys seriously. The only problem was that the trees were out of position to use to hit the holdout. There was a nice rock of just the right shape in just the right position, though. Young Shu frowned. It would have been nice to give the two of them matching injuries, but she remembered well her lesson all those months ago when her brother got injured because she refused to take a suboptimal shot. She was no longer that girl. Efficiency and perfection were good. Results and getting her job accomplished were better. 2 quick shots later, and the remaining cultivator had an arrow sticking through his calf. She glanced up at the golden core cultivator and smirked.
Chapter 228. Accepting, apprehensive, and avid. Yang Ru watched as Kang Lin fingered her contingency ring, ready to call Master at the slightest sign of his and Yang Shu's lives being put in danger. Good. There was nothing the three of them could do against a golden core cultivator. If the man moved to intervene, Master would be the only one who could help. It occurred to Yang Ru that several months ago it would have bothered him to need such assistance. He would have seen it as his duty to protect his sister and his, maybe, future fiancé. To call Master in would have seemed shameful somehow. Instead, Yang Ru had grown to better understand his role. He was the sect's protector, but only for those dangers he was equipped to guard against. There was no shame in admitting he was outclassed, and a cultivator at least a major realm above him outclassed him overwhelmingly. It was an honor to die protecting the sect and its members and his family. But it wasn't a good thing. Yang Ru honored Ye Zan for saving Yang Shu, but it would have been better if he had never had to make that sacrifice. His death was honorable, but not good. Today, Yang Ru would do his duty, and he might die, but he would not court death. Protect Yang Shu. Protect Kang Lin. Protect himself. From the moment the flying cultivators had appeared, he'd been shifting his feet back and forth, trying to be unobtrusive, but at the same time building momentum. And he felt it working. The amount he created wasn't much, but it was some, and it was increasing with each fidget. He listened as his sister exchanged insults with the enemy cultivator, shifting his feet the entire time. Yang Shu sure seemed to be enjoying herself. That girl loved to talk. Of course, he was sure that wasn't her only goal. Their conversation allowed Yang Ru to keep building momentum. He appreciated that thoughtfulness on her part. They always did work well together. It was perhaps the primary advantage of being twins. Eventually, though, she could stall no more. The Golden Core cultivator ordered his juniors to attack. The battle was about to start. The juniors landed in formation, 2, 2, and 1. Yang Ru pulled his spear from his ring and readied it. Simultaneously, he began stomping, greatly accelerating his accumulation of momentum. How much to build was more art than science, at least at his current level of experience with his techniques. He needed to blow through the 2 pairs in front and have enough power left to deliver an immense blow to the one in back. Too little, and his strike wouldn't penetrate the boy's chi shield. Too much, and he chanced the enemies advancing and not leaving him enough distance for a charge. 10 seconds. He'd build momentum for 10 seconds, trusting Yang Shu to hold them back for that long.
His sister was nothing if not deadly accurate with her bow. And fast. Every second was another arrow. All he had to do was count her shots to time how long he was taking. Smooth. Fast. Accurate. Powerful. Each arrow young Shu shot hit its target, keeping the enemies frozen in place. And after the 10th one, he charged. She knew his prey as well as he did, the one in back. While young Ru sprinted toward the group, she kept them occupied, eventually disabling 2 of them by penetrating their chi shields and sinking arrows into their skin. As expected, with the 4 of them distracted, none put up much of a fight, or even seemed to notice, as he charged straight through the middle of their formation. The boy at the end of the formation was the only one to react, readying his sword to strike. Not that it did him any good. Young Ru had defeated a beast at the equivalent of peak foundation establishment when he'd barely reached small success with his 2 techniques. For the current fight, he was at large success with both, and his opponents were only at his level or slightly higher. One-on-one against him, none of them stood a chance. With 5 against 2, he didn't know. As young Ru drew just outside of an arm's length, he converted a bit of the momentum to give him speed, ducking past the sword swing that had become way too slow to hit him. In perfect synchronization with his body's movements, he thrust with his spear and transferred the rest of the momentum to power his strike just as it connected with the boy's chi shield. The shield shattered, and the spear kept going, penetrating the boy's stomach with a wet squelch. He was sent flying from the transferred force and crashed into the wall a dozen feet behind him. If not for having an enhanced body due to his cultivation, the boy would have died instantly. Instead, the Golden Core cultivator darted to the injured boy and fed him a healing pill. The senior cultivator's actions were to the good. Young Ru and young Shu were allowed to defend themselves, but Master didn't want them causing the war to start. Instantly killing one of the Foundation establishment cultivators would have been an escalation. There were rules to the situation, however. The senior could heal the junior, but if the junior returned to the fight, it would become perfectly acceptable for the twins to use deadly force on the next one. It would be interesting to see which choice the Jade Chameleons made. Amazed, Kang Lin watched the twins fight. She knew they were powerful. After all, she sparred with them often. But they hadn't dominated her like they were doing to the 5 Jade Chameleon cultivators. She beat young Shu at least 1 time in 4, maybe even 1 in 3. And she came close to splitting her fights with young Ru. Then again, young Ru was most effective when he had room to charge, and young Shu was at her best when she had someone to engage in melee while she attacked from range. The 2 really did complement each other perfectly. Regardless, they appeared to be adults playing with children for how effective the 5 gray-robed cultivators were. Young Ru could have easily killed the one he attacked by simply targeting the head instead of the stomach. Even a major healing pill wouldn't have helped if he'd done that. Kang Lin silently cheered his restraint. If one of the Jade Chameleons happened to die, so be it. But demonstrating that any killing wasn't the intent was important. There were 2 factions still waiting to determine which way to jump. Being strong was good. Being bloodthirsty wasn't. As overpowering as young Ru's single move was, young Shu's constant barrage of arrows kept the entire enemy group on a reactive footing. They couldn't break free to get close enough to attack her, and without someone disrupting her, she could control the entire fight. Less than 20 seconds in, one of their opponents was completely out of the fight, and would have perished had the Golden Core cultivator not administered a pill. 2 more were injured so much that they were paying more attention to the arrows sticking out of them than to anything happening around them. That left only 2 cultivators still fighting. Granted, the Jade Chameleon sect in 6th Flawless Flowing City was in shambles, with a lot of members going back to the main branch, and few higher-realmed members being dispatched to take control.
The 5 Foundation establishment cultivators fighting did not look like the best that sect had to offer. Still, one had to have a certain level of talent to be accepted into a sect, and even more talent to reach their realm at their obvious youthful ages. They were not the dregs of their sect by any measure. 5 of them should have been sufficient to deal with even 2 very talented members of a Big 3 sect. That the twins defeated the 5 so easily meant the twins were more than talented. They were elite, on par with the top several disciples in their realm in the Poison Claw sect. Which wasn't a huge surprise. Kang Lin knew they had A-rank talent, and had been given top heaven-grade cultivation methods and techniques. The weird thing to her was that if they were elite and she held her own when sparring with them, what did that say about her? What did it say about the techniques Master distributed? Yang Shu continued to pepper the 2 uninjured Jade Chameleon cultivators in front with arrows, while her brother launched the last one into the wall, hard enough to damage several stones. The remaining 2 rushed forward, a move she approved of. After all, just standing there taking hit after hit from her wasn't accomplishing anything for them, especially since they were down to a 4-on-2 from a 5-on-2, and half their remaining squad seemed uninterested in continuing the fight. She liked winning, of course, but it was more fun to win against a competent opponent than one behaving like an idiot. Of course, the fact that 2 Foundation establishment cultivators were sprinting toward her did present something of a problem. One-on-one, she could perform well against either Kang Lin or her brother. When both of them teamed up against her, though, Yang Shu performed much worse than either of the others did in a 1 versus 2 fight. Recently, though, something had changed that significantly improved her chances against multiple opponents who reached melee range. Her shield had reached mastery. Advancing to such a level of expertise with the skill held a lot of advantages, of course. For one, the skill became more powerful. For another, it became easier to use and easier to modify based on her wishes. It also became much more efficient in terms of chi usage. The main impact of that particular technique reaching mastery, however, was that her shield reached its true potential, becoming like Master's, in that it automatically reacted to opponents' strikes and shielded only the smallest area necessary. Instead of a thin layer of chi protecting her entire body, the shield transformed into thick armor defending a small portion. All told, the shield took less of her concentration, required less chi to operate, and withstood much more powerful strikes. What was not to like? She hadn't had much time to practice with it, but the small bit she'd done before leaving for the city had given her confidence that nothing her Foundation establishment cultivator enemies did would pierce it. In the short time Yang Shu had before her opponents reached her, she had a choice to make. Try to hold off both of them with a barrage of strikes, or focus on one to take him out of the fight. Were she not so assured of the strength of the shield Master had provided her, she might have gone with the first option. Since she, however, completely trusted it and him to keep her safe, her choice was obvious. She calmly watched both enemies run toward her while she lined up her shots, calculating angles and speeds. When the time was right, she deflected one arrow off a tree and immediately shot another at the cultivator on the right. As planned, the deflected arrow hit first, disrupting the chi shield just long enough for the second arrow to penetrate it. That time, she decided against targeting a hand or a leg. Thunk! The arrow buried itself in his chest, and the boy looked down at it with wide eyes. "Be thankful that I'm not trying to kill you," Yang Shu said. "A fraction of an inch to the right, and that would have punctured your heart." While her target had stopped, his companion hadn't. He swung his sword, hard, aiming at her neck. A kill shot. The blade glowed with pearl-white light. Wind. Her ice chi, like water, was weak against wind. She had no time to do anything. Not to dodge. Not to get an arrow or her bow between the sword and her skin. Nothing.
The only thing she had time to do was to fervently hope she hadn't misplaced her faith in Master and her shield.
Chapter 229. Prudence. Young Shu didn't even have time to flinch. After burying an arrow in the chest of one of the two Jade Chameleon Foundation establishment cultivators charging her, the other swung a sword at her neck. The blade glowed with white light, signifying that it was imbued with wind chi. That element was strong against her ice element, meaning it would hit with up to twice the force of a neutral chi aspect. As the radiant metal sliced through the air toward her, she was at peace, unworried. Either the chi shield technique that Master had given her would protect her, or she'd be decapitated. She was betting everything on the fact that Master would not let her down. Swish! Thunk! The blade hit. Chi flashed as wind-infused metal met a small patch of thick shield made of pure ice. The sword bounced back. Young Shu was fine. Not even bruised, much less cut. She hadn't even felt the blow. Her chi reserves barely even moved. Her brother was already on his way, building momentum as he ran toward the lone, uninjured enemy combatant. The swordsman could swing away at her all he wanted. There was no way he was breaching her shield before young Ru sent him crashing into the side of the auction house. "Enough!" The leader of the Jade Chameleon Squad, a cultivator in the Golden Core realm, shouted. "Regroup!" Young Shu glanced at Kang Lin, who was still fingering her contingency ring. The other girl shrugged as if to say, "Let's see where he's going with this." As the Jade Chameleons heeded the call of their leader by jogging toward the wall to regroup, young Ru finished his sprint and stood next to his sister. The trio waited to see what would happen next. Kang Lin wasn't surprised that the Golden Core cultivator had called for a retreat. Of his 5 juniors, 2 had almost been killed, and the other 2 still had arrows sticking out of various appendages. Only one was unscathed, and none of them had so much as put a scratch on either of the twins. Of course, he called for a retreat. At least, that was what she had thought he was doing. But he'd specifically said regroup, not retreat. And as he was distributing healing pills, he didn't appear to be making any move to leave. Was it possible that he planned to heal up his juniors and have them try again? If so, that was a horrible idea for a couple of reasons. One, the most likely outcome of another round was exactly what happened in the first, only the twins would not take such care to avoid killing. 2, it would be a horrendous loss of face for the Jade Chameleon sect. From his actions, though, it appeared that ordering another attack was exactly his plan. "What do you hope to accomplish?" Kang Lin said. "You do not show me proper respect either, Poison Claw sect whelp," the Golden Core cultivator said. Technically, he was right. It was one thing for young Shu, a combatant, to blatantly ignore calling him by title, but Kang Lin was officially a neutral party. She should have referred to him as esteemed at the very least. At that point, though, she really had no choice but to forge ahead. "Do you deserve my respect? Or are you planning on having your juniors attack again?" Kang Lin said. "Who are you, little girl, to decide if a cultivator more than a major realm and a half above you is worthy? No member of a righteous sect can respect someone who would be so craven as to interfere in a matter between juniors like you appear to be preparing to do," Kang Lin said. "If I am wrong about your intentions, I will gladly kowtow before you for my insolence." The man scoffed. "You will kowtow before me regardless, or you will not be leaving this courtyard alive." Kang Lin was more than a little taken aback to have someone who could crush her like a bug threaten her death, but she strove not to show it. She didn't so much as blink. "You seek the enmity of the Poison Claw sect, as well as the Rising Tide sect? Have your elders sanctioned your actions?"
She was almost positive that the man had to have been given strict orders not to take things too far. Besides, if worst came to worst, she had the ring. "My orders are none of your business, little girl. Kowtow or else." Decision time. Truthfully, she had no business talking to the man that way. Regardless of the way he was acting, he was her senior, and her sect was not on a war footing with his. She opened her mouth, unsure of exactly what she would say. Young Shu had never been so proud of her hopefully future sister. Talking back to a golden core cultivator like that? Who would have thought she had it in her? But she was clearly in trouble. To kowtow to the man would destroy all the confidence she was building. But if she didn't, the man might strike too fast for help to arrive. Yang Shu had to distract him. Fortunately, she didn't think the task would be too difficult. "Can we get on with the fighting?" she said. "My brother and I already beat your trash sect once. I can't wait to do it again, and without holding back this time." The man looked at her and practically snarled. "I will end you myself." He pulled a sword from his spatial ring and raised it into a ready position. Yang Shu grimaced and prepared to trigger her ring. Bringing Master to the city to kill another Jade Chameleon cultivator would only make things worse, perhaps antagonizing the city lord. Again. But he'd ordered them to sound the alert if their lives were on the line. With a golden core cultivator about to attack, Yang Shu saw no choice but to send the signal, but held her finger for the last possible instant. Kenglin was almost positive she would have ended up capitulating to the golden core cultivator. She'd been raised to be respectful and cautious, completely the opposite of Sect Master Chao Su and his disciples. It wasn't that they were discourteous. No one in the sect would go out of their way to be rude to anyone, not even a peasant, but they were not encouraged to follow the etiquette that was ingrained into the very being of most sect members. So, yes, she would have given in, kowtowed. It would have felt terrible, but she would have done it. Yang Shu, however, was having none of it, inserting herself into the conversation. She was nothing if not brave, almost brash, but her heart was in the right place. If the situation hadn't been so serious, Kang Lin would have snorted at the look on the man's face. Such a bold insult, calling not just the juniors trash, but the entire sect. She would have never had the gall to say such a thing. The comment had done its work, though. The man's attention was fully on Yang Shu. But it had backfired. Rather than send his juniors back into the fight, the man decided to end it himself. They were either all about to die, or to have to call Master. Kang Lin couldn't let either of those things happen without trying to turn things around. "With all the people at the auction house watching?" she said. The man's hands clenched tightly around the hilt of his sword. His pride and anger were clearly warring with prudence. The auction house, while not strong enough to be called a faction in its own right, was not weak. They had golden core cultivators of their own. They had to just to keep order during auctions. The man dared not, and maybe could not, destroy all the witnesses. If he personally defeated 3 Foundation establishment cultivators when his juniors couldn't, the loss of face would be catastrophic. Kang Lin hoped for all their sakes that he possessed enough wisdom to rein in his arrogance. He glanced back at his juniors. The one who Yang Ru had launched into a wall was fully healed. That one and the unhurt one were helping the others remove the arrows that were embedded in their flesh. All in all, they made a sorry sight. Definitely not a group that would inspire either confidence in their allies or fear in their enemies. The main emotions Kang Lin felt toward them were disdain and pity. The entire group, including the Golden Core cultivator, had brought more scorn upon their sect,
and nothing that could possibly occur in that courtyard from that point on would change that, nor improve it. Further actions were likely only to bring about an even greater loss of face. From the man's expression, he finally came to realize that fact. "Do not let me see any of the three of you ever again," he said. "If I do, things will end quite differently." He practically threw his juniors onto the sled and flew away. Yang Shu said, probably before he was even out of earshot. "I think that went well." Kang Lin, at first, naturally, thought the other girl was being facetious. No one in their right mind would think that barely surviving being killed by a cultivator so much higher realmed than them was a good thing. From the expression on Yang Shu's face, though, she seemed to genuinely have meant what she said. Incredulous, Kang Lin looked to Yang Ru for help. He just shrugged. It was nothing for her to do but shake her head.
Chapter 230. Praise, Potential, and Points. Kang Lin and the others visited Ma-an at the Heavenly Transit Mercantile Association the afternoon after the fight with the Jade Chameleons. The trader, obviously desirous of keeping good relations with the supplier of the Orange Vigor spirit wood, was quite polite and promised to keep a lookout for any of the materials they desired, but he didn't have any immediate leads. With the danger of a second attack being non-trivial, the trio had headed back to the sect for the evening and set up an appointment with Grandfather for the following morning. The rest of the evening and night were uneventful, and after breakfasting, they all gathered in the elder's study. "You three acquitted yourselves well," Grandfather said before turning to the twins. "I was impressed at how easily you two beat those juniors. They weren't exactly the elite of the sect, but they weren't trash either. You two made them look like it, though." The twins each cupped their hands. "Gratitude, Elder." "Nonsense. You earned the praise." Grandfather eyed Kang Lin. "You did well, too. Though not exactly employing an orthodox strategy, your words caused Feng Changming to retreat without involving himself. And don't think I didn't notice how you, Yang Shu, backed up my granddaughter." He cupped his hands. "Gratitude." Yang Shu shrugged. "She's my sister." She grinned. "Well, almost." "The esteemed elder knows a lot of details about the fight," Yang Ru said. "It almost sounds like you witnessed it." Kang Lin found the comment to be shocking, not the least of which because of who it came from. Her maybe future intended didn't talk much, but she'd come to learn that his silence hid a quick mind. She just wished he wasn't using it to challenge a man who was not only her grandfather, but was also a golden core cultivator and an elder of their allied sect. She never would have dared challenge a senior, much less an elder, in a similar situation. Hopefully those habits didn't end up getting her talented friends killed. Her grandfather could have chosen to rebuke Yang Ru, or even have him banned from the sect grounds for such an insult. But when Grandfather spoke, he was instead gracious. "My granddaughter's life was at stake. Do you think I wasn't watching?" Kang Lin hadn't thought that he had watched at all. She'd been taught from an early age that sect members learned on their own and lived and died on their own. The best they could expect was, if they perished at the hands of someone outside the sect, for them to be avenged. That her grandfather had been watching and apparently willing to step in either meant that what she thought she knew was completely wrong, or her grandfather cared about her a lot more than she believed he did. Maybe he and her sect were much more like the Rising Tide sect than she had believed. Yang Ru, unbelievably, simply grunted. Kang Lin wanted to rub her glabella, and only held off because she didn't want to show a visible sign of her frustration in front of Grandfather. "Regardless," Grandfather said, "I think the three of you have done all you can for the moment to acquire the materials Chao Su requires. It's probably best if you head back to the Rising Tide sect." Kang Lin wasn't really surprised by being included in the direction to return to the village. She was, after all,
in charge of the juniors still there. More importantly, she was gaining so much from her master that it would be silly for her to be anywhere else. The only caveat to that was the possibility of an attack from the Jade Chameleon sect. If that happened, the destruction would be indiscriminate if the attackers got past the sect leader, meaning her life and the lives of the juniors were in danger just from being there. She and her grandfather hadn't discussed the matter, but he must have decided that the gains outweighed the risks.
"You all are, of course, welcome to stay here at the sect for as long as you like," grandfather said. "But the risks of being out in the city are too high. Feng Chengming is surely incensed, and you're fair game if he catches you out again. You might be highly talented for your realm, but a large enough number of Foundation establishment cultivators would overwhelm even you, especially since he'll be sure to include ranged fighters next time."
"We'll leave, esteemed elder," young Shu said. Kang Lin nodded her agreement. There was no reason to stay any longer. "What is the safest method for us to leave the city?" "In this case, speed equals safety," grandfather said. "I've arranged special dispensation from the city lord for the three of you to fly inside the walls this one time, despite the fact that you're still in the Foundation establishment realm. He was most impressed that you managed the combat with little damage to the surroundings. The auction house didn't even complain about the minor repairs to the wall and trees that they had to effect." The trio cupped their hands in gratitude one last time, followed by the twins leaving the room to give the two relatives privacy to say their goodbyes. "Gratitude for all your assistance, grandfather, and for looking out for me." "It was my pleasure, granddaughter. This old man is proud of you. There is danger that comes with your association with Chao Su, but your progress is astounding. If I were you, I would latch yourself to him for as long as he'll have you, and hold on tight." "Of course, grandfather." "My belief is not universally held, but I believe that our sect will come out much stronger for our association with him. In my mind, your actions benefit the entire sect, not just yourself." It was good to hear him say that. His tone lightened. "I couldn't help but observe that you feel some affection for the young man. If not, he wouldn't have exasperated you so." Kang Lin felt heat rise to her face. "I am not your father to arrange a match for you, but he listens to me. My inclination is to advise him to write to sect leader Chao Su with haste before someone else places a claim on his star pupils." Grandfather sighed. "But then again, your father is a cautious man. Maybe too cautious. He will probably wait to see how the situation with the Jade Chameleon sect plays out before being willing to make a move." Kang Lin agreed with her grandfather about her father's temperament, and she was very glad of that thoughtful nature. While she was somewhat fond of Yang Ru and understood it was her duty to both her family and her sect to find a good match, she couldn't help but be reluctant to take that final step. The longer the situation with the Jade Chameleons took to resolve, the better. "Understood, grandfather." "Take care, little one. Or, I guess, not so little one anymore. Seize those opportunities, but try to be safe." It genuinely touched her that grandfather was showing so much concern. She'd always known she had his favor, but not to the extent he showed today. "I will, grandfather. If it helps, I truly believe that Master is more protective of his disciples than any cultivator I've seen, especially his favorites. And I appear to be one of his favorites." "It would help this old man worry less if one of his favorites hadn't already been killed. But yes, it does ease my concern an iota to know that someone else is looking out for you." With him expressing those sentiments, there wasn't much more to say, and Kang Lin soon took her leave, joining the twins outside. The three walked to the very edge of the sect branch grounds. "Ready?" Kang Lin said. "Ready," young Shu said, speaking as usual for both the twins. "Let's go." The three pulled their gliders from their respective spatial rings, hopped on, and quickly accelerated to top speed toward the rising tide sect. Their devices were obviously not as fast as a flying sword, but that limitation was why they'd done their best to minimize the time an enemy cultivator would have to prepare for their departure. Either the surprise factor worked, or the Jade Chameleon sect wasn't prepared to fight them again, because they encountered no resistance in the little less than 3.5 hours it took them to reach their destination. When they arrived, they thought they would need to go to the administration hall to report to Master. Instead, they found him working in the area he'd reserved for the main gate. There were all manner of materials strewn about, huge piles of small rocks, even bigger piles of large stones, 2 80-foot-long logs, and several big piles of branches. Master was in a hole that was at least 40 feet deep, one of 2 that marred the grounds at that location. But as soon as the trio landed, he quick-stepped up to the surface. "Master!" Each of the 3 cupped their hands. "Is there anything we can do to help, Master?" Young Shu said. He looked back at the mess lying around. "No, not really. This is all stuff you'd need a technique to help with. Besides, your time is better spent getting stronger. Your trip to 6th Flawless Flowing City has probably already been enough of a distraction. Tell me what you found." Kung Lin stepped forward, told him about grandfather's contacts for the materials, and handed over the metals. Master looked them over for a moment. "These should work. You've done well. I'm stoked about the cauldron. I really didn't think you'd be able to even get me a lead on one. And finding 3 of the materials for trade is a lot better than I had thought you'd accomplish." Kung Lin let out a relieved sigh and cupped her hands. The twins followed her lead. "Did you run into any trouble?" Master said. Young Shu caught Kung Lin's eye, and she nodded. 5 Foundation Establishment cultivators from the Jade Chameleon sect attacked us, Young Shu said. But they were trash. Young Ru and I beat them without suffering a scratch. Master grinned. "Excellent. Sounds like you 3 did great. I'll have to think of a suitable reward. For now, tell Peng Zhen that you each earned 10,000 contribution points." The twins were much more excited to receive the praise and the promise of a suitable reward than they did the award of so many contribution points. But Kung Lin knew much better about how the economies of sects worked. At the moment, those points were only starting to hold value, but as the sect grew, that form of wealth would become as precious as spirit coins. She was excited about all 3. Chapter 231. The 2 Towers. Benton was pleased with the kid's progress in obtaining the materials he needed for the chi sources, but of the 6 he wanted to make, he was only somewhat close with fire. Once he traded 5 Orange Vigor Spiritwood kernels for 5 Firestones from the Poison Claw sect elder, he'd have the mineral requirement taken care of, and he already owned a fire-aspected core from the rank 10 Cyclops he'd killed at the end of the Beast Tide. Combined with the metals his disciples brought back, all he needed was an appropriate plant material to create a chi source for fire. Still, he had no idea where to find that plant material, and really, the chi sources were more of a long-term project anyway. He'd keep his eye out for any materials. Attending that auction in 6 weeks sounded like a no-brainer, but for the moment, his priority was to shore up the sect's defenses, which was exactly what he was doing. While the twins and Kung Lin were away, he'd been a busy little sect leader. Every single stick and large stone in the piles near him had been inscribed with either channels or both channels and formations, and he'd dug 2 large holes and compacted the dirt underneath as densely as his strength and skills would allow. When he hadn't been working on either of those activities, he'd made spirit coins. A lot of spirit coins. Even with how fast he could inscribe with his superhuman reflexes and techniques at mastery, there were just so many sticks and so many stones. Heh, he should be able to break lots of bones. Anyway, the only way he could finish those tasks and create the thousands of greater spirit coins his towers would need was to use time dilation. The kids had been gone a little over 2 days. To him, close to 20 had passed. He'd even had to enclose the tree trunks with his time manipulation to finish off their curing after he'd completed his prep work. Of course, a lot of that work hadn't been the grind of repetitively inscribing the same channels on sticks or the same set of arrays on stone. No, quite a bit of it had been planning and executing his masterwork, the 2 tree trunks. They were the core of his entire plan. He was going to armor them, of course, but he expected attacks from nascent soul cultivators. Withstanding that kind of force required multiple layers of defense. The first layer was the natural toughness of a several-foot-thick trunk of orange vigor spirit wood, enhanced by an alchemical process developed by master alchemists for just that purpose. Benton, with his peak golden core strength combined with his gold body cultivation, could break the log, but it wouldn't have been easy, especially since it maintained its latent flexibility. On top of that brute toughness, Benton meticulously added arrays for defense. Since the trunks were to be encased tightly in stone, he couldn't add a chi shield, but he could add separate arrays for increasing strength, toughness, and structural integrity, as well as one that dispersed any attack that hit the wood to impact a wide area instead of a narrow point. The logs served 2 primary purposes. The first was simply to be a strong base foundation for each tower. The second was to transfer chi from the thousands of greater spirit coins that would be located in a secure spot in the ground to where it was needed to power the many formations attached to the trunk. The key to providing that second use was redundancy, and more redundancy. And once he thought he had enough redundancy, he doubled it. If 10 pathways were damaged, dozens more would carry the load. Each point where chi was transferred from the trunk to be delivered to another spot was fed by at least 10 channels. And that was for the minor ones. The chi traveling to the main weapon had over 100 paths it could take. All that work was behind him, though. The next part was going to be a bit tricky.
Each stick had 4 chi channels, each running from the base to the tip and separated around the circumference by 90 degrees. Their purpose was simple. Chi traveled up the trunk and through the branch, which in turn powered whatever array that touched the stick that needed the chi. Stones were great for inscribing formations on. They were naturally strong against attacks and sturdy enough to handle large quantities of chi without any alchemical treatment needed. Benton had layered each with much the same formations as the main trunk, increased strength, toughness, and structural integrity. There were 2 crucial differences, though. First, since some, most, or all of the stones, depending on the circumstances, would at some point be on the exterior of the tower, each stone got a chi shield that activated for any portion of it not touching another piece of rock. The second added formation made him feel like a freaking genius. The entire purpose of the stones was to protect the main trunk, right? Well, what if, instead of a stone transmitting the energy of an attack to the stone below it, and then the stone below that one, and so on and so forth until reaching the core layers, the rock absorbed as much energy as it could? Nice, right? A lot of energy that would have gone to destroying the base would instead be wasted. It was an awesome defense. The final array did just that. Any force of chi impacting the stone would be absorbed by the formation. There was a minor, tiny little flaw, though. If the force was more than the array could handle, the energy had to go somewhere. And he didn't want it transmitted toward the core, right? So he made the array channel all that energy into exploding the rock outward from the tower. Okay, so important safety notice.
No sect members were allowed anywhere near the towers while under attack. The end result, though, was thousands of rocks that basically functioned like circuit breakers. A nascent soul's attack would destroy dozens at once, but that result was still far better than all that energy being used to damage the core. The real problem was that he needed to get chi to each of the stones to power the defensive formations, hence the sticks. So the next step in the process of constructing the tower was to sink one of the 90-foot-tall logs vertically, 10 feet deep, into the bottom of one of the 40-foot holes he'd dug. That was enough to keep it standing while he worked on it, drilling small holes into the trunk, attaching a branch, and adhering the two together with a small, quick formation. Easy peasy. Except that he had a lot of sticks to attach, and each had to be precisely placed where he'd joined a nexus of at least 10 channels on the main trunk. And he had to be careful to place the longer branches on the bottom. And then he had to do the entire thing all over again with the next log. One good thing was that only the 40 feet of the log that stuck out above the hole had branches attached, so really he was doing less than half of each log. Still, just that task took him the entire rest of the day and into the night. The next stage was less tedious, but still fairly time-consuming, due to the amount of concentration required to manipulate so many techniques at once. It involved making the base as stable as he could possibly think of how to make it. If one had ever pushed a stick into the dirt and pressed against the top, one knew that the stick would simply topple right over, pushing up through the dirt that buried it. The solution to that problem was to bury the stick really deep. Easy enough, except when one had to plan for defending against nascent soul cultivators. The amount of strength one of those could bring to bear was enormous. Simply unimaginable. No matter how deeply Benton buried the log, one of them could either just topple it or pull it out. That vulnerability was unacceptable. In a move that he fervently hoped was way over-designing, he wanted to coat the portion of the log in the hole in a cone of molten lava, which, when cooled into igneous rock, would provide quite the ballast. Before he'd inscribed the formations on the trunk, he'd scored the entire bottom half with thousands of small indentations. The goal was for the lava to seep into those cuts and harden, essentially creating a bond between rock and wood. The process of actually accomplishing that feat was not easy, however. First, he had to melt the pebbles to form lava. Next, he used his mastery of telekinetic push to move the lava where it needed to go to flow down over the wood. Of course, therein arose an issue. Lava was hot. Really hot. Wood, even supernaturally strong spirit wood that was alchemically treated, burned. The two coming into contact with each other would normally be a bad thing. Benton had to manually make sure the combination was not a bad thing. While still controlling the lava flow with telekinesis, he used dual focus and extreme area temperature manipulation to keep the lava flowing and the wood from burning. Which was not easy. Not easy at all. Once the trunk was fully coated with a thick layer from the bottom up, the job grew much easier. The cooled igneous rock insulated the trunk from burning, so all he had to do was heap more and more lava onto the base until he got the huge hulking mass that he desired. A final touch was to inscribe a formation around the circumference of the rock base that increased the gravity pulling on it. Benton didn't know how strong a nascent soul cultivator was in comparison to him, but even with his body cultivation, he couldn't budge the log with its giant ballast. Satisfied that he'd done all he could, he repeated the process for the second tower. It was nearly noon the next day before he finished. The third step, at least, was truly easy. He simply had to cover what remained of the hole with dirt and compact it. No problem. That was the work of less than an hour. The fourth step was the most time-consuming of them all, placing the stones. Each had to fit perfectly, from aligning with the stones around it in a structurally sound manner
to contacting with at least one branch so that its defensive formations could draw the chi they needed. Even more time-consuming was that it was impossible to simply line up the arrays of the individual rock with the channel on the stick. Instead, he had to inscribe a new channel on the stone, from a linking point in the arrays to the chi source. Finally, in lieu of using some form of weak mortar to hold the rocks together, he created a binding formation for each stone at each point where it contacted another one. There were a lot of points of contact. A lot. Repeating that entire procedure thousands of times took hours and hours. More than a day and a half had passed by the time he finished, and he'd never been so glad to complete a task in his life. The only thing that got him through the tedium was looking forward to the next task. Benton quick-stepped to the blacksmith pavilion. "Are they finished?" he said. Xuanwu didn't so much as flinch at the interruption. "Right over there, sect leader." After quick-stepping across the room, Benton examined two massive pieces of forged iron. Turrets. And they were both perfect. Exactly what he'd wanted. He'd forgive the blacksmith for not being entertaining, since he did such excellent work. Benton cupped his hands. Gratitude. Not waiting for a reply, he quick-stepped back to the future gate area. The turrets were not quite finished, as he still had to do his part, inscribing. They got the same defensive formations as the wood and the stones, as well as a chi shield. Additionally, a set of 3 metal bars extruding from each of the cardinal directions got formations that made them capable of firing pure elemental chi of any of the 5 primary elements. The 4th and final bar for each set of rods was much longer, and was hollow to boot, and he bet that those would take more time to inscribe than all the other work on the turrets put together. Benton needed something that one might reasonably think would provide a danger to a nascent soul cultivator. But what? After all, their auras dampened the effectiveness of any chi attacks launched at them, of any chi use at all anywhere near them. So how did one overcome that defense? His great idea was to not use a chi attack. What if, instead, he could use a small amount of chi to launch something at immense speed? If the object were dense enough and struck with enough velocity, the force created might even be enough to make a nascent soul feel it. Obviously, what Benton needed was a railgun. One minor problem. He'd been a middle manager back on Earth. He had some peripheral knowledge of engineering involved in construction, just from running a few projects involving building campuses for his corporation, but the company did nothing with military contracts. Other than knowing about the existence of railguns, he couldn't tell you how to make one to save his life. Had he discovered the fatal flaw in his plan?
Chapter 232. Why so defensive? Benton was just about ready to install the turrets on his 2 towers, but there was a problem. His plan was to have 4 separate weapon arrays located in 4 groups dispersed equally around the circumference. The idea being that when one set was damaged or destroyed, the turret would rotate the next set to engage the target. 3 of the 4 weapon arrays were simple affairs, each blasting an enemy with a burst of pure elemental chi. Honestly, they weren't all that impressive, unless the enemies were Foundation Establishment and below. A golden core's shield would shrug off the attacks as nothing more dangerous than a mosquito bite. The 4th array was supposed to make up for the lack by providing a weapon that might be considered strong enough to at least make a nascent soul hesitate. Maybe. If they didn't have enough defensive techniques to deflect a purely mortal slug of metal hurtling toward them at supersonic speeds. Hey, it could happen. Basically, Benton was trying to build a railgun, but he had little to no idea how to do it. And the system was no help when it came to technology. The shop wouldn't let him purchase any weapon not common to the medieval level of development that was characteristic of his new world. And neither could he buy the direct knowledge of how to build a railgun or laser or any other type of modern weaponry. In the case of transplanting technology from Earth, The system helped he who helped himself. From vague recollections from sci-fi novels, Benton knew that a railgun used electricity to create magnets or something, and those magnets somehow accelerated a munition to really high speeds, which wasn't exactly all he needed to know to build one. His memory, however, did give him all the clues he needed to make the system provide him with the knowledge he required.
First, the system absolutely would not provide him with any information about electricity. But since lightning was a naturally occurring type of electricity and a secondary chi element, it had no qualms about selling him mastery of knowledge of that element for 4 sect points. The technique didn't tell him how to create a motor or anything like that, but that lack was okay. He didn't need a turbine or whatever was used to create electricity on Earth. A lightning spirit coin provided the exact source he needed. Neither did he need copper wire, as his inscribed channels performed that function. Magnetism was even easier. Since it was also a natural phenomenon, and, it turned out, also a secondary chi element, the system easily let him buy knowledge of it, and, once he'd determined exactly what he needed, a concept as well. It turned out the device was actually pretty simple, though he had to scrap the hollow metal tube he'd had Shun Wu make, since iron wasn't nearly as conductive as it needed to be. Instead, Benton used 2 ingots of one of the metals the kids had brought back from 6th Flawless Flowing City to construct 2 rails and another tube, all 5 feet long. Importantly, he placed the 2 conductive strips parallel but opposite each other, such that the positive end of one corresponded to the placement of the negative end of the other. The tube went between the 2 strips. A projectile, a large chunk of a different, more dense conductive metal, was positioned at the start inside the tube. The lightning chi ran up one strip, through the tube, and back down the other strip, creating a circuit. The lightning running through the metal created a magnetic field, which created a force that pushed the projectile. More chi meant a faster, and, thus, more powerful attack. When Benton tested it, there was a loud crack of lightning, followed by a boom as the projectile broke the speed of sound. All in all, the display was pretty darn impressive. If a spy were watching, that spy might reasonably believe that Benton expected his railgun to be able to hurt a nascent soul cultivator. The spy would, of course, be wrong, but he couldn't be blamed for believing Benton's deliberate campaign of false information. With the decoy main weapon figured out, Benton finished up the 2 turrets and installed them on the top of their respective towers. By the time he was done, it was mid-morning, and he was fairly satisfied with his progress. The wall would be ready for installation the next day, giving him well over 20 hours to complete his construction of a trap and the actual main weapon. Honestly, the railgun was the best attack that Benton could come up with on his own. If he was very fortunate, a nascent soul who was caught off guard might be hit once by a projectile, but it definitely wouldn't cause enough damage to kill one of them, which wasn't nearly good enough. Benton needed something that was guaranteed to kill one. Luckily, he was a cheating cheater who cheats. He purchased a template for a very powerful variable chi element beam that the system assured him would blow through a nascent soul like a BB through a paper target. The problem was the eye-watering cost. The 2 schematics, one for a trap and one for the weapon, cost a combined 250 shop points. He only had 360 total, and the sole reason the number he had was that high was because he behaved like a miser, buying only what was absolutely necessary. Needs must, though. The formation was crucial for defending his sect members, and they were more important than an infinite number of shop points. Grimacing while he did it, he pulled the trigger on the purchase, bringing him down to 110 points. As he had expected, the primary array weapon was quite complex and required a lot of chi, over 5 million per shot. That meant a single shot required a minimum of 500 greater spirit coins, which took him around 2.5 hours worth of work to create. Again, that was for a single shot. One. He prayed to the heavens that he never missed.
because that enormous expenditure for nothing would probably make him cry. Luckily, he'd been prepared to deliver that much chi, or even more, and he'd left a spot near the top of the tower to install the formation. Unlike the very visible and inviting target that was the turret, the paw was hidden, the area where it was installed looking exactly like the stones that surrounded it in every way, because it was actually underneath several of the stones. Of course, the concealment had to be ejected out of the way simultaneously with the activation of the PAW, meaning the weapon would become a target after the first time it was fired. And it wasn't mobile either. The paw on each tower was aimed to hit one place, a point near where the hidden trap was, to hold the target stationary. For his plan to work, the nascent soul would have to be forced in the vicinity of the trap, fall victim to it, and the PAWs be triggered in the very brief moment of time before the cultivator broke out of the hold. Benton had confidence that he could handle a single nascent soul cultivator in a one-on-one fight. A scenario involving multiple enemies in that realm grew trickier. He figured, though, that he'd be able to manage all the necessary conditions to set up the PAW to kill at least one of them. The first part would be the most difficult, getting one of the enemy cultivators to the spot where the trap would activate. Either trickery or force would be required. After that step, the rest should be easy. He could remotely trigger the trap, which would be connected to the PAWs so that the activation of both was simultaneous. Basically, slam the nascent soul with an attack to force them to the correct location and activate a remote device that triggered both the trap and both PAWs simultaneously. A big beam that essentially ignored aura would lance out and disintegrate most of the target's body. Perfect. If Benton was absent from the sect, however, and one of the sect members was forced to use the towers for defense against a nascent soul, well, there was some chance they could manage that first critical step. A tiny, minuscule, almost infinitesimal chance. But a chance. And that was better than nothing. Inscribing the PAWs and the trap took the rest of the day and into the night. But once finished, he was left with only one task: installing and concealing the power sources. Wanting to start with as many spirit coins as possible, he used his time manipulation for several hours, creating a lot more of them. When done, he tunneled underneath the towers using his excavation technique, installed the source, surrounded it with concealment arrays to hide the massive amount of buried chi, and filled the tunnels back up with dirt. No one but him would be able to replenish the source when it ran out. But that was okay. The extra security made the inconvenience worth it. Finally, the towers were complete, making him feel a lot better about the defense of his sect. By that time, the wall pieces were ready, so he began the long process of digging footings, installing the pre-built sections, and connecting them together. His superhuman strength, speed, and endurance, combined with techniques that would have been the equivalent of magic on Earth, allowed him to enclose the entire 5 acres of the sect in under a day. Even with that major accomplishment done, he didn't let up. He had no way of knowing if an attack was imminent, so he would not let himself rest until the sect's grand defensive formation was complete as well. Unlike the construction of the wall, the GDF was not simple.
First, there were nearly 2,000 linear feet of surface that had to be covered. And unlike with the one he did for the village, he was not inscribing a simple array to keep out one type of threat. No, the GDF was a complex, interwoven set of formations that was both more versatile and more powerful than the one he'd used for the Beast Tide. By the time he'd finished, a whopping 10 days had passed, but with the combination of the 2 towers and the GDF, he felt he actually had a chance of defending his sect from an attack by multiple nascent soul enemies. He hoped, anyway.
Chapter 233. The buck stops with me?
Sun Hua had settled into her role as the sect leader's head administrative assistant, relishing the purpose the position had brought to her life.
The whole situation was quite unbelievable, really. Before the founding of the sect, she'd given up hope of ever being more than a spinster who performed odd jobs around the village. Since the founding, not only was she quite gainfully employed and using all the skills Mother had taught her, but her work mattered. She helped keep the sect running happily and efficiently. It was she who organized the move-in, and she who resolved minor annoyances the members had so that those complaints never reached the sect leader's ears. Of course, the former villagers who were now sect members were all on their absolute best behavior. Their new status as cultivators was quite the upgrade from their previous mundane lives, especially given that they'd basically been locked inside the village walls for several years with no hope of escape while facing starvation. Despite a vague threat from a rival sect, everyone was optimistic about the future. Their personal power was improving seemingly by the day, and they trusted the sect leader to take care of any enemy who dared to attack. No one wanted to risk drawing the sect leader's ire by being anything less than the picture of a perfect sect member. Thus, the main problems she had to deal with were minor things, such as issues with arrays in the houses and pavilions. The sect leader had warned everyone that he had not personally built the houses, and for the most part had not inscribed the arrays. Though he'd given everything a once-over to ensure basic functionality and safety, he told them to expect malfunctions due to degradation from age. Everyone was supposed to report any issue, no matter how small. His plan was to use the repairs to teach the members of the Formations Pavilion how to perform maintenance. To that end, Sun Hua was given instructions to evaluate the severity of each reported problem. If it didn't have an impact on the standard of living of the occupants and didn't represent a safety hazard, she was to note the issue on a punch list. Anything that was major or seemed dangerous, she was to bring to him immediately. Luckily, she had deemed everything registered thus far to be of trivial concern, which was really fortunate because the sect leader was busy with a project. The entire sect was abuzz with speculation on what he was doing, since his work was outside, in plain view, where the main gate was to eventually be placed. With him being so obviously consumed by the project, she definitely didn't want to bother him unless she could not avoid it. The day after senior brother, senior sister, and esteemed Kang Lin left on their gliders to go to 6th Flawless Flowing City, though, a problem occurred that required the sect leader's attention. The previously perfect behavior of the villagers turned sect members experienced a disruption. Two young men, notorious for being rivals, got in a fistfight. Not in the arena, or in the martial pavilion, or any other location where such activities would be proper. No, they fought in the cafeteria. One of them threw the other onto the buffet, ruining a great deal of food and causing actual damage. Two of the arrays that kept pans warm were broken. A portion of the buffet was cracked. Several serving dishes were destroyed. Everyone was on edge, waiting to find out what the sect leader would do about it. Would he execute both boys? Or maybe just the one most at fault? Cripple their cultivation? Kick them out of the sect? Imprison them? Rumors and speculation ran rampant. By dinner time, complaints arose as the cafeteria's capacity to keep the buffet hot was cut in half, meaning a lot of people had to eat cold food. There were murmurs and complaints, mostly directed toward the two idiots. Sun Hua well knew, however, that such sentiment could find a new target quickly enough if something wasn't done. The sect leader, as far as anyone could tell, was too busy to pay much attention to any of the commotion as he was hard at work. Someone had to tell him, and that someone was Sun Hua. Unfortunately, she hadn't yet gotten over how intimidated she felt in his presence. Her feelings were somewhat understandable. He was, by far, the most powerful person anyone in the village had met in their lives. On the other hand, He had a reputation for being one of the nicest people anyone had ever met as well. But it wasn't like she was scared he would annihilate her with a blast of chi if she displeased him or anything. She was more worried that if she made a big enough mistake, or too many of them, he'd fire her. After all, her position was important. He needed someone competent. And though she hoped she was the best person for the job, she couldn't bring herself to be confident that she actually was. She usually ended up making herself so nervous thinking about how many things she could do wrong when she talked to him that she became much more likely to mess up. And the situation grew worse the longer she had to think about facing him. The walk to where the sect leader was working was dreadful. Sun Hua tried to go over the important details in her head to keep her mind off the prospect of being demoted. 2 idiots got into a fight. The cafeteria was damaged. They needed to be punished. The sect members were on edge, waiting to see how he would react. Clear, concise, logical. When she finally arrived, he was at the bottom of a large pit doing something to the dirt on the bottom. She, of course, did not interrupt him, but instead waited for him to notice her presence. After about 15 minutes, he drifted up to her. Hanging in the air in the middle of the hole, he said, "Sun Hua, I'm glad you came by. I meant to inform you that I would be consumed with this project for at least the next couple of weeks. Unless there is a dire emergency, I need to not be disturbed." She immediately cupped her hands. "Yes, sect leader." Apparently, he took her words as her not needing any further information, because he immediately started drifting back toward the bottom of the hole, which was the exact opposite of the truth. She needed direction on what to do while he was indisposed. Should she try to gain his attention, or should she simply leave? What a disaster! She couldn't just let him go without giving her any guidance at all. The sect members needed her to find out how to handle those 2 idiots. Screwing up all her courage, she called, "Sect leader, who is in charge while you're busy?" The mayor was clearly in charge of the village, and each pavilion had its own leader. But with senior sister and senior brother away, there was no one designated to be in charge of the entire sect. The sect leader had already sunk far enough into the hole to be out of her sight, and she heard him laugh. "You are!" he yelled. Her eyes went wide. He couldn't be serious. She hoped that he wasn't serious. In her heart, though, she knew that he was. She couldn't be in charge. What if a real problem came up? How could she possibly take responsibility for the decisions? Even with the issue of the 2 idiots, she couldn't bear the thought of everyone knowing their punishment came from her. Sun Hua stood there not too far from the edge of the hole, stunned for quite some time, processing what had just happened. On one hand, it was a complete disaster. She did not feel in any way qualified to make decisions that affected the entire sect. On the other hand, Mother would be proud when she found out. Really proud. Her daughter had just become one of the most important people in the village, maybe even in more than just the village, the entire region. Mother would definitely try to gain any advantage she could from Sun Hua's influence, settling old scores, gaining material benefits. Sun Hua was much more worried about performing her job competently. Mother's teaching had actually covered what to do in a similar situation. The assistant was supposed to pay close attention to her employer's decision-making process so that she could anticipate those choices. Then, if left to fill in for the employer, she could, to some degree, replicate the employer's thinking and thus be praised as a model employee. The problem was that Sun Hua hadn't been the sect leader's assistant for nearly long enough to learn anything about the what and why of his choices. Not only that, but even if she'd been in the position for years, the sect leader was unfathomable. His age and level of power made his sensibilities simply beyond her understanding. She could never replicate his decisions. Her only hope was that senior sister and senior brother returned before she had to commit to any action. It was already close to evening when the sect leader put Sun Hua in charge of the sect, so she was able to put off any ruling in the case of the two idiots until the morrow. And, of course, she spent a sleepless night worrying over it. The murmurs grew louder the next morning, so she had to do something. She announced that the sect leader had put her in charge of the sect while he was otherwise engaged. To say that the sect members and the villagers were shocked was an understatement. The announcement, at least, gave her leave to delay acting a little while longer. Then, miracle of miracles, senior sister, senior brother, and esteemed Kang Lin arrived back at the sect in the late morning. Senior sister had taken over running the sect during the aftermath of the beast tide, even going so far as to appoint a new guard captain. She, or one of the others, could decide how to punish the two idiots. Sun Hua was saved.
The trio immediately reported to the sect leader on arrival and, after, departed to the Mariel Pavilion. Sun Hua found them there. After greetings were exchanged, she got right to the problem, explaining in detail what had happened with the two idiots getting into a fight, the damage that had been done, and the desire of the other sect members to see them punished.
"What did Master advise?" senior sister said. Sun Hua had honestly expected to hear an order telling her what to do, not the question she'd actually received. So an honest answer tumbled from her mouth before she had a chance to hone it into a more advantageous message. "The sect leader told me that I was in charge." The three looked at each other. There were some smiles and some nods. "The ways of our seniors can be unfathomable to us juniors," Kang Lin said. "Sometimes they order us to do something we feel incapable of doing. It's possible that he believes you are capable of performing this task. It may be a test to see how you perform. It may be a way of him challenging you to hopefully propel you to new personal heights. Regardless, if it is Master's desire that you be in charge, it is not for any of us to usurp that decision." Put that way, Sun Hua immediately saw the wisdom in the answer. The sect leader had put her in charge, and his command was absolute. For better or for worse, she had to lead the sect until he said otherwise. Her heart sank into her stomach. She was not qualified for such a task, at all. She, or the sect, or both, were doomed.
Chapter 234. Chillax Time. After finishing the Rising Tide sect's grand defensive formation, Benton took a break. In the 16 days since the twins and Kang Lin had returned from 6th Flawless Flowing City, he'd been working non-stop. First to complete the towers, then to construct the wall, and finally on the massive Chi shield. When he had a moment to spare, he activated time manipulation and created spirit coins. Even the period prior to when he'd started the defensive measures had been busy for Benton, as he'd prepared the sect grounds for move-in. Despite his supernatural stamina, constant work that involved intense concentration wore on him. He was tired and needed to relax. For that entire night, he did nothing but read and sleep and just chill. The next morning, he quick-stepped down to the 2nd floor of the administration hall, finding Sun Hua at her desk. "Greetings, sect leader," she said, cupping her hands. He graced her with a warm smile. "The sect is still standing. I don't hear any peasants with pitchforks and torches storming the building searching for either of us. I take it things went well during the period you were in charge?" "This lowly assistant believes the sect members progressed adequately while the sect leader was otherwise occupied." He laughed. "Good. Anything important that I need to know?" She presented him with a stack of papers. "Reports of all my activities, sect leader." Benton looked at the thick stack. Each page seemed to be filled with tightly written characters.
He didn't know how she found time to do anything other than write while he'd been preparing the sect's defenses. This is quite the amount of information.
I'll summarize, sect leader. The first 10 pages are a list of arrays that have demonstrated some form of error or malfunction. The location and type of each formation is noted, along with time and date of witnessed errors, and a detailed description of the problem.
None were deemed important enough to address immediately, though it would be appreciated if fixing the heating array in the cafeteria is made a priority when repairs are effected. Benton perused the list. It was quite extensive and very thorough. It was also just what he needed to start teaching the members of the formation pavilion how to do repairs. He'd begin that task later, if nothing more important drew his attention.
Your note indicates the cafeteria array was damaged in lieu of simply malfunctioning, he said. Sun Hua described a fistfight between two teenage boys that had resulted in a bit of chaos. Benton sighed. I suppose they need to be punished. Already taken care of, sect leader. This lowly assistant created a punishment hall, temporarily, of course, pending your final approval. Senior sister picked out 5 promising spear users to serve as enforcers. I see. And who did you pick as the leader?
That choice was difficult, sect leader, Sun Hua said. The most qualified potential applicants were the sect members leading the other pavilions, but assistant did not deem the job important enough to pull someone from a critical position. The mayor, of course, would have been a perfect choice, but he has the important mission of keeping the village running smoothly, meaning this lowly assistant could not ask him. In the end, this lowly assistant had to, as the sect leader would say, think outside the box.
Really? How outside the box?
Please understand that there were no other sect members that assistant felt were suited to the position, sect leader. The person chosen had to be someone who possessed either great cultivation strength or a strength of will so powerful that others naturally bended to her. Since all the strongest cultivators who were at all suitable for the position had other, more important duties, assistant chose someone with the attributes of the latter. Benton began to get worried.
He wasn't very dialed in to the various personalities of the villagers, but he'd heard stories about Sun Hua's mother. The woman did not sound like someone he wanted on his council.
This lowly assistant begs forgiveness, sect leader.
But the interim leader of the punishment pavilion is Mo Nu Ying, a mortal. Sun Hua dropped to her knees and kowtowed.
Please forgive this lowly assistant if that decision has brought shame upon the sect.
He'd mainly been worried about the girl choosing her mother. Selecting a mortal was no big thing, though he needed to get to know the woman, Mo Nu Ying. She must be quite the character to have impressed Sun Hua so. Rise, Sun Hua. Anyone can become a member of this sect easily enough. The much more important piece of the puzzle is choosing someone who is right for the job, Benton said. Creating a punishment hall was an inspired idea. Well done. And I will withhold judgment on your selection until I meet her and see her at work. But regardless, you will not be punished if I decide to pick someone else instead. Slowly, the girl rose to her feet and cupped her hands.
Gratitude, sect leader.
No, Sun Hua, Benton cupped his hands. Gratitude to you for taking care of things while I was busy. Is there anything else that I need to know? For the next half hour, she filled him in on the various minutiae she had handled while he was building the defenses, gaining confidence with each decision he praised her for. Again, well done, he said after she'd completed her report. The next time I call for a council meeting, we'll need to add 2 more members. The first, obviously, is Mo Nu Ying.
Of course, sect leader. Assistant will make a note so that the inclusion is not forgotten. Who is the second addition?
Sun Hua, he said.
Yes, sect leader?
Benton grinned. You misunderstood. I wasn't calling your name. I was telling you the name of the second edition. Sun Hua. Apologies, sect leader. Assistant was not aware of a sect member who shared that name. The poor girl looked so confused, he barely held back a chuckle. Sun Hua, you are the second new member of the council. Oh! She cupped her hands. Gratitude, sect leader. You earned it. Good job. He so much wanted to affectionately tousle her hair, but the young woman was in her 20s. Even if he had been the immortal that everyone thought him to be, he didn't think he could get by with such an act. Pity. With that bit of business out of the way, Benton reviewed his gains for the past 20 days, and boy, were there a lot of them. From body cultivation alone, he added 140 points, and those advances reminded him of something important. Due to not wanting to distract Wan Ai from learning pill-making, he'd never started the twins on their regimen for silver. Given that she'd finally been successful in creating one, and had then practiced for weeks since, he felt fine with giving her a new task. He made a mental note to pop on over there soon and give her a jade slip for each of the 2 new baths. The biggest surprise from his notifications was the addition of 75 new sect members. Someone, probably either Sun Hua or the mayor, had noted that the 2-week time period for a new induction was upon them and went ahead with it. Benton couldn't help but wonder who had conducted the ceremony. And since he'd gotten points, someone must have distributed cultivation methods. No one in the sect had spiritual senses like his that could detect talent and chi aspect, so they'd probably just given everyone the basic method that everyone could use. He'd have to check and make sure the newbies had all been given ones appropriate for them. For all he knew, he could have missed a talented genius who deserved an individual method. Benton also noted that Mo Nu Ying's name was included in the notifications. Good. That was one less thing that he had to remember to do. One expected name was not listed in any of his notifications, though. While someone had been on their toes regarding inducting the new villagers, the same did not go for authorizing the beast core necessary to advance the wolf pup and Jin Li Huan. Benton would also have to check on her soon. Besides the 75 sect points he received for the newbies reaching Minor Realm 1, a lot of other movements within Chi Gathering gained him points. The previous set of inductees reached the second Minor Realm, awarding him another 75. The branch members in Vermilion Incomparable Raintown and the 4th set of recruits from the village all made it to Minor Realm 3 for a whopping 245 points. The first set of 50 villagers he'd inducted advanced to Minor Realm 5, giving him yet another 50 points. And finally, and despite the numbers being paltry in comparison, came the notification that made him most happy. Both Shilong and Zhou Qian hit Minor Realm 7. He had comparatively few members reaching the higher minor realms, but each time one advanced so far, it was them getting just a little bit closer to Foundation establishment. Benton couldn't wait to get all his sect members to that realm. All told, spiritual cultivation gained him 447 points. Not bad. Not bad at all. Mind and soul cultivation finally started paying dividends, with his sect members reaching the respective second minor realms in their chosen path. 103 for the former, and 159 from the latter. As usual, techniques weren't quite as lucrative as his other methods for getting points, but Benton wasn't going to complain. With the secret that persevering in the trials was the key to success, no one else failed, and he gained 20 from the pagoda. The original village inductees also started having more success with advancing their techniques, and they, along with a few others, added another 61 points. All told, His sect members' diligence in practicing their skills earned him 81 points. Adding all those subtotals gave him a grand total of a whopping 930 points. Not as the total he had available, as the total he'd gained in 20 days. Amazing. As Benton was wont to do without really even thinking about it, he pulsed his spiritual sense, searching for any dangers. And, unlike normal, he found something. Cultivators, 2 of them, approaching rapidly. On the plus side, they were only in the Golden Core realm, so he wasn't too worried about it being an attack. If they were stupid enough to have hostile intent, they were going to be really surprised to find both his grand defensive formation and the 2 towers operational. He estimated he had at least a minute or 2 before they reached the sect grounds, more than enough time to check his status. Sect name: Rising Tide. Sect members: 612. Disciples: 56. Sect points: 2,081. Shop points: 185. Host cultivation: Golden Core, Minor Realm. 9 chi available. 5,647,745. Host body cultivation: Gold, Minor Realm, 9. Host mind cultivation: Myriad, Minor Realm, 9. Host soul cultivation: Fulfillment, Minor Realm, 9. Host techniques: Chi gathering.
Basic archery, mastery. Basic spear combat, mastery. Expert golden core cultivation, mastery. General knowledge of mind cultivation, mastery. General knowledge of soul cultivation, mastery. Knowledge of beast binding, mastery. Knowledge of glassmaking, mastery. Knowledge of lightning, mastery. Knowledge of origin chi, mastery. Knowledge of origin chi manipulation, mastery. Knowledge of magnetism, mastery. Knowledge of chi sources, mastery. Knowledge of rank 1 formations, mastery. Knowledge of rank 2 formations, mastery. Knowledge of rank 3 formations, mastery. Nascent soul cultivation knowledge, mastery. Pill basics, mastery host techniques. Foundation establishment. Absolute speed enhancement, mastery. Analysis, mastery. Aura defense, mastery. Automatic reaction variable shield, mastery. Blacksmithing, mastery. Chain lightning, mastery. Folded space quick step, mastery. Extreme area temperature manipulation, mastery. Foundation excavation, mastery. Glass creation, mastery. Healing, mastery. Hydroblast, mastery. Illusion detection and mitigation, mastery. Illusion, illumination, mastery. Imbuing, mastery. Layered variable shield breaker with void finisher weapon augmentation, mastery. Meditation, mastery. Origin, chi manipulation, mastery. Pause time, mastery. Perception, mastery. Power of the heavens, mastery. Rank 1, formation construction, mastery. Rank 2, formation construction, mastery. Rank 3, formation construction, mastery. Rank 1, formation construction. Acceleration, mastery. Rank 2, formation construction, acceleration, mastery. Rank 3, formation construction, acceleration, mastery. Rank 1, inscription, mastery. Rank 2, inscription, mastery. Rank 3, inscription, mastery. Seeking speeding arrow, mastery. Space dragon origami messenger, mastery. Stealth, mastery. Stone, shaping and construction, mastery. Teleportation, mastery. Variable AOE, gravity burst, mastery. Variable AOE shield, mastery. Variable spirit coin manifestation, mastery. Voice amplification, mastery host techniques, golden core concepts. Anti-tribulation, mastery earth, mastery fire, mastery gluttony, mastery gravity, mastery healing, mastery ice, mastery illusion, mastery light, mastery lightning, mastery metal, mastery magnetism, mastery momentum, mastery nature, mastery origin chi, mastery poison, mastery shadow, mastery smell, mastery sound, mastery soul, mastery space, mastery temperature, mastery time, mastery tribulation, lightning, mastery void, mastery water, mastery wood, mastery. Host mind techniques, myriad. Dual focus, mastery. Inflict fear, mastery. Mind crush, mastery. Mind stun, mastery. Telekinetic push, mastery. Menus, cultivation method, technique, quest, perk, advancement, shop, sect. Chapter 235. One fact changes everything. Ye Zhengsheng slowly opened his eyes. The fact that he awakened meant one of two things. Either the formation had somehow failed, which portended dire times indeed if his sect had failed in their efforts to maintain the array of a revered elder, or the sect needed him. One of three things, really, but that last was so improbable as to not even be a consideration. A chi-gathering junior, in a gray robe marking her as a member of the inner sect, stood respectfully off to the side of his cultivation cave, her eyes downcast. The sect needed him then. He let out a long breath. It wasn't like he hadn't expected to be awakened at some point. The sect had asked him to enter seclusion for so-called cultivation, but everyone, including him, had understood the reality. After a life spanning over 5 millennia, he had been nearing the end. The formation would slow his aging, allowing his 20 or so remaining years to be stretched to as long as a century, just so the sect could call on him one more time. The process, involving alchemy and body cultivation in addition to arrays, could only be initiated once. Now that he'd been awakened, he was on a clock. In less than 20 years, Ye Zhengsheng, who had once striven for true immortality, would be no more. "Speak, child," he said to the junior. "Is the matter urgent? Is the Jade Chameleon sect under attack?" The poor girl trembled at his words, which were probably laced with too much of his aura for her to take. Her eyes did not raise to meet his face, as was appropriate given his status. "The main branch is not currently being attacked, revered elder, but the branch sect has been destroyed." "I see. You are to bring me to the sect leader." It had not been a question, and he was sure she did not take it as one. "Yes, revered elder." He gave himself a moment to prepare for the upcoming meeting, breathing in and out and cultivating several motes of chi throughout his meridians. Having performed that process so many times, surely hundreds of thousands at least, made it calming for him, which he needed. After all, Ye Zhengsheng would shortly be sent to his death. Teng Wuying tried to hide his excitement. After a month of spying, scheming, and mostly waiting, his plan was so close to coming to fruition. The Jade Chameleon sect's two most ancient nascent souls had been awakened from their secluded cultivation and were en route to join him and Duan Dandan in the sect leader's study.
He simply could not wait to get his hands on that Trials Pagoda, which was currently residing with that nothing Rising Tide sect. If what his spies had recently found was true, the person who controlled that pagoda would not only eventually gain control of the continent, but of the entire planet. Imagine if every cultivator who bottlenecked could simply pass a trial to break through. The loyalty engendered by providing such a boon would surely be nothing short of amazing. The man who held that loyalty would control simply everything. Thousands of golden cores, hundreds of nascent souls, all answering to Tung Wu Ying, and Tung Wu Ying only. Gaining his brother's share of his family's inheritance was trivial in comparison, a bit of a tale that only a beggar would deem worthy of bending over to pick up, a tiny drop in the ocean compared to the value of controlling the Trials Pagoda. He would have it. The elders' votes were already lined up. Other than the usual holdouts, Duan Dan Dan's loyal supporters, all the others had been either bought or persuaded. The only step left was to actually secure the pagoda, which led him to the two cultivators he felt approaching, Ye Zhengsheng and Yan Mingsha. Both had served the sect for more centuries than he'd been alive by an order of magnitude, and both were near the end of their usefulness. He just had to convince them to take on one more mission for the good of him, for the good of the sect. Not that the persuasion would be all that difficult. Since their formations had been deactivated, they were each on borrowed time.
Better to go out having spent their very lives for a just and honorable cause than to waste away to nothingness for no reason. Their pride would allow nothing else. Teng Wu-ying hadn't actually met either of the nascent souls. Of the 4 living sect members in that realm, one was always off pursuing glory and riches, only stopping by the main sect grounds once a generation. Fortunately, he always carried a device that allowed the sect to reach him in an emergency. The other functioning one stayed somewhat more involved in the sect's operations, making an appearance when asked to let everyone see her strength. She spent so much time in cultivation, though, that such appearances were sparse. Teng Wu-ying had only seen her once, and that was from afar. Of course, that sighting had happened before he'd advanced to Golden Core and risen in prominence, which meant he had never actually been in close proximity to a nascent soul cultivator. He'd heard tales, of course, about the power of their aura, about how intimidating it felt to simply stand in one's presence, but he'd never experienced it for himself. When Ye Zhengsheng and Yan Mingsha stepped into Duan Dandan's study, Teng Wu-ying felt like the weight of the world had descended upon his shoulders. He felt as if he'd been judged and found wanting, as if he were a small field mouse and a mighty eagle high above had taken interest in him, as if his brain had been flayed open with a scalpel and all his secrets laid bare. Intellectually, he knew that none of those things had occurred. Those 2 nascent soul cultivators were his allies. An attack on him or the sect leader would be a huge loss of face, and all those 2 had to live for by that point was their face. And just because they were the 2 most powerful people he had ever met did not mean they could read his mind. Such abilities only existed in legend. Not even cultivators in their admittedly superior realm could do it. He forcefully exerted his will to not react to the great pressure he felt. As soon as they were settled, he cupped his hands and bowed to each of them. Neither acknowledged his existence. They also did not bow to the sect leader, or she to them. It was a tricky situation. They were a full major realm higher than her, meaning she should defer to them. But she was the sect leader, which conveyed an obligation on their part to defer to her as members of the sect. In practice, authority went to whoever claimed it, assuming the other side went along instead of contesting it. Teng Wu-ying judged that none of the 3 wanted to make trouble for the others, so they all mutually agreed not to observe rules of propriety.
which left him as the only one who had to bow and scrape and treat the others as superior. That was okay with him, though. As long as they did what he wanted, he didn't care if they wanted him to kiss their shoes. One day, probably soon, everyone would be treating him with respect. My junior, Teng Wuying, will explain the situation, our plan, and your role in it, Tuan Dandan said. This one appreciates your sacrifice for the sect. Both nodded acceptance of her words. After what Teng Wuying felt was an appropriate amount of time, he cleared his throat. Revered elders, the leader of a small, nothing sect has killed half our golden core cultivators and destroyed our branch sect. His cultivation realm is unknown. No golden core has been able to sense him, and none have observed or felt him use an aura, despite watching him annihilate our cultivators 1 against 15. No nascent soul has gotten close to him. The man, Ye Zhengsheng, frowned. You've presented us with an interesting conundrum. Logically, this man must be a nascent soul. However, cultivators can hide from senses. That he didn't use an aura during such a battle is a feint, a ploy, or an evasion. Teng Wuying was slightly taken aback.
He really knew nothing about the man, but he apparently still possessed a quick mind despite his advanced age. This lowly one believes the same, revered elder. Sending 2 of us may be the equivalent of using an exploding talisman to kill a mosquito, or you might be sending both of us to pointless deaths. The first represents a loss of face, and the second an unmitigated disaster for our sect. Teng Wuying cupped his hands. The Jade Chameleon sect has already suffered an egregious loss of face, revered elder. We cannot afford to lose any more golden cores to this so-called sect leader. But if we leave his transgression unanswered, the sect will begin a slow and inexorable decline. Contracts will dry up. Our sect members will be challenged every time they encounter another faction. Every resource we find will be contested more strongly. The other factions will bleed us a small cut at a time. You've already lost half your golden cores, and soon to be half your nascent souls. The decline will happen regardless of how we respond to this sect leader. True. Teng Wuying had realized that exact thing. That was why he'd come up with his plan. If you crush him, and our sect takes his resources, we believe the contents of his ring, plus another prominent treasure, will more than compensate for our losses, revered elder. The man scowled. But you don't think that is what will happen, do you? No, revered elder. Chaosu is not so simple. This lowly one believes that he will easily dispatch both you and the revered elder, Yan Mingsha. Which benefits the Jade Chameleon sect how, exactly? Ye Zhengsheng said. The other factions are all busy planning to steal from us piece by piece over the centuries, revered elder. As for the Rising Tide sect, the factions are mostly taking a wait-and-see approach. They don't fear a single nascent soul who has a few resources, especially if they can exploit him to gain a few of those treasures. What if we instead show them how much of a threat Chaosu really is? A man who, without any backup, can defeat 2 nascent souls at the peak of their power, with centuries of experience in battle each, is a man who is a danger to both the Swift Blizzard sect and the Emperor. You stake much on them drawing that conclusion. No, revered elder, Teng Wuying said. I stake much on my ability to make them draw that conclusion. The man laughed, and Teng Wuying wasn't sure if that was a good sign or not. So be it, Ye Zhengsheng said. Yan Mingsha and I are dead either way. We will kill this Chaosu and destroy his sect, or we'll die trying. The other revered elder nodded.
Spirit goblin excrement. Things had taken a turn for the absolute worst. "No, revered elders," Tung Wu Ying said. "You must spare the Rising Tide sect grounds. This man destroyed our branch sect. Face demands his sect be treated in the same manner. Any other course hurts the Jade Chameleon sect's reputation even further." Tung Wu Ying had hoped he wouldn't have to reveal a fact that he didn't want to get out, but he saw no recourse. "There is a trials pagoda at the Rising Tide sect, revered elder." The man frowned. "You would put your personal avarice ahead of the honor of the sect?" Tung Wu Ying had to tread carefully, or he'd soon be visiting his not-so-dearly departed brother. "Of course not, revered elder. But this Trials Pagoda is not like the other ones I've heard of, offering trinkets and advancing techniques." Which was what he'd first believed, and had filled his mind with visions of him swimming in rivers of spirit coins. A well-known Foundation establishment cultivator, quite firmly stuck at the peak of that realm for more than a decade, recently became a member of the Rising Tide sect. He visited the city not long ago as a golden core cultivator. For the first time in the conversation, Ye Zhengsheng looked disconcerted.
"You believe this Trials Pagoda can overcome bottlenecks?" "I do, revered elder," Ye Zhengsheng smiled. "Then that changes simply everything."
Chapter 236.
No rest for the weary. Benton had sensed two golden cores approaching the sect, so he waited for them on the road between the two towers just behind the newly installed gate. When he caught sight of them, he grinned. It was Kang Ya Ting and an old man who was also dressed in the green robes of the Poison Claw sect, both on flying swords. Benton quickly scanned the stranger, discovering that he was a peak golden core cultivator. The two descended, landing in front of the open gate. "Friend Kang, greetings," Benton said, cupping his hands. "And you as well, friend Su. This is Yuan Yaozu." Benton and the new man exchanged greetings. "I'm afraid I'm here on business, friend Su." "And the news isn't good," Kang Ya Ting said. "The Jade Chameleon sect has brought two nascent souls out of secluded cultivation. We believe an attack is imminent." Even though Benton more than half expected something like that to happen, it was still a shock for it to become a certainty. His heart pounded. How imminent? And just two? Or are more expected? "A day or two, no more than 3. And none of our sources indicate that the sect's other two nascent souls are joining the fight. Neither have we detected any movement from the Swift Blizzard sect or the Emperor's faction." Benton's heart eased some at that response. Combined with the two towers and the grand defensive formation, he felt confident that he probably could handle two nascent souls. Then again, up until the very moment that Kang Ya Ting had announced the looming arrival of the enemy nascent souls, Benton had actually been quite confident in his ability to handle two at once. Now that his life and the lives of all his sect members were riding on him turning back the attack, he felt decidedly less sure. He couldn't help but wonder if he had enough time to drag 388 members of the village over to the amphitheater and induct them, bringing the sect's membership total to 1,000 and hopefully triggering his ability to ascend to nascent soul. Of course, that move would go against the induction plan he'd established that literally everyone knew about. It would surely be taken as a sign of panic. The only sect allied with him would quite naturally start to question his strength. His sect members and the villagers would begin to doubt him, maybe even lowering the loyalty they felt toward him. Maybe he was overreacting. It was, after all, only 2 nascent soul cultivators. He'd creamed the single beast he'd fought in that realm. Well, for values of creamed.
Still, he was more powerful now. He had mind and soul cultivation, and the former of those should be especially helpful. And he seriously doubted either of his opponents had their body cultivation at the peak of the equivalent of golden core like he did, if they even bothered with it at all. He was absolutely positive that the arrays he built with the system-bought schematics would kill one of the enemies, which meant he only needed to survive long enough to maneuver one into place and then deal with the other mano a mano. Besides, he had the system. No one else had the advantages he possessed. He could use any chi element he wanted, create any technique he could imagine. So what if his opponents were a major realm higher than him? Yeah. Okay. Moment of panic over. He could do it. He would do it. He had to. "Are you here to bring your sect members back to the city?" Benton said. To bring them back to safety, in other words. "This one has absolute confidence in friend Su's ability to handle a couple of nascent souls," Kang Ya-ting said. "And I have to admit that I find the thought of spectating such an event exhilarating."
Translation: The Elder saw the fight as an excellent way to gain intel on just how powerful Benton was, and he figured that his status as a high-ranking member of the Poison Claw sect would see him safely through whatever happened. Good heavens! Benton didn't like that thought at all. It didn't sound like him. Living in a cultivator world was turning him cynical. More likely, it was the stress of actual life and death stakes, the likes of which he simply hadn't had to deal with on Earth, that caused the problem. He had, after all, already lost one young man. "There will be a lot of energy thrown around," Benton said, "and the sect's shield can't stop all of it. I should create a secondary protective formation somewhere to keep everyone safe during the battle." "An excellent thought, friend Su," Kang Ya-ting said, beaming. Sure, anything that provided extra defense for the old man was something he'd agree with. Again with the unkind thoughts. Benton took a deep breath, though he tried to hide it. "Any advice?" "Don't win too easily." Benton's face must have shown his confusion, because Kang Ya-ting hurried to continue. "If you use your sect's defenses combined with your own fighting ability to barely take down two nascent souls, then the takeaway by the other factions will be that the Jade Chameleons were stupid to attack you at your place of strength. If you instead easily beat them with no apparent effort, the conclusion they reach will be that you are too dangerous to leave alone. There are already rumors going around saying that very thing, and you can guess who started them." Benton honestly didn't think that he would have any trouble struggling to win, so that was one worry he didn't need to concern himself with. "What about you, Yuan Yaozu? Are you here for the show as well?" The old cultivator cupped his hands. "I'm sure you've used your spiritual sense on me." Benton hadn't paid a lot of attention to his scan, other than confirming realm and affiliation with the Poison Claw sect. He pulled up the notification to refresh his memory. Affiliation: Poison Claw sect. Age: 977. Cultivation: Golden Core, Minor Realm. 9 chi available. 1,096,691. Concept: Venom. Mastery. Spiritual roots: B chi. Aspect: Venom that decays the flesh and spirit. By the time a cultivator reached Golden Core, one typically had dozens of techniques, which really clogged up their status with information that Benton didn't need to know unless he was planning on fighting them. And, most of the time, not even then. Thus, he'd long ago asked the system to only display concepts for Golden Core cultivators, keeping the information shorter and allowing him to dive deeper only when needed. Now that he'd focused on the scan results, a few important points stood out. 1. The man was quite talented. Benton had scanned a lot of people on the planet. Not many were in the B grade or above. 2. The man had a nasty,
Nasty chi aspect. Decaying flesh didn't sound good. Decaying spirit sounded worse. 3. His chi pool was less than a fifth of Benton's. And finally, the man was very near the end of his expected lifespan. None of that information was particularly revelatory to Benton. It was expected for a major sect to have talented members, and those talented members were typically the ones with the greatest chance of advancing to the highest rank. The venom element, a kind of subset of poison, was quite rare, but he expected his allied sect to collect such members given the name. The man also didn't have access to Benton's system-provided perk to give him a huge chi pool, or, presumably, access to heaven-grade cultivation methods for that matter. And for a golden core cultivator to appear to be that old, he had to be positively ancient. "Let me guess," Benton said. "You're bottlenecked, heard about Fatty Wren's success with the Trials Pagoda, and want to try your luck." Yuan Yaozu smiled. "Elder Kong told me you were a smart one." He'd said that like it took a genius to figure out his motive. But Benton supposed that flattery was better than insults or threats. "I hate to sound too mercenary, but I'm short on time," Benton said. "What would I get for the use of my Trials Pagoda?" "I'll cut to the chase. I'm offering exactly what you most need at this moment. Another powerful defender," Yuan Yaozu said. "If you can get me past this bottleneck, I swear on my cultivation that I will defend your sect and its members to my death against any threats for the next 100 years. Purple lightning flashed against the clear sky, a sign that the heavens had witnessed his oath. If Benton had any doubt about the man not meaning what he said, that flash immediately dispelled it. "Right to the point, then," Benton said. "Thanks for not wasting my time. I won't waste yours either. I accept your offer. You can use the pagoda tomorrow morning." Yuan Yaozu looked confused. "Not today?" Benton scratched the back of his neck. "Well, we can only use it once between sun-up one day and sun-up the next, and today's has already been used." He neglected to mention that the use had been by a guard in the chi-gathering realm, improving his bow technique. The soon-to-be nascent soul would probably have been apoplectic at the reason for the delay. "In the meantime, Kong Lin and a few of my sect members could probably give you some valuable advice about how to pass your trial on the first attempt," Benton said. "They've all been through it, and have heard Fatty Wren's account of his trial. If you don't mind taking advice from juniors." "If all my years of life have taught me anything, it's that one should never pass up wisdom, no matter the source." "That's an excellent philosophy," Benton said. "I quite agree." He hurriedly concluded the pleasantries and sent the two visiting Golden Cores off to see Kang Lin, the twins, and Zhou Tian, leaving Benton to focus on his priorities. "Thank the heavens that I finished the sect's defenses," he said to himself. And he really was thankful. The effort had been intense, and he hadn't let up until he was done, which was really a good thing.
Without both the shield and the two towers, his chances of the sect making it through the fight without losing anyone would have been much reduced. The presence of those defenses didn't mean he had nothing else to do, though. The amphitheater was the only place big enough to hold all the sect members and the still mortal villagers, but it wouldn't be very well defended when the shields anchored to the sect's wall went down. He'd need to create a variable element formation to protect against direct chi bursts, penetration by cultivators, and mundane objects hurled as attacks. He also needed to create more greater spirit coins, as he literally never could have enough of them. And he hadn't yet got around to creating wearable tokens for all his sect members, so that they could pass through the grand defensive formation. Instead, he was just leaving the GDF down, depending on sensing approaching threats fast enough to raise it before it was needed.
His other two tasks were to get one eye started on the body cultivation baths for the twins, and to see to Jin Li Huan's advancement. All needed to be done. Priorities, though. First, the arrays for the amphitheater. He would just have to suck it up and do 3 separate ones, as there was not enough time to design a formation that combined them. At least 3 single formations were simple enough to do while using time manipulation. Second, an hour of creating greater spirit coins while using time manipulation. Third, he'd find both One Eye and Jin Li Huan and get them situated. Fourth, another hour of spirit coin creation. Finally, he'd call for a council meeting to work out a plan for the coming attack. The wearable tokens would just have to wait. With a sigh, Benton quick-stepped to the amphitheater. No rest for the weary.
Chapter 237. Bestowing Tasks. One Eye was as happy as she'd ever been. While she'd expected being the leader of the alchemy pavilion to be problematic, she was mostly left alone, either to cultivate or practice her craft. Only Zhou Tian and Bai Xinyi ever disturbed her. The first, of course, was never a bother, and the second, well, Bai Xinyi was heaven's sent. The girl actually enjoyed all the administrative stuff, even managing the other members and teaching lessons. All One Eye had to do was meet with the girl occasionally to compare notes on what they were both learning, and all the rest of the organizational duties were handled. Zhou Tian worried a bit about handing so much authority over to someone else, said it took away from One Eye's prestige, but she had laughed at the concern. If Bai Xinyi could convince the sect leader to let her have the pavilion, that was just fine. One Eye would love nothing better than to concentrate on her 3 passions: cultivation, Zhou Tian, and her alchemy. And that last was coming along quite well, thank you very much. Since getting past the issue with the herbs in the area being influenced by nature qi, everything had fallen into place. She successfully created every mortal pill in the beginner manual the sect leader had gotten for her, and with her knowledge of her herb technique at mastery, she could judge which parts needed to be trimmed just by looking at a plant. No spiritual sense required. Of course, once she reached foundation establishment and started dealing with spiritual herbs more complex than the ones they used for the bronze body cultivation baths, that would change. There were only so much mortal senses could comprehend. Creating real cultivator resources would require her to maximize spiritual energy and minimize toxins, both of which could only be achieved with a trained spiritual sense. In fact, when she advanced, she'd already decided that the first technique she requested would be one that enhanced and fine-tuned her senses. One of the books the sect leader had bought for her said that a lot of novice alchemists started with heat control in order to better control the pill creation process in the cauldron. That choice, in the opinion of the book's author, was a huge mistake. The better the materials an alchemist put into the cauldron, the better the pill that would emerge could possibly be. Realistically, both techniques would be required. Good ingredients with poor control equaled just as bad a final result as poor ingredients with good control. Since the Rising Tide sect was focused heavily on body cultivation, it was more beneficial to everyone that she optimized ingredient preparation first. Just the fact that she had the opportunity to choose her path was another indication that everything was going so well. Between her and Bai Xinyi, they almost had enough vitamin pills to give one to each of the villagers. Even though the pill was a simple, mortal-grade nutrient, the books said that they were very beneficial, especially to mortals who lived in poor villages who didn't get much variety in their diets. Wan Ai was barely even an alchemist, and she was already on her way to helping people. She chopped up the ingredients for yet another vitamin pill, feeling her control over her knife improve slightly. Large success in her dagger technique wasn't far off. Yes, everything was going perfectly. The sect leader suddenly appeared before her. "Ah, Wan Ai," he said. "Just the person I was looking for."
Trying to hide just how startled she was, she cupped her hands. "Greetings, sect leader." He glanced around the room, obviously looking for something, but she didn't know what. Apparently, he needed an empty spot on a table because he strode across the room to the only one not covered with herbs.
An instant later, that table too was piled high. "The cultivation world is a dangerous place," he said, "and I've already had to send young Shu and young Ru out on one mission away from the sect. I would feel so much better about their safety if they were at the peak of silver body cultivation instead of bronze." She was a bit disconcerted by his sudden appearance. Besides that, she wasn't great at dealing with people in general. When it came to the sect leader, her discomfort was dialed up about 10-fold. Thus, it took a few moments for his words to sink in. One eye rushed over to the table and examined the new herbs he'd just deposited. Several of them, all different types, were tied together with string. In fact, all the herbs were tied into bundles, at least 60 of them. Upon further investigation, she discovered that half the bundles contained one set of herbs and the other half a completely different set. It wasn't the quantity that bothered her, though. Just like with cultivating, she could spend hours and hours processing and not get bored. No, the problem was that her technique let her identify each of the herbs in each of the two types of bundles. "Sect leader, these herbs are too advanced for me to use. The qi surely flowing through them. I'd need to be at least at Foundation establishment before attempting to prepare these." A younger her would have wept to be given a tenth of the amount of taels the herbs on that table surely cost. The thought of her unskilled hands ruining them was more than she could bear. "Look, One Eye, I understand your reluctance, but the truth is that you've risen to every challenge I set before you. Making the baths for bronze body cultivation, figuring out the problem that was preventing you from creating the mortal pills. You can do this. I have faith in you." She hung her head. Though she'd done both those things, neither had been easy, and neither success meant that her next effort wouldn't result in a failure. "I'm not asking you to make a pill with these herbs," he said. "That is way beyond your current capabilities. One wrong move in either preparation or execution simply ruins an entire batch. Baths are different. If I just threw these herbs in water as they are now, the bath should still work. The resultant body refinement would be much, much less powerful, but it would work, right?" "Yes, sect leader." As much as she hated to admit it, she had to. It would kill her to create such an inferior product, but it definitely could be done. There was a chair in the room that Zhou Tian used sometimes when he watched her work. The sect leader sat in it. "I don't want to ask you to do something you're uncomfortable doing, and I really don't want to put too much pressure on you. I think, though, that I need to make sure that you understand the circumstances. Okay?" The sect leader normally came across as really super confident in everything he did. She hadn't ever seen him look so vulnerable. "The Rising Tide sect is at war with another sect. It's an undeclared war, but a war nonetheless. I'm sure you know this?" She nodded. "My greatest hope is that this war never touches you or Zhou Tian or any of the other sect members, but I can't guarantee that. And the two who are most likely to see combat because of this war, who have already seen combat due to it, are young Shu and young Ru. I've given them resources for protection, and I'll surely give them more in the future. For the moment, though, the thing I believe will protect them the most is increasing their body cultivation." One Eye swallowed hard. "I bought 30 bundles for each of them," he said. "Only 27 are needed. That gives you 3 each to practice with. And honestly, it's pretty easy to get you more if you need them. Are you willing to at least try?" Zhou Tian thought that senior sister and senior brother hung the moon. Besides the sect leader, he didn't respect anyone as much as he respected those two, and some of his feelings had rubbed off on her. One Eye also remembered how kind the two had been to her right after she'd been made a disciple. She liked both of them and hated the thought of anything bad happening to either of them. Worse, though, was the thought of anything bad happening to them due to her failure. "I'll do my best, sect leader." Jinli Huan threw a stick. Gonzo bounded after it like a puppy and returned it to her. She threw it again. It honestly was kind of boring, but the wolf seemed to find the activity enjoyable, and trying to make her bonded beast happy had become much easier since she'd started learning the quiet mind technique that Master had gifted her. Waiting became easier as well. 2 days had passed since the pup had made it to the peak of rank 3. Its next step, rank 4, was the same for him as reaching foundation establishment was for her, and she expected both him and herself to reach those respected advancements soon. According to what everyone around her said, that realm was where one could truly be said to be a cultivator, gaining the ability to do things with chi outside one's body that seemed like magic to her. Since the day Master first appeared at the orphanage, she had dreamed of one day reaching such a high realm, had been so impatient for it to happen that she'd done something really stupid. After she'd messed up while she waited for Master to return, she'd honestly thought she was going to die. But Master saved her, had even gone so far as to restore her ability to cultivate. A little, anyway. He'd warned her that her channels and meridians were so damaged that she might never make it to foundation establishment. Yet, there she was, on the edge, just waiting for Master to not be so busy with the important stuff he had to do, to find time to approve the beast core Gonzo needed to advance. Soon, she'd be on the same level as senior sister and senior brother. Actually, she'd soon shoot past them as long as Master was willing to supply the cores, which was not guaranteed. Nor should she expect such a thing. Pan Jiang had already told her that a sect focusing resources on her like Master did was highly unusual. At some point, she had to earn her own way. The thought sounded good to her. What Master had done for her was amazing, but each thing extra was more debt. She wanted to pay him back. Jin Lihuan sighed. "Gonzo, after you reach rank 4, what do you think about hunting for beast cores ourselves?" "I think that's a wonderful idea," a voice said behind her. She spun around. "Master!" "Is power that is simply handed to you really power?" "No, Master. Not really." Up to this point, the two of you were simply not strong enough to hunt on your own, not safely. To do so, you'd have to venture to the valley, and there are still plenty of beasts wandering around that area that could kill the two of you easily. Jin Lihuan nodded. If anyone knew how dangerous beasts were, it was her. At foundation establishment, with the proper training and techniques, however, that's a different story. Your progress will slow. You'll have to practice hard and learn the techniques you need before I even consider letting you outside the sect grounds. But once you prove your proficiency, I think it's the right move. She cupped her hands. "Gratitude, Master." "Okay, both of you. I need to check your cultivation." Jin Lihuan gave him her hand first, and Master did whatever it was that he did. Then, Gonzo cautiously extended a paw, and Master did the same thing. "Okay," he said. "Gonzo, you're doing great. No issues with the accelerated ranking at all." The pup barked, its way of signaling her that it was pleased. "You, young lady, are improving," Master said. "At this rate, you may eventually be able to cultivate on your own, though I'm not sure how that would work in actuality. Still, I see no reason to stop you from advancing." Jin Lihuan grinned.
Even though she felt she hadn't truly earned it, she was looking forward to being a real cultivator. "Here's the thing, though," Master said. "Even though you're advancing through your bond, your available chi still appears to be based on your talent level, especially since you're not really using the technique I gave you, which means your chi pool is pretty small." She took in a breath and let it out sharply. Her impatience had cost her a lot, including possibly some of her potential power. The small amount of chi for techniques was just one of the results she'd have to live with. "I gave the twins pills that increased their pools by 10%, he said. "I can do the same for you, but you need to be aware of two factors. One, the process will hurt. A lot. Two, because your chi pool is so much smaller than theirs, the increase in absolute terms will be smaller as well. It might not be worth the pain for you." "I'll take the pills, Master." He shook his head. "I knew you were going to say that. Such a crazy world." "Very well." Master handed over pills and a rank 4 core. "When you're ready, go to the healing pavilion. I'll send a message explaining your situation, so they'll be expecting you. The first step is to feed the core to Gonzo. After he has advanced, and you have advanced, stabilize your cultivation if necessary." She raised her eyebrows. "Did you have to stabilize it for your last 2 breakthroughs?" he said. "I meditated, but I don't know if it was necessary or not, Master." "Typically, more stabilization is needed after jumping major realms, so you might need it. Your situation is unique, though, so I'm not sure what will be required. Anyway, after you are absolutely sure your cultivation is good, take the pills and be prepared for pain. Once you're done, find me, and we can talk about your next cultivation method and techniques." Jin Li Huan cupped her hands. "Gratitude again, Master."
Chapter 238. Kowtowing to Jerks.
Benton hadn't expected his visit to the 2 girls to be such a bummer. Wan Ai was a smart kid who had done so well with alchemy and cultivation that he'd gained a lot of confidence in her abilities. He hated to lay such a heavy burden on her, but he didn't have time to take on every task himself. The meeting with Jin Li Huan had been lighter. She was clearly doing much better since he'd created that formation for her bed that literally chased away bad dreams. The quiet mind technique seemed to be helping as well, and she hadn't even reached small success with it yet. And she'd had no problem accepting responsibility for her own success by hunting for her own cores once she was ready. His problem with her was that he felt so bad sending her potentially into harm's way. Most of his earliest sect members felt like kids to him, but they were in the mid to late teens, old enough to be taking on responsibility, even if he had a hard time considering them adults. 12, on the other hand, was still a little kid by any measure. Certainly not ready for adult actions like fighting spirit beasts with her life literally on the line. But everything he had learned about cultivation told him that she needed to earn her own power. Giving her the cores would be more dangerous for her in the long run than having her hunt them herself. At least his other chores had gone fine. Since he'd used time manipulation, inscribing the 3 arrays around the amphitheater took only minutes instead of hours, and 2 sessions of spirit coin generation, for 20 minutes or 20 hours depending on one's viewpoint, produced close to 3,600 greater spirit coins. Not bad. Of the items on his task list, that left the council meeting. Fortunately, between his messenger dragons and his extremely capable assistant, they were all waiting for him on the 3rd floor of the administrative hall. He quick-stepped down there and found his 15 previous official council members, his 2 new ones, Sun Hua and Mo Nu Ying, his regular guest attendee, Kang Lin, and his two new guest attendees, Kang Ya-ting and Yuan Yao-zu. It was time to start planning for the big fight. Of course, the first step was to make sure that a big fight was actually inevitable, which, honestly, he kind of hoped it was. That sect, after all, had killed Ye Zan. They deserved to be wiped off the face of the planet. Period. The only reason he was even bringing the subject up was that he knew it was better to swallow his pride than to risk any more of his sect members being harmed. After all, there was always the possibility that he could lose. And if that was the case, so be it. He'd lived a long life on Earth and had thoroughly enjoyed himself so far on this planet that no one seemed to have a name for. The thought of another one of the kids dying, though. No. Just no. He couldn't accept that outcome. If the best way to protect them was to kowtow to those jerks, that was what he would do. How sure are we that the two nascent souls can't be reasoned with? Benton said. After all, I have significant treasures I could offer as bribes, such as cultivation methods, techniques, and access to the Trials Pagoda. Kang Ya-ting answered immediately. While your offerings would more than suffice under almost any other circumstances, the loss of face the Jade Chameleon sect suffered was tremendous. You killed or destroyed the cultivation of nearly half their golden cores, and literally laid waste to their branch sect. If they don't utterly obliterate you and your entire sect, they can never restore their honor. Benton searched the room for anyone else willing to voice an opinion. Yang Shu obliged him. Why are you even considering peace, Master? They killed Ye Zan. To honor his memory. She stared at Benton, clearly not understanding his answer.
Ye Zan gave his life protecting this sect. If I go out there and attack those cultivators when there is even a tiny chance that I could have convinced them to be peaceful, and my actions cause the eventual death of someone in this room, or one of our other sect brothers or sisters not present with us right now, or even the weakest, least talented mortal villager, how can I say that I was acting on his behalf? The truth is that I would have been acting for me, because it was the action I wanted to take. To honor Ye Zan is to take the path that most likely leads to all of you living long and fruitful lives. Yuan Yaozu gave a sharp nod. Well said. Master, Zhou Tian said, I agree 100% with your sentiment. The thought of endangering one eye sickens me. But I think honored elder Kang Ya-ting has the right of it. These nascent souls aren't coming to talk. They're coming to send a message and to kill. Benton had come to rely on Zhou Tian's analysis. Thus, having Zhou Tian agree with Kang Ya-ting's position actually lent a lot more weight to the position than just the elder saying it. I know you don't know me, but since I was invited to attend, I assume I can voice my thoughts? Yuan Yaozu said. Of course, Benton said. All are welcome to speak here. The peak golden core cultivator cupped his hands. Those men were dead the moment their formations were disrupted. Their most fervent desire is to go out in a blaze of glory for the honor of their sect, especially if they think that even their deaths will serve the sect's greater good. They likely know about everything you can offer. Either they'll kill you and reap the spoils, or they'll die and fulfill their ultimate purpose. Yikes! That was a depressing thought. Benton took a deep breath. Kids, no matter what happens, if you are ever in a position that you feel you must die to preserve the sect's honor, take a step back, find someone stronger than you, and have that person slap you silly. Tension had been building because of the heavy topics, and his comment relieved some of the pressure. There were a lot of smiles and even some chuckles. Seriously, Benton said, don't forget what this sect stands for. Follow Ye Zan's example. The only valid reason to sacrifice yourself is to save another. Got it? Yes, sect leader. Honestly, Benton said,
The opinions you all hold regarding the possibility of talking it out with the Jade Chameleons match mine. I'll wait for them between the towers behind the shield, just as I did for our visitors today. I will not attack first, but I will not be surprised when they do. Neither will I try to halt matters once they begin. Good enough? No dissent was voiced, and neither did he see any expressed on faces. Benton didn't want to go over the specifics of his plan with the group. Not that there was anyone present that he distrusted, but, well, Kang Ya-ting was not enough of a friend to support him purely out of altruism, and Benton didn't know the new guy at all. Besides, it seemed to Benton that battle plans were things that really should be shared only with those with need to know, and since he was the only one who would be fighting, no one else really needed to know. He did, however, ask for any suggestions and advice. None of the kids, not even Zhou Tian, had anything for him. Of course, they all believed he had vastly more experience than they did. Not even his actual sect members with a little age had any suggestions, as battle with nascent souls was far beyond their ken. Even Kang Ya-ting was silent. "Lad," Yuan Yaozu finally said when no one else spoke, "nascent souls are tough. It's extremely difficult for even one at the peak of that realm to defeat two of them acting together. And make no mistake, the cultivators the Jade Chameleons are sending after you each have more combat experience than all the golden cores you defeated put together. If you have a way to kill them, don't hold back. Don't fool around or try to be showy or try to hide your strength. Take them down fast and hard." Benton cupped his hands toward the old man. It wasn't the most optimistic of outlooks, but it was good to hear it straight. "The grand defensive formation may or may not hold long," Benton said. "It can definitely handle a few shots, and I plan to exit its boundaries as soon as the festivities begin. If they concentrate solely on me, the shield should stay up. The towers will be attacking them, though, so they may concentrate on taking down the formation to eliminate that threat. Either way, you should remain safe behind the secondary shield in the amphitheater. It, too, will ward off several shots, but they should have no reason to attack it as long as I'm in the fight. If they do attack it, their reason will probably be to distract my attention, thinking to force me to defend you. In addition to feeding it coins to keep the shield active, those of you able to manipulate qi externally can feed your qi into one of the nodes I made on the inside of the protective array. If they start attacking the amphitheater, I need you and the rest of the sect to hold out as long as you can." "Yes, sect leader." "All right. My understanding is that the Jade Chameleons would think that attacking before dawn is a loss of face," Benton said. "Correct, friend Su," Kang Ya-ting said. "Then I want everyone, sect member and villager, safely ensconced in the amphitheater no later than an hour before dawn. All of you are to make sure that my order is carried out and that no one is left behind. Understood?" "Yes, sect leader." "Very well. Dismissed." Benton quick-stepped up to his office. He had a lot of thinking to do, starting with additions to his combat capabilities. He'd been considering the fight against the cultivators that had killed Ye Zan, especially about what worked and what hadn't. The analysis definitely gave him a few ideas, and he had all those sect points just sitting there, waiting to be used.
Chapter 239. The Jig is Up.
Yuan Yaozu could practically smell the coming battle in the air. It would be today. Early. While not possessing any technique for divination, if such a thing existed, he'd always been sensitive to tidings, and his every instinct told him that the Jade Chameleon cultivators would arrive soon. Still, Yuan Yaozu strolled toward the Rising Tide sect's contribution points shop in no hurry, even though the sun was well past the horizon. Until mere days ago, he'd been preparing to enter secluded cultivation to expand his life in service of the sect. Now, he had a real chance of advancing his cultivation, and he had a lot to consider. His previous evening had been instructive in many ways, not the least of which was his visit with Kang Ya-ting's precious granddaughter and her two friends, Chao Su's core disciples. They had all told him about their experiences with the Trials Pagoda, warning him of the strangeness of the blue box, and telling him all he had to do was select the correct option, and the pagoda would take care of everything else. The key for passing the test, they said, was persistence. As far as they knew, one couldn't be truly hurt inside the pagoda, and it seemed to give infinite chances to pass its trials. So far, at any rate, no one had been kicked out unless they chose not to proceed. It all sounded easy to Yuan Yaozu. Too easy. If the pagoda could indeed propel a golden core cultivator like him, one who had been stuck at the peak of the realm for centuries, into advancing to nascent soul, the value of the treasure was literally incalculable. He personally knew dozens of cultivators who would give anything they owned or could beg, borrow, or steal to use it. Such a benefit should come at an enormous cost. He'd hinted at that drawback with the juniors, and they had assured him that Chao Su had to pay a price for some of the benefits. A price for some of the benefits.
What price? What did it cost him to pay it? Which benefits cost and which were free? As well as potentially being the most valuable such structure Yuan Yaozu had ever heard tell of, the Rising Tide sect's Trials Pagoda was also the strangest and most powerful. And therein lay the problem. He actually liked Chao Su. The man seemed sincere in caring about his sect members and was overall a likable sort. More sincere and grounded than most in his position. But personal feelings didn't inform a cultivator's decisions. The fact was that Chao Su was not at a higher realm such as nihility, as Kang Ya-ting suspected. The sect leader hadn't even reached nascent soul yet. At best, he was peak golden core. Yuan Yaozu didn't look down on his fellow sect elder for failing to detect the ruse. Whatever Chao Su used to block sensing his level was absolutely superb. Standing next to him, even a spiritual sense honed over many centuries felt nothing, like the man was simply a mortal. Combined with the fact that Kang Ya-ting hadn't been around nearly as many high-realmed cultivators in his much shorter life as Yuan Yaozu had been, the inability to see through the deception was quite reasonable. As for how he knew? Many things. For one, nascent souls carried a metaphysical weight about them that Chao Su simply didn't possess. Another was that Chao Su didn't carry himself like someone who had the physical enhancements of a reformed body should. Instead, he carried himself exactly as a golden core who also used body cultivation would. Of course, both those traits could be faked. Maybe he worked hard on control to suppress that metaphysical weight. Maybe he practiced for centuries to move as if he were still a lowly golden core. Until late in the previous evening, Yuan Yaozu had remained undecided. It wasn't until he'd used his spiritual sense to observe the sect leader in his study that the situation was clarified. Yuan Yaozu had been, as a matter of course, keeping a close watch on the sect leader's actions. Chao Su had relocated to the 4th floor of the sect's administration hall, an area that seemed to serve as his personal chambers, cultivation room, and study. The entire area was exceptionally well warded with formations. Only a true expert with centuries of experience could have penetrated his spiritual sense through the barrier without raising notice. Fortunately, Yuan Yaozu was that good and had that much experience. A bubble of qi popped into place around the room the sect leader was in, and he began moving quite rapidly, producing greater spirit coins in seconds that should have taken minutes. The phenomenon revealed that Chao Su had access to a technique utilizing time qi, which was an impressive feat
especially given all the other aspects he'd been witnessed using. The interesting thing, though, was how many greater spirit coins Chao Su could produce in the hour he spent in the time bubble. About 1,800, which was the equivalent of more than 18 million qi used, depending on the efficiency of his technique. So say 20 million units of qi. When the bubble popped, there was little atmospheric qi remaining, which made a lot of sense. The problem with using time qi was that one had to separate the space one was in from the rest of the world, meaning no qi could get in to replenish what was being used. Yuan Yaozu judged the dilation of the time bubble to be about 10-1, which meant that Chao Su could only consume a maximum of around 2 million qi per hour. An impressive amount, far more than Yuan Yaozu could have used. That quantity was way too little for a nascent soul, though, by at least an order of magnitude. If Chao Su had truly reached that realm, he should have been able to utilize a minimum of 10 to 50 times that amount. And Yuan Yaozu saw no reason for the man to sandbag his production of coins.
He was expecting an attack the next day. The more coins he had available, the better. Maybe any one of the 3 pieces of evidence could be explained as Chao Su hiding his strength. But all 3? No one was that good of an actor, especially if they didn't know anyone was watching. Yuan Yaozu was firmly convinced that Chao Su was only in the Golden Core realm, meaning he had exactly 0 chance of defeating 2 strong nascent soul cultivators with untold amounts of combat experience. Which left Yuan Yaozu in quite the quandary, and was why he was taking his time in making his way to the Trials Pagoda. He had sworn an oath, witnessed by the heavens, to protect the Rising Tide sect and its members. There wasn't a lot of wiggle room in that pledge. There wasn't meant to be. When he'd made the promise, he'd expected the dominant Chao Su, as described by Kang Ya-ting, to be able to easily, well, not necessarily easily, take care of the Jade Chameleon cultivators. In that case, Yuan Yaozu's pledge made a lot of sense. Chao Su was so powerful that he'd be able to hold the valuable Trials Pagoda against any reasonable force thrown against him. His biggest need was a second powerful cultivator, one who could both back him up and provide defense when and where he wasn't available. Yuan Yaozu was more than willing to provide those services, considering the price he was getting in return. Win-win. The knowledge he'd recently learned had turned everything on its head, though. There was no scenario in which Chao Su could hang on to the Trials Pagoda. It was too valuable. Once word truly got out, the factions would risk anything and everything to obtain it. Being a newly minted, lone nascent soul charged with defending the sect in that situation was a death sentence. Yuan Yaozu had given his oath, though. That oath had been witnessed by the heavens. Breaking it, too, was a death sentence. But he hadn't taken an oath to be speedy in his trial-taking or in getting to the pagoda. If the fighting were all over by the time he emerged, that happenstance was in complete compliance with his oath. Yep, no hurry. All he really had to worry about was the aftermath. In an ideal world, he'd step out of the pagoda a new nascent soul to find the 2 Jade Chameleons in control of the territory, but injured, with Chao Su unfortunately dead. Between Kang Ya-ting and the new power of the Poison Claw sect, Yuan Yaozu, they'd take control of the Trials Pagoda and relocate it to the main sect grounds with all due haste. It was a risky move, a bold move, but no bolder than they were already making. If the Trials Pagoda could somehow actually do what he believed it might be able to do, he'd be the 5th nascent soul for his sect. The other 3 factions only had 4. The Poison Claw sect leader had signed off on the plan on the basis of 5 nascent souls, plus Chao Su being so intimidating that none of the others would move against them. With Chao Su dead, though, their only hope was to get the pagoda back to the sect
and start churning out nascent souls as quickly as possible. There were 2 other elders bottlenecked at the peak of Golden Core, so in 2 days' time, the sect could have 7. 7 versus 12, 4 from each of the 3 other factions. If they hold up in their sect branch behind their grand defensive formation with 7 nascent souls, they should be able to hold out long enough to move other cultivators through their bottlenecks, progressing the highest ones a minor realm at a time until they had 8, and then 9, and then 10, and... That could work. It had to. They were taking a huge gamble today. Yuan Yaozu sighed. He was taking that gamble, not the sect. His decision and his responsibility. With what he now knew, he should refuse to take the trial, or, perhaps better, deliberately fail. But then the Jade Chameleons would gain control of the pagoda. Honestly, there was no chance he'd do either of those things. He'd been striving for centuries. There was no way he was passing up the opportunity to advance. No matter how slowly he tried to walk, the path eventually took him to the trial's pagoda. With a sigh, he put his hand on the orb as he'd been instructed, and, just like the juniors had said, a blue box popped up in his vision. He ran his hand through it a few times, but the motion didn't disrupt it. And even with his superior spiritual sense, he didn't detect any chi usage, illusion or otherwise. Strange. But then again, Trials pagodas were anything but normal, and he had no reason to believe that one not to be even stranger still. He read the notice. Welcome to the Trial Pagoda, Allied Sect Elder Yuan Yaozu. You have the choice of one of the following trials: Advance Cultivation, or Technique Add or Modify Chi Aspect. Improve Spiritual Roots. Esteemed Trials Pagoda, this lowly elder wishes a trial to improve cultivation from the peak of Golden Core to Nascent Soul. The first box disappeared, to be replaced with a second one. Selection to advance cultivation to Nascent Soul requires an expenditure of sect resources and approval from sect leader Chao Su. Contacting sect leader Chao Su. Sect leader Chao Su says, Advancing to Nascent Soul is more expensive than I was anticipating. Do your absolute best to pass on the first try. I may not be willing to give you a second chance. Yuan Yaozu was stunned. Not from either obtaining permission to take the trial, or from Chao Su's admonition. No, it was from the very unexpected knowledge he'd just gained. Knowledge that flipped all his plans, once again, upside down. The juniors hadn't described in detail exactly what the boxes would say, only advising in general terms, and saying that the process was so intuitive that it wasn't possible to mess up. So he honestly hadn't concerned himself with the specifics. After all, if those juniors could do it, so could he. The implications of those messages, though, could not be denied. The pagoda, for all appearances, reached out to Chao Su for permission for the trial taker to proceed, indicating a much closer relationship between the pagoda and either the sect or the sect leader than Yuan Yaozu had anticipated. If he had to guess, he'd say that Chao Su had soul-bound the pagoda. If that suspicion were true, the pagoda would cease to function if Chao Su died. Depending on the odds of whether or not the sect leader had bound the treasure, it was possible, if not probable, that, upon Chao Su's death, the trial's pagoda would become worthless, losing all its value, because it would no longer be able to propel cultivators past their bottleneck. Yuan Yaozu could not let that happen. The future of his sect depended on the treasure. He had to finish his trial before the Jade Chameleons killed Chao Su.
Chapter 240. Preparing for War.
The arrival of the Jade Chameleon sect, nascent souls, might be days away, but Benton had to prepare as if it would come first thing the next morning, meaning he only had the rest of the evening and the whole of the night to get ready, which was exactly what he planned to do. First, and most importantly, came his upgrades. Ever since Kang Ya-ting had told Benton about the expected imminent attack, his mind had gone into overdrive, thinking about what he could do to power up. He already made use of the most powerful chi elements he could think of, gravity, time, space, and void, to create techniques. But it occurred to him that an increase in raw power wasn't what he needed. Well, such an increase would be nice, but he was at his wits' end regarding how to make improvements in that regard. His opponents were going to be faster, tougher, and hit with far greater strength than he could muster no matter what. No, he needed tricks, utility, and ways to leverage his advantages. The first advantage that came to mind was his perk that hid his cultivation. Not only did it do its job well, with no one being able to figure out his realm, but so far it had completely concealed him from all cultivators' spiritual sense. Even the vaunted nascent souls he was about to fight shouldn't be able to tell the difference between him and a mere mortal. In the confrontation against Tung Chun way back when they'd been returning from 6th Flawless Flowing City, the only way Benton penetrated the illusion had been with his spiritual sense. When fighting Tung Chun's father, Benton hadn't been able to sense the man at all, and had been forced to create a technique to be able to detect him. But that concealment had come at a cost for Tung Jian. He would have had to spend both concentration and chi to keep his presence hidden from spiritual sense, in addition to what it cost to create illusions to fool Benton's sight, hearing, and smell. Benton required no such expenditures to accomplish the same thing. He was undetectable to other cultivators' spiritual sense with no effort on his part. An illusion technique to make him invisible would allow him to hide at a lower cost than other cultivators could. That advantage was slight, but efficiencies like that added up during the course of a battle. Playing on the same theme, replicating the technique that Tung Jian and his flunkies had used to create illusionary clones would be a nice touch. Not only was it a practical tactic that would frustrate opponents' targeting, but Benton loved the idea of using the Jade Chameleon sect's own techniques against them. Only since his technique was system-supplied, it would be much more powerful, more efficient, and harder to see through. More importantly, it would be tricky, which was exactly what he was going for. The vision of 1,000 Chao Sus facing the two nascent souls made him happy. It also spurred another thought. What if he could change places with any of the clones? That ability would be very helpful in the coming battle. Utility. Perfect. What else? Kang Ya-ting and Yuan Yaozu had shared what intelligence they had on the two enemy cultivators, Ye Zhengsheng and Yan Mingsha. Neither were illusion chi users. In fact, both used primary elements, the former fire and the latter water. Benton already planned to use exclusively earth and wind elements against them, respectively. To that end, he purchased Earth Shot, a technique that sent what were basically bullets made of pure earth chi at a target, and Wind Slash, which did the same thing with what he imagined to be spinning circular saw blades made of wind chi. Both could also be charged with void chi as a finisher once his opponent's shield weakened.
Finally, he purchased a concept for force chi and created a technique that utilized force, poison, and momentum to add all those elements to any projectile, whether it be pure chi, mundane, or a mixture of the two. When he looked at his total sect points remaining after the expenditure, he almost laughed. The concept and 6 techniques cost 64 points. Even with spending that many, he still had over 2,000 remaining. Sweet. Anyway, he'd probably think of more uses for the points during the fight, but for the moment, his imagination was tapped. It worked out then that a pop-up distracted him a few moments later. A member of the Rising Tide sect, Gonzo,
has reached rank 4 as a beast. Gonzo's advancement qualifies for fulfillment of the Advance Additional Foundation Establishment Disciple Quest. Host is awarded 1 shop point. Host has 184 shop points available.
As soon as Benton dismissed that notification, another one appeared. Host's disciple, Jin Li Huan, has reached Foundation Establishment. Host is awarded 5 sect points. Host has 2,022 sect points available. Jin Li Huan's advancement fulfills the Advance Additional Foundation Establishment Disciple Quest. Host is awarded 1 shop point. Host has 185 shop points available. Nice. Too bad he couldn't create a cultivation method for Gonzo and capture those points too. But that was just being greedy. Benton frowned. Jin Li Huan was probably getting ready to take the pills to expand her chi pool, meaning she'd be spending the next half day in intense pain. If there was one thing that Benton hated about the cultivation world, actually there were many things he disliked about the cultivation world. The primary thing he hated about it was how cheap life was. No one seemed to think twice about killing a rival for any reason whatsoever. He hoped he could start turning that viewpoint around. Maybe in a millennium, the Rising Tide sect could be known as cultivators who valued life. Of course, to have any chance at reaching such a goal, the members would have to be so powerful that no one dared call them weak. Benton was okay with that. The second thing he hated was the thing he had first started thinking about. The fact that gains in one's cultivation potential always seemed to be accompanied by lots of pain. He was beginning to feel guilty every time he inducted a member into the sect, and every time he gave anyone pills to expand their chi pool. Benton tried to tell himself it was kind of like cancer treatments. Chemo sucked beyond the telling of it, but it was often a patient's only shot at beating the disease. The medicine hurt, but it was necessary. His mind wouldn't quite accept the analogy, though. Advancing spiritual roots and increasing chi pool size were both beneficial to cultivators, but they weren't life-saving. He sighed. Then again, it could be. Who was to say that one of his sect members wouldn't one day be involved in a battle to the death, and having that extra edge would be what saved them? Anyway, it was truly night by that point, and time was wasting. He needed to determine what to do next. What could he do that would be the most beneficial for him in preparation for a fight? The answer came to him almost out of nowhere. Sleep. He no longer needed a full 8 hours ever, but it had been several weeks since he'd taken more than a few minutes as a power nap. Cultivators didn't completely eliminate the requirement for sleep until receiving their reformed bodies at the nascent soul realm, even if those requirements were seriously reduced. Weeks of work and going without would cause a degradation of thought processes and optimum body efficiency. Just a couple of hours would refresh him completely and leave him 100% ready for the battle to come. So that was what he did. Upon waking, he did feel quite refreshed, and it was still early in the night, giving him plenty of time to finish any preparations. His first thought was that, with 2 enemy nascent souls approaching, his grand defensive formation wasn't seeming quite so grand. He didn't have time to design or implement anything fancy, but he knew what 2 types of chi to expect. Shields to block a single type were super simple, something he could easily accomplish while using time manipulation. Benton added a pair of formations, one to block fire chi and one to block water chi outside the wall and another inside the wall. There. Now each of the Jade Chameleons would have to penetrate 2 shields only one of them could hit and combine to take out the GDF. And he was positive that, no matter how much of a distraction he provided, they would attempt to take out the shields. Otherwise, the tower railguns would pelt them mercilessly.
The problem was that once those shields failed after taking 3 or 4 truly powerful hits each, there'd be nothing left to protect the sect grounds. Benton fixed that oversight by installing 2 more of each single-element blocking array around the CBD, anchoring them to the ground. The solution wasn't pretty or elegant,
Nor would it survive the next thunderstorm. But the arrays would serve their purpose for a single battle that day. If the enemies didn't show, he could always redo them the next night, or even craft something more permanent. With that task accomplished, there was no reason not to add a bit of extra protection for his towers, so he placed 2 pairs of arrays around each of those as well. Each of the enemy cultivators would have to penetrate 5 separate shields in order to damage each of the towers, which were pretty darn resilient on their own. Just for them to break the shields would take 15 to 20 shots at extreme power. Benton's thinking was that, while the enemy was trying to take out the towers, he'd have a huge advantage in that they couldn't concentrate fire on him. If he could get one of the nascent souls trapped and killed prior to either tower's foe main gun being destroyed, he'd be able to easily defeat the remaining Jade Chameleon. In the event that things went wrong and his invisibility and illusions failed him, Benton would need a way to escape their sight long enough to heal himself, either via pill or technique, and to consume spirit coins to replenish his chi. While the shields were up, he could simply teleport behind them and safely do whatever it was that he needed to do to recuperate. Once they went down, however, he needed another option, and he decided the proper place for that option was deep underground. While using time manipulation, Benton burrowed into the ground outside the sect in 5 locations, creating small, rock-lined bunkers at the bottom of each. The bunkers were just large enough for him to fit comfortably inside. He worried, though, about the open space being too precise in dimensions. Neither of his opponents was an Earth Chi user, but when dealing with cultivators as experienced as his 2 enemies, it was best to assume the worst. His best course of action was to suppose that at least one of them surely had a way to detect openings underground. There were already many natural voids and caves scattered about the area, so Benton reformed the rocks, doing his best to make the shapes appear irregular, like they were naturally formed. His last step in creating the hideouts was to inscribe arrays, one for structural reinforcement, and one to hide any chi within. He closed the space behind him by fusing the rocks and filled in the tunnels he'd made to get there, using his technique to manipulate plants to make the ground look undisturbed. When he was finished, he felt pretty good about what he'd accomplished. The arrays inside were unpowered, meaning that there was absolutely no chi signature inside to detect. Once Benton teleported into one of them, there would still be no way to detect him inside until he either used a technique or spirit coins to power the arrays or to replenish his chi pool. Each bunker only had to hold up long enough for him to scarf down a handful of spirit coins and use his healing technique. He hoped he'd done enough to conceal them and make them opaque enough to serve that purpose. By the time he'd finished all his preparations, it was already morning, and as soon as dawn had even thought about approaching, he'd become diligent in scanning with his spiritual sense, using his dual mind to constantly be on the lookout. By the time it was fully light, all his sect members had evacuated to the amphitheater, including the ones who had gone to the village to shepherd the mortals. Later than he'd thought would happen, Yuan Yaozu sauntered from his guest house to the Trials Pagoda. The man's pace was truly glacial as he displayed absolutely no urgency in advancing to nascent soul. Benton supposed that once he had reached almost 1,000 years old, it would be more difficult for him to find urgency in anything either. On the other hand, he wished the cultivator would hurry. If the battle went really wrong, Benton hoped to be able to call upon a powerful ally as a contingency plan. Surely Yuan Yaozu knew that, but he was still walking so slowly.
Ah, Benton figured it out. Yuan Yaozu was so confident that the Jade Chameleon cultivators would be defeated that he truly saw no need to hurry. Ugh. Benton wished he hadn't conveyed such confidence and power. Nothing he could do about it at that point, though. Eventually, even a glacial pace brought one to one's destination, and Benton received a notification. Host's ally, Yuan Yaozu, requests to use the trial pagoda. Requested trial. Advance cultivation. Requested advancement. Advance from peak of golden core to nascent soul. Trials for advancing to higher realms of cultivation require sect points. Each trial for advancement to nascent soul requires a payment of 500 sect points. Allow trial. Y/N.
Benton hesitated before sending a reply. Yes, he was flush with sect points. Yes, he needed a nascent soul ally. Yes, the expenditure was worth it. But he hated having to pay the price. He knew the pagoda would become a point sink. And he was right. Frustrated, he fired off a message to Yuan Yaozu that he better pass on the first try, and mentally gave the yes option a hard smash. Benton sighed. Even more frustrating than the system's attempt to pry his hard-earned points from him was the entire situation. All he'd wanted was to create a little sect and raise the fortunes of his sect members. He wanted to keep them safe. Instead, he found himself facing a battle with an unsure outcome. An old quote came to mind: "If you want peace, prepare for war." Well, preparing for war was exactly what he'd done. He just hoped it would lead to peace eventually. At least he felt he was as ready as he could be.
Chapter 241. Overblown Worries.
On the morning that possibly would lead to the end of thousands of years spent challenging the heavens, Ye Zhengsheng rose after sunrise and had a quiet, leisurely breakfast. He and Yan Mingxia were in no hurry to depart for the small village holding the upstart Rising Tide sect. The final end came for all those who failed to reach immortality, but there was no reason to rush toward it after so many millennia of desperately fighting to stave it off, after all. Contrasting with his general malaise stemming from thoughts of his possible demise, a small bit of excitement was rising in him. He'd lived his life going from one challenging battle to the next, and it had been so long since he'd engaged with anyone truly capable of hurting him. By all accounts, the sect leader, Chao Su, was formidable. If rumors were to be believed, he might have even reached a higher realm than nascent soul. If so, Ye Zhengsheng's final battle would be something completely new for him, something that few cultivators have ever experienced. Combat against a nihility realm cultivator while a major realm below. The thought was exhilarating. Of course, the sect leader, Chao Su, might not be as powerful as some believed him to be. Ye Zhengsheng's and Yan Mingxia's journeys might not end that day, but even should the two of them survive the battle, they were both on a clock, one that spanned mere decades instead of centuries. It was nice to entertain the notion of the tall tale that Tung Wu Ying spun about a trials pagoda with such heavens-defying power as to be able to propel even cultivators in the nascent soul level to a breakthrough. But such stories always turned out to be fiction. Ye Zhengsheng had used 5 or 6 such pagodas in his day, and heard first-hand accounts of dozens of others. None had the powers Tung Wu Ying had claimed. If one did have such an ability, the effects would be profound.
All but a tiny percentage of cultivators bottlenecked before reaching immortality. The ability to simply enter a trial to break through would be a boon beyond imagining for any of them. Not a cultivator on the planet wouldn't want to control such a treasure. Its mere presence might ignite a war that burned the entire planet. The strength required to hold such a thing didn't even exist in legend. Forget nihility. One would have to reach 2 full major realms above that to half-step immortal to have a chance of maintaining influence over an object so powerful. There was absolutely no possible way a sect leader of a nothing sect had possession of a pagoda that could do anything like Teng Wu Ying believed. The boy's eyes were filled with spirit coins. Ye Zhengsheng had seen many cultivators over the years inflicted with the same disease. Such concerns were no longer his worry, though. He had one last mission to carry out for the sect. After taking a relaxing bath, dressing in his favorite combat robe, and calming his mind with an hour of meditation, he rose to go meet Yan Mingxia. It was nearly noon when the two left the Jade Chameleon sect. Being nascent soul cultivators, they no longer needed flying swords or any other device in order to fly. They simply willed themselves in the direction they wanted to go, and they were propelled forward. When Ye Zhengsheng grew annoyed with the feel of wind whipping across his face and body, he simply willed it to stop, and a cocoon of qi blocked it. Many, many years had passed since he'd last flown, though. Since he'd last left his cultivation chamber, really. So when he discovered that he missed the sensation, a thought was all it took to allow the exact amount of wind he desired to hit him. Being a nascent soul cultivator was a wondrous thing. With the end of his life approaching, he found himself appreciating the little things, like effortless movement, and the world responding to his will.
Another perk of traveling as a nascent soul was that it was fast. Very fast. Before much time at all had passed, they had transversed the long distance between their departure point and their target. A man in a blue robe stood behind a wall between 2 towers. The wall was protected by a formation as impressive as the one surrounding the Jade Chameleon sect, maybe even more impressive. Ye Zhengsheng wasn't a formation master, as crafting had never been one of his interests. Instead, he found joy in the thrill of battle, facing a foe who wanted to kill him, lives hanging in the balance where a single mistake might mean the end of his struggle. What he saw, though, disappointed him. The sect leader, Chao Su, wasn't at a higher realm than nascent soul, as some had posited. He hadn't even reached that high. At best, he was at the peak of golden core. Ye Zhengsheng understood the confusion. A myriad of qi elements wafted off the man, more than any cultivator should have access to. And as far as spiritual sense went, he might as well have been a mortal. He was certainly not simple. But not being simple and being able to fight not 1, but 2 nascent soul cultivators were not the same thing. For one as experienced as Ye Zhengsheng, it was easy to tell at a glance that Chao Su simply was not what many suspected him of being. There would be no challenge that day. A mass of people, both cultivators and mortals, were holed up inside many shields. It was clear that Chao Su sought to protect them to the greatest extent possible. "Give up," Ye Zhengsheng said. "If you surrender now, I swear that I will at least give your people a legitimate chance to escape. We have to kill some of them, most of them, but if a few slip through the cracks, no one will fault us." Chao Su stared at them defiantly. Ye Zhengsheng sighed. "If you resist even a little, I also swear that I will make it my mission for the remainder of my days to kill every single person you care about." Choose wisely. On one hand, Benton held a modicum of respect for the opposing Jade Chameleon nascent soul cultivator. The offer to spare a small number of the villagers and Rising Tide sect members, from his perspective, was quite generous. On the other, Benton was not swayed in the least. The thought of allowing anyone to hurt a single one of his people was a complete non-starter, not to mention that, as soon as he was out of the picture,
there would be no one capable of protecting any of them. He glared defiantly at the man. There would be no surrender. "So be it," the man said, and sent a spike of fire chi toward the GDF. The outermost shield attuned to that element caught the strike without so much as a flicker. If the guy wanted to penetrate Benton's defenses, he would have to do a lot better than that. As soon as the cultivator fired his first shot, two things happened. One, both towers targeted him. Like Benton expected, the chi blasts, even the water-aspected ones, didn't do much. The aura the man emitted dampened the attacks so much that, even if the towers would have doubled the power expended, he would have barely noticed them. The shots from the railgun were a different story. The supersonic rounds propelled by electricity hit like a truck. Well, not a truck, because a nascent soul wouldn't notice a truck hitting them any more than they noticed most chi attacks. More like something that hit much harder than a truck. The man, too arrogant to either dodge or repel a purely mundane munition, hadn't even bothered to engage his personal shield, maybe figuring the harmless-looking projectile was designed simply to bleed chi from him. He actually let out an oof when it hit. The second thing that happened was that Benton triggered several techniques. First, clone. The air filled with 1,000 images of himself. Second, he switched places with one of the illusions, taking its place outside the GDF while it appeared where he had been standing. Third, earth shot. 100 bullets of pure earth chi appeared in the air around Benton. That appearance obviously drew the attention of the enemy cultivators. The first was still dealing with a rail gun that was trying to take his head off. The second, though, turned her attention to the clone who had launched the technique, blasting it with a massive strike of water chi that dwarfed anything Benton's hydroblast could put out by an order of magnitude. She was too late, though. Benton had already switched to yet another clone, just after propelling the earth bullets with one of his other new techniques. He was already really glad he'd come up with all the cool new ideas, since they might just be the factor that saved him. The swarm of earth bullets dispersed into a wide pattern and rocketed toward the man. The tactic of scattering was nice in that the man was unable to dodge all the projectiles. The tactic of scattering was awful in that a lot of the projectiles whizzed past him without him being required to take any evasive action at all. Still, dozens smashed his shield, and since they were earth chi and his shield consisted of fire, they all struck at the equivalent of double strength. Unfortunately, that was where the man's aura shone. It wasn't like the bullets did nothing, exactly, but whereas a golden core cultivator's defense would have been shredded, his only flared slightly. Still, with the opening salvos out of the way, Benton felt he was definitely on the way to gaining the upper hand. Neither of the enemies even knew where he was, much less had hit him. None of the shields had taken even a single hit hard enough to weaken them. The railguns were as much of a success as he could have hoped given the quality of his opponents, and Benton's new techniques were as effective as he had anticipated. If things kept going the way they currently were, he might just have to admit that his worries about the fight were overblown.
Chapter 242. The First Goal.
Benton snorted. He was growing overconfident. Just because the battle had started out going his way didn't mean it would finish that way. Not against two nascent soul cultivators. If he wanted to win, it was up to him to make the victory happen. His most important objective was to cut the number of his adversaries in half, meaning he needed to get one of them into the trap. The man, the fire cultivator, was farther away from the hidden formation, so by simple expedience of the woman, the water cultivator, being closer to the trap, Benton chose her. The array would trigger as soon as anyone besides him, who possessed a cultivation base, entered a circle with a radius of about 50 yards from its center, an area that extended above the ground pretty much all the way to space. Once triggered, the trap would latch onto its target and hold them until either they gathered enough power to break free or the formation was broken. Since the schematic came from the system, though, not even a cultivator in the nascent soul realm should be able to break free of it. Unfortunately, Benton hadn't been able to afford the necessary materials from the shop to make the formation indestructible. That failure meant that the formation itself was vulnerable. To counter that weakness, he'd camouflaged it both physically and with anti-detection formations. He'd also buried it deep and kept the channels thin and isolated from their surroundings, not to mention adding multiple redundancies. His final countermeasure was the creation of multiple fake trap arrays that were easier to detect. Still, he was dealing with nascent souls. He was positive the target would be able to quickly either find the trap or send out enough destructive force in such a wide area that locating it precisely didn't matter. Its destruction was inevitable, but that was okay. He only needed it to hold for the tiniest fraction of a second.
The tower's real main weapons were linked to the trap triggering, and the chi from that system-designed beam traveled at the speed of light, faster even than a nascent soul. Getting the cultivator into the trap was the same as killing the cultivator. That summed up Benton's first goal in the fight, or second goal. The first was to not die. Not dying was important. The female cultivator was only about 25 yards from the trap's trigger point, but she was staying completely stationary, relying on ranged attacks as she searched for Benton. He had two possible avenues to move her into range: trickery or brute force. Neither was a slam-dunk solution, though. His best idea to trick her was to appear on the opposite side of the trigger area and try to taunt her into moving straight toward him. The instant she passed within the trap's range, she would be done for. The issue there was that she seemed content to remain stationary. There was no guarantee that anything he could do would entice her to move. Worse, his actions might cause both nascent souls to suspect the trap's presence. Brute force was equally problematic. He would need to produce enough raw power to physically push her back the necessary 25 yards. Against someone in his realm or lower, the exercise would be trivial, but he was dealing with someone almost an entire major realm higher than him. Not only was she stronger than him, but that aura of hers would make moving her an inch, much less more than a score of yards, a pure pain in the buttocks. Of course, there was a third option. Since she was stationary, why not simply fire the main weapon at her where she was? The problem with that approach was twofold. One, while the beam moved at the speed of light, the firing process was not instantaneous, which was why he needed her to be stuck in the trap, motionless, for that tiny fraction of a second. Though the necessary chi build-up was quicker than almost anyone could detect, he would be an idiot to underestimate someone at her level. 2. Once the main weapon fired once and the cultivators were able to evaluate the threat, they would surely stop at nothing to destroy the towers. Basically, it was a one-use solution. Once it fired and missed, he'd have to defeat 2 nascent souls on his own, and if it felt comfortable with his chances for doing that, he wouldn't have spent so much to purchase the main weapon schematic in the first place. That left Benton right back with his original decision: trickery or brute force. Though the former had been somewhat successful for him since coming to this world, he couldn't think of anything he could either say or do that would make the woman enter into melee range against him. He had a lot of options to create massive force, though. Thus, the latter gave him better odds given the particular situation. Brute force it was. Step 1. Teleport to the appropriate clone. Step 2. With the exception of just enough to teleport him to one of the bunkers, expend literally every bit of chi he possessed to create a wind slash weighted with his new projectile enhancement technique, increasing its momentum, poison, and force. Step 3. Get the heck out of dodge, retreating to replenish his reserves while hoping his attack had worked. "Here goes nothing," he said internally. The first step went fine.
Benton transferred from his position on the ground to one in the air, about 50 yards from the woman, with her between him and the trap. He hung in the air for an instant without using any chi to hold him up, giving her no chi signature to latch onto. That instant went fast, of course, and when it was up, he started falling. But by that point in his career as a cultivator, triggering a technique he'd purchased to mastery was a trivial and extremely quick exercise.
He sent the wind slash at her, and before she could respond, teleported to one of the bunkers. The first 10 greater spirit coins were already dissolving in his mouth before his body had fully formed inside the dark, confined space, and he kept gobbling them down in sets of 10 about every quarter second, until he'd consumed the 564 he needed to fully refill his chi pool. Unfortunately, consuming the coins was not instantaneous. 57 sets at a quarter second per still took a little over 14 seconds. Luckily, he was a cheating cheater who cheats. His time manipulation technique consumed less chi than he naturally regenerated, so at a 10-to-1 dilation, he only disappeared for less than 2 seconds all told. That time period was barely a metaphorical blink of an eye for a mortal. For a nascent soul cultivator, though, 2 seconds was an eternity. When Benton took the place of one of the clones on the battlefield, he hoped to see the female cultivator dead and the outermost shield still holding off attacks from the man. Instead, the woman was just fine, and she was adding her power to the man's while they attempted to bring down the grand defensive formation. Benton switched with one clone to throw a small amount of earth bullets at the man, before switching again to send a trio of wind slashes at the woman. Both must have started to grow wary of the power of his attacks, because they each took measures not to get hit, taking no damage. His salvo accomplished what he wanted, though. While they were defending themselves, they weren't pounding the GDF, and unlike the simpler shields, that formation would regenerate itself given time. The short break did it a world of good. Benton's main concern, however, was the woman. She was still in the same spot, and he had no idea how she'd dealt with the massive wind slash he'd sent at her. Probably either dodged it or deflected it. The problem was that he'd been too far away from her, giving her enough time to react to his boosted projectile. His next logical step was to try again from much closer. Benton switched with a clone less than a dozen yards from her and loosed another charged slash, putting everything he had into it save a small reserve. He wanted to see what happened, though. Which would probably have been fine if he'd chosen another clone to use as a vantage point. Instead, he figured that the time the slash took to get to her was so short that it wouldn't be a big deal to remain stationary for an instant. He was wrong. Very wrong. The woman tanked the hit. It penetrated her shield, but she parried it aside with a metal band around her wrist that nullified all the wind chi upon contact. Of course she'd have defense against wind chi. Why wouldn't she? It was her greatest weakness. He'd underestimated his enemy. Just as he triggered his teleport to a different bunker, pain flared in the area of his shoulder. A lot of pain. Between Sue's memories, the system cramming information into his head, and the fight against the Cyclops, Benton had experienced more pure hurt on this planet than he had in all his years on Earth combined. Whatever the woman, assuming it was her instead of the man, had hit him with, had exceeded his high tolerance. Greatly exceeded. Benton was in agony. He could barely breathe, could barely think. His mind scarcely recognized what was happening. All he knew was that the upper left part of his body was in excruciating pain, and the space he was in was pitch black. He needed light to see. No, not light. He needed light. His thought triggered chi usage. An orb appeared. Fearing what he'd see, he looked down at the place where the agony originated. His left shoulder and arm weren't there. They were just gone. The only thing remaining was a gaping mass of torn tissue.
Blood squirted out in great globs. If he had been human, he would already have been dead.
In fact, given the amount of damage, he was pretty sure the loss of so much tissue and blood would have killed a normal golden core cultivator. If not for advancing his body cultivation to the peak of gold, he might not have survived. Black spots appeared in front of his eyes. He didn't know if he would make it out of the bunker alive. The only thing that kept him fighting for each additional breath was the thought of what would happen to the kids if he didn't survive. Maybe Yuan Yaozu could save them. Yes, that was a reasonable hope. If the man passed his trial soon, he might be able to prevent the worst from happening. He had to. Benton grew more lightheaded by the moment. He'd died once already, and it looked like he was about to repeat the experience.
Chapter 243. No survivors.
Yuan Yaozu entered the trial pagoda full of confidence. After all, if the juniors he met could all pass their trials, how could he, a golden core cultivator who'd experienced nearly a millennium of life, possibly fail? He even knew what to expect. From the juniors' stories, some form of apparently unblockable chi would be hurled at him, and he would experience death after death until he learned whatever lesson the trial was trying to teach him. While challenging for a junior, someone possessing the knowledge wrung from his long years would have no trouble. Maybe he wouldn't finish on the first try, but surely he'd figure out the trick to it by the second, or, at the very latest, the third attempt. With that attitude firmly in place, he calmly observed how it felt as the orb transported him. He ended up, as expected, in a gray space that was exactly as the juniors had described. There was enough light to see, but the source was unknown. The light simply existed, as if a powerful cultivator had declared it to be so, and thus reality obeyed. And the gray seemed to stretch to eternity. There was nothing in the room, not even air. Yet he could breathe if he wished. Even his highly trained spiritual sense detected nothing. There was no chi in the space. Curious, he tried to pull in a mote and was successful. Yet none appeared to his sense. Interesting. Yuan Yaozu had to admit that Chao Su's Trials Pagoda was unlike any of the ones he'd been in or even heard about. "Face your fear and advance," a man's voice said. Yuan Yaozu spun. There was a man, a being, behind him. The man or being, or whatever it was, had not been there an instant ago. Yuan Yaozu was sure he'd been alone. It concerned him that someone or something could appear at his back with him not detecting any movement. Still, he wasn't paranoid enough to find danger lurking around every corner. He was here for a specific purpose. It was best to focus on his goal. "Face my fear and advance?" Yuan Yaozu said, confirming what the entity had stated. "Face your fear and advance." Yuan Yaozu took exception to the implication that he was afraid of anything. He took greater exception to the implication that it was his fear that held him back from advancing to nascent soul. His many attempts at breaking through had led him to one inescapable conclusion. There was some issue with his cultivation, or some trick he was missing. It was not possible that he'd struggled for multiple centuries and something as simple as fear was the problem. Maybe, though, fear had nothing to do with it. Maybe the space was special in some way that would allow him to advance if he simply made the attempt. Yes, that made sense. The part about fear was a misdirection. The trick to passing the trial was to ignore it. He chuckled at the simplicity of the pagoda. Like he had thought, a junior might find the place complicated, but a golden core cultivator with centuries of experience would figure it out in an instant. Yuan Yaozu sank into a lotus position and began yet another attempt at advancement. He was well used to the process by that point. After all, he'd tried at least 100 times over the last 5 centuries. Part of him still couldn't believe that his life had reached the end of its span without him advancing again. He hated that he'd been forced to beg on metaphorical bended knee for access to a trial's pagoda. After all, he'd been considered a prodigy for his entire existence as a cultivator. He'd reached foundation establishment in 1 year and 7 months, though he'd had the help of a chi gathering pill to advance one of his minor realms. Reaching Golden Core had taken only a bit over 8 years instead of the 10 most sect members took. And he'd practically flown through those ranks, reaching the peak of that realm in just over 4.5 centuries, quicker than almost anyone on record. Challenge the heavens? Not for him.
There was no challenge at all.
He simply advanced through the realms by leaps and bounds, talented, possessing a bright future. That was how all the seniors had always referred to him. The entire sect expected him to break through from the peak of Golden Core to nascent soul in less than a century. Instead, he'd lingered, and lingered, and lingered. In theory, advancing to nascent soul was simple. First, one gathered as much chi as one could hold in one's core and filtered it through one's most powerful concept, aligning chi and concept with the Tao. Next, the cultivator must shatter their golden core. As long as there was enough chi present and the connection to the Tao was strong enough, the chi would combine with the shattered core and the cultivator's existing soul to form a brand new soul. Obviously, it was important to get all the steps right. Shattering one's core and not advancing meant the end of one's cultivation journey and, more often than not, one's life. Honestly, though, only the first step was in the least bit tricky, and it was there that Yuan Yaozu always failed. Something was wrong with his cultivation. It had to be. He simply could not gather enough chi in his core to support the transformation. Time after time, he'd filled his core until he couldn't cram in any more and felt that there just wasn't enough contained within. Proceeding without enough would be foolish, resulting in instant failure. The rest of the process he felt would be no issue. His concept was strong, and he'd meditated for centuries on its alignment with the Tao. There was no problem there. And any idiot could explode his own core, so there was no problem on that front. If he could just garner a little more chi into his core, he'd have enough for the transformation. Fear didn't hold him back. A substandard cultivation method did. Which left him where, exactly? Stuck. Just like he had been for the last over half a millennium.
But being stuck in this place on this day was not acceptable. Yuan Yaozu felt intense pressure to succeed. If he didn't pass the trial, ascend, and join the fight, and do all that quickly, there would probably be no more Chaosu, and therefore, probably no more chances to use the trial's pagoda. Well, he wouldn't give up. That was for sure. He expelled all the chi he'd gathered in his core and started over. There had to be a trick to it, and he was going to find it. Ye Zhengsheng was more than a little impressed with the combat abilities of Chaosu. For a mere golden core cultivator even to survive against 2 nascent souls for as long as he had was an accomplishment. And the man had done more than simply survive. Whatever array he'd used to propel the purely mundane projectiles was extraordinary. The dense metal moved so fast that it packed a deceptively hard punch, and because it did not contain chi, it was harder to detect and was not affected by auras. The combination of those traits made it an adequate weapon against him and Yan Mingsha. Not that either of them was in any danger from the weapon, but neither could they simply ignore it. The projectiles were bothersome, something akin to a bee sting back when they were mortals. The formations he'd erected were likewise stronger than Ye Zhengsheng had anticipated. Most of the time, when dealing with sect defenses,
Only a few chi bursts at minimal intensity were required to bring down the shield. The rising tide sect's defenses required him to fully exert himself for multiple shots. His available chi actually noticeably dipped. Even more interesting was the use of the Tung family's myriad technique. How had Chao Su gotten a hold of that? And the version he used was clearly superior, producing more illusionary clones at cheaper cost and better fidelity than anything in use by any member of the Jade Chameleon sect. Chao Su also appeared to be able to switch places with any of the clones, a functionality that made him extremely difficult to pin down. Ye Zhengsheng almost shuddered. If the man ever advanced to nascent soul and gained the ability to have those clones act independently, such an opponent would be someone even Ye Zhengsheng would hesitate to take on. At the moment, though, he was much more formidable than had been anticipated, but he still was a golden core cultivator.
The Earth-aspected projectiles he fired off, possessing no less than 4 distinct concepts somehow, hit hard, but the tyranny of an aura was not something easily overcome. The wind slashes he'd sent against Yan Mingsha, on the other hand, would have been enough to actually injure her due to how much chi the man had charged into them. The amount was far more than a typical golden core would have access to, and the concepts were all top tier. There was no deviation from the Tao weakening their power. If Yan Mingsha hadn't had a bracelet that disrupted wind attacks, her greatest weakness among common elements, the battle might have had a far different outcome. As it was, though, Chao Su could stay in the fight only as long as he made no mistakes. The first time he did, Yan Mingsha punished him for it. He'd lingered just a tad too long after an attack, and he'd been left with insufficient chi to power his shield. Her water jet had hit him in the shoulder, obliterating it and his arm. If he hadn't been in the process of teleporting right as she hit him, he would have been struck down and soon ended. Given his injuries, he probably died upon reaching his destination anyway. Ye Zhengsheng's sense didn't detect him anywhere. Then again, that had been true throughout the fight. Either way, it was time for him and Yan Mingsha to finish off the sect's grand defensive formation before destroying the towers. If Chao Su hadn't reappeared by the time they'd reduced the 2 defensive structures to rubble, they'd move on to annihilating his sect members. Ye Zhengsheng sighed. He took no joy in killing innocent children, but his duty was clear. There were to be no survivors. Well, perhaps the Poison Claw Elder and his sect members could be allowed to surrender. It depended on what they could offer in the way of concessions.
Chapter 244. Sinking into the black. Benton grew more light-headed by the moment. Black crept into the edges of his sight. He felt himself sink into it. His wound was something no mortal could withstand. He was dying, and there was nothing he could do about it. Those thoughts triggered a rebellion in his mind. Not the dying part. He'd done that before, and, as an old man, it was to be expected. There was no choice but to shuffle off this mortal coil. No. Wait. Mortal? He wasn't a mortal. Was he? He'd been one on Earth, but he was no longer on Earth? Right. He was a cultivator now. The other part of his thoughts that seemed wrong was that there was nothing he could do about dying. He wasn't just a cultivator. He was a cultivator with a healing technique. With a thought, he triggered it, and a wash of warmth swept over the mess of tangled flesh where his shoulder used to be, relieving some of the pain. But he was low on chi, very low. Not enough left to heal him. Spirit coins. His ring. With another thought, he had a stack of them appear in his mouth, where they quickly dissolved. 100,000 chi. Good. He used all of it for healing. Same for the next stack, and the next, and the next.
The healing jogged his memory. A pill. Yes, also in his ring. He withdrew a major healing pill and consumed it. Its effects combined with his healing technique to at least double the rate of recovery. Vaguely, it occurred to him that he was in a hurry, though he couldn't quite remember why. The urgency was enough for him to trigger a technique: time manipulation. Seconds, or minutes, or hours, or days passed as he continued to consume stack after stack of greater spirit coins. Blood stopped spurting and regenerated inside his body. Torn muscles wove themselves back together. Flesh and bone reformed. First his shoulder, and then his entire arm reappeared inch by inch. The technique mostly blocked the pain. Mostly.
The sensations caused were not pleasant, but they were better than the alternative. And soonish, he was completely injury-free. Benton praised his prior self for purchasing the healing technique. He would have died without it. The kids would have, too. Crap, the kids. He'd been down in the bunker for what seemed like an eternity. The nascent souls could be attacking his sect members, might have already attacked his sect members. They might all be dead. No, he couldn't let himself think like that. Benton withdrew a new robe from his ring, threw it on, and teleported back to the surface. The nascent souls were still outside the wall, attacking the towers. The grand defense formation was down, but it must have put up one hell of a fight to have kept them out for so long. The shields protecting the towers were down, though, and the turrets destroyed. The two jade chameleons were slowly whittling away the outer rock layer. The man was floating quite near the towers, directing his shots from up close. The woman, though, was still using ranged attacks, but she, too, had drifted closer to the wall. And in doing so, she'd inadvertently moved closer to the trap. Instead of 25 yards away from it, she was closer to 10. Still, that might as well have been 100 or 1,000, considering the lack of effectiveness of every attack he'd tried against her. Benton shook with rage. These two assholes had come to his home, almost killed him, and were trying to kill his kids. There had to be something he could do. Something. Anything. He just wanted to fly up to her and tackle her. Which would be pointless. But it would feel good. It would feel like he was accomplishing something even if he wasn't. Wait. Was it pointless? If he literally launched himself at her, wouldn't he, in essence, become a projectile in that situation? He'd have the element of surprise. If he used his spear, she'd think he was planning on engaging in a melee attack. She wouldn't expect him to literally tackle her, right? What cultivator at their level would resort to grappling? 10 yards. All he needed was to move her 10 yards. He'd take damage, of course, but this time he wouldn't deplete his shield. It would hold up to a few shots even from an enemy of her caliber. Benton withdrew his spear from his ring. He chose a clone in the air about a dozen yards from her that was to her side, slightly behind her. Triggering his technique, he switched places with it. As soon as he finished the teleport, he applied his projectile enhancement technique on himself. It worked. He rocketed toward her. Force and momentum propelled him faster than he'd ever traveled. His movement must have caught her attention because her head whipped toward him. Her eyes widened in surprise. If the situation hadn't been so dire, he might have laughed. He'd been hurt because he'd underestimated his opponents. They'd done the same thing. Benton hoped their consequences were more dire than his had been. He flew toward her so fast and with so much momentum that he barely had time to think as the dozen yards evaporated in an instant. A feint with his spear caused her to use her bracelet to attempt to block it, but that had never been his aim. Instead, he collided with her, his arm going around her waist.
It felt like hitting a tree, a very solid, old, heavy tree, one with a large circumference. Without the backing of his projectile technique, he was pretty sure he would have simply bounced back. But between how fast he was traveling and the momentum he'd built up, he kept going, pushing her before him. It was working. The thing that really played into his favor was that she didn't seem too concerned with the fact that she was being carried along with him. Instead, she attempted to do as much damage to him as she could, pounding his back with bursts of water. And, as a nascent soul, she could bring a lot of force to bear. His shield flared to life.
Once, twice, 3 times, 4. Benton felt his chi pool rapidly being depleted. The quality and efficiency of his shield were in a contest against both her strength and her aura, and he was losing. Rapidly. But that didn't matter. He didn't need to win. He just needed 10 yards. 10 tiny, minuscule, lousy yards. A powerful, concentrated blast of fire hit his legs, finally burning through his shield. The experience was agonizing, almost as bad as when his shoulder had been obliterated. But neither the pain nor the loss of his lower legs mattered, because he'd reached his target. Benton sensed the tower's main weapon's trigger, but he was already teleporting to a bunker.
Ye Zhengsheng rued the day he ever thought that encountering a challenging opponent would be a good thing.
The little golden core he was fighting was turning into a pure nuisance. As if his use of illusion and clones to hide his presence wasn't annoying enough, he also could use true teleportation. All nascent souls had the ability to transform themselves into chi and use that as a form of quasi-teleportation. That method had limits, such as being relatively slow and being restricted from penetrating anything that didn't allow chi through. Chao Su's, in contrast, allowed him to instantly transport himself anywhere within range. It was a rare and powerful and, as an opponent, aggravating skill, one requiring access to spatial chi to use. It made the man much tougher to kill than would normally have been the case. Yan Mingxia.
Both towers fired a beam of chi wider than his leg in the direction of Yan Mingxia.
He spun again, expecting his ally to move out of the range of the attacks from the towers. Instead, she appeared to be stuck. She yelled, "Hell!" There was no time to do anything. The beams met at a point less than a yard from her and combined, tripling in magnitude. The amalgamated ray flashed, and instantly Yan Mingxia's top half vanished. Literally vanished. Disintegrated. Nascent souls were quite difficult to kill, but vaporizing one's head and chest was not something even a cultivator in their vaunted realm could survive. Her lower torso and legs fell to the ground, where they hit with a wet smack. Yan Mingxia, a cultivator with thousands of years of experience and victor of hundreds of battles, was dead.
Chapter 245. Mutually Assured Destruction?
Benton fell on his butt as soon as he materialized in one of his bunkers. At least he wasn't so zonked out by his injuries that he couldn't think. Better than last time, anyway. Reaching out with his spiritual sense, he discovered a nascent soul above the sect. 1. His attack had been successful. Finally, a part of his plan had gone correctly. Benton's relief was palpable. If the woman had somehow survived the tower's devastating attack, he didn't know what he would have done. His sense also found 3 unknown golden cores at the edge of his detection range. More attackers? Observers? He didn't know, but he couldn't worry about them at the moment. There were more important issues needing his attention, or rather, a more important issue. He immediately initiated time manipulation, followed by a light orb and activating his healing technique. A major healing pill appeared in his mouth from his spatial ring, and as soon as he downed it,
he followed it with 10 greater spirit coins. With his body repairing itself, he considered the previous fights, what had gone right and what had gone wrong. On the plus side, he wasn't dead, and one of his opponents was. But those were about the only good things. Getting the woman into the trap had been much more difficult than he'd expected, and he'd nearly been killed twice. Neither his time as a cultivator, nor a lifetime spent as a middle manager, father, and husband had prepared him for losing limbs in combat, and he found that he didn't enjoy the experience. At all. In fact, he'd prefer to avoid it happening again, no matter what achieving that outcome required. But the only way to do that was to not fight, which he had to admit sounded more appealing than he would have thought. Part of him really wanted to quit, to just hide out in the bunker until the bad man went away. But the adult part of Benton knew he couldn't and wouldn't do that.
In fact, the sooner he exited the bunker, the better. As soon as the man finished destroying the towers, he'd start on the shields protecting the amphitheater. With the twins, Kang Lin and Kang Ya-ting feeding their own chi into the formation, the chameleon jade cultivator would find it a tougher nut to crack than he probably expected. But he would penetrate it, eventually. The tyranny of realm was real. There was nothing even Kang Ya-ting could do against a nascent soul. Benton would just have to grit his teeth and do what he needed to do, whatever it took. Determined as he was, though, he still had a major problem. When he'd first contemplated the battle, he'd figured that killing one of the attacking cultivators with the towers would be easy, and defeating the second one-on-one wouldn't be any more difficult than the fight against the Cyclops. That idea was wrong. Very wrong. Both the cultivators were more powerful and much more intelligent than the beast had been. The comparison was night and day. Benton truly didn't know if anything he did would let him defeat that man. Maybe surrendering was the best option. If Benton gave himself up, maybe... No, that was stupid. The Jade Chameleon sect would never let his sect members live. He had to fight, and he had to win. But how? He did have two big advantages. One, as long as he didn't use any chi, his opponent had no way of sensing him. Two, Benton's teleportation worked like a dream, instantaneously transporting him wherever he wanted to go. There were also techniques that he was underusing that could help him as well, as one that he hadn't used at all that he'd meant to try. As his legs finished forming, Benton sat and schemed. When Benton was finally fully healed and had finished topping off his chi pool, his sense indicated that the male nascent soul was finished destroying the towers and the shields protecting the sect grounds. The only thing protecting his kids was the shield around the amphitheater. No time to lose. Benton readied a massive earth bullet, charging it with 3 million chi, half earth and half void, and activated dual mind. After popping a stack of greater spirit coins into his mouth, he teleported himself and the bullet to within a yard of the Jade Chameleon's back. Upon materializing, Benton hit the man with Mind Stun and let loose with the bullet. The stun worked. The man faltered, clearly disoriented, and the bullet flew straight and true, crashing into its target and blowing through the man's shield. It penetrated deep into the flesh of the small of his back. Void chi ate skin, muscles, and bone, leaving a huge crater in the high-realmed cultivator's incredibly tough body. Benton was actually quite impressed. His earth bullet didn't have a system-bought schematic backing it up. It was made purely from his golden core chi. Between the weakening caused by the aura and the natural enhancements the target's body had gained upon reaching the nascent soul realm, he'd half expected his attack to do little actual damage. Nothing beat void for destroying living tissue. The man spun, fire already forming in his hands, but Benton had already teleported to a bunker. He'd done it. He'd injured the man.
and escaped unscathed. Benton activated time manipulation and dissolved more Greater Spirit coins in his mouth. If he could keep up the pressure, he just might win. The problem was that nascent souls regenerated like nobody's business. Benton truly didn't know if he could damage the man fast enough to overcome that regeneration rate. Another issue was that he'd be expecting a surprise attack next time, and Benton suspected that the mind stun would be less effective upon its second application. Without any healing to take care of, Benton quickly replenished his pool. But he had a big decision to make. On one hand, he felt it was unlikely that the same ambush with a supercharged Earth Bullet approach would work twice. On the other, he'd learned from watching many a football game that you have to keep running the same play until the other team showed you they could stop it. Meaning, he should charge as much chi as possible into his second attack. It was hard to argue with advice that sounded so reasonable. Of course, basing his actions in a life-and-death situation on the expert wisdom of the television analysts for a sport that didn't even exist on his current planet didn't seem particularly smart. He was also feeling a lot of pressure to get back up there. He needed to see if the man's injuries had healed yet, and every second not spent attacking was a second the man could be spending hurting the kids. Benton decided on a halfway approach. He charged an Earth Bullet, but with only 1,000,000 chi. Again, half Earth and half Void. Thus prepared, he teleported back to the surface. Ye Zhengsheng couldn't believe that a mere golden core had killed Yan Mingsha and injured him. The former of those accomplishments was somewhat excusable, as Cao Su had used formations to accomplish the task. Everyone knew that taking on a formations master on prepared ground was dangerous. In fact, that part of the disaster was clearly not Ye Zhengsheng's fault. No one had warned him that Cao Su was a formations master. Someone's head should roll for that lack of intelligence. Cao Su's second achievement was an unforgivable failure on Ye Zhengsheng's part. The man had caused a grievous injury with nothing more than his own chi. Even weakened as it was by an aura, the attack had been devastating. Not only that, but whatever stunning technique the man had used was something unknown to Ye Zhengsheng. He was in shock, both because of the sudden injury and the knowledge of who had inflicted it. Regardless of the unexpectedness of his opponent's successes, Ye Zhengsheng was no stranger to battle. He'd fought hundreds of times and been injured thousands. And he was a nascent soul. Whatever discomposure he felt, he ignored, instead taking stock of himself. His lower spine had been destroyed, leaving his legs unresponsive. He felt the bone and tissue regrowing, though, and being airborne meant that his legs served no combat purpose. The wounds were not fatal. It would be several minutes before he was adequately healed, however, during which time he'd be vulnerable to another hit. If his bottom half were completely separated from the rest of his body, regeneration would be more problematic. His chi level was fine. He still hadn't used more than he regenerated in a minute or two, though that rate would be slowed while his body healed. More concerning was the fact that he didn't know how to stop further attacks. His opponent moved around effortlessly and was apparently undetectable until he actually charged up an attack. Ye Zhengsheng had a concerning thought. Should he flee? He was dead soon either way, but how embarrassing would it be to end up the victim of a cultivator, an entire major realm lower than him? Then again, running away from a cultivator an entire major realm lower than him wouldn't be any less humiliating. As he was still ruminating on how his life had come to such an inglorious end, he sensed earth chi behind him. A stun technique hit his mind. He was ready for the attempted mind shock, though. All parts of him, even his brain, were hardened by his advancement to nascent soul. Without the disadvantage of surprise, he was able to ignore the technique. With a mere effort of will, he made himself move a dozen yards to the side. An earth bullet whizzed past the space he'd just vacated. He spun to attack Chao Su, but the man had already teleported away.
Benton was really glad he hadn't wasted even more chi on the second bullet, because, as he'd expected, his opponent had been more than up to the challenge. For Benton to win the fight, he would have to come up with a new trick. As he activated time manipulation and began consuming greater spirit coins to replenish his chi supply, he had a thought. Something fresh. Something innovative. Something he was pretty sure he'd read in a comic book when he was a kid. Which, as a source for inspiration for winning a life and death contest, seemed just as stupid as the wisdom of television analysts back on Earth. Then again, he shrugged. Why not try it? At this point in the battle, it was more important to attempt new things and keep up the pressure on his opponent than it was to wait to find the perfect attack. Benton waffled on how much of his pool he should put into the technique, though. The more he had to regenerate, the longer it took, which gave his opponent more time to heal and to attack the amphitheater. On the other hand, just like with the first earth bullet attack that landed, his new idea was much more likely to work the first time than on any subsequent attempt. His opponent was too experienced not to learn from a single failure. Fine. Might as well go all out. Benton shoved 4 million chi into the bullet, 1 million earth, more than enough to break through the shield, and the rest void. Here goes nothing. He teleported back to the surface, taking the place of a clone 100 yards behind the enemy cultivator. The nascent soul spun. Benton used his projectile enhancement technique on the bullet and let it loose. Charged with momentum, force, and poison, the bullet rocketed toward the enemy cultivator almost faster than even Benton's enhanced eyesight could follow. At the same time, the nascent soul unleashed a powerful attack of his own at Benton. Instead of immediately returning to a bunker, Benton teleported the bullet. It blinked out of existence and immediately reappeared a foot behind its target. The man, clearly able to track the projectile's trajectory with his superior physical senses, probably thought he had ages to dodge and was much more focused on delivering his strike perfectly. Even the inhumanly fast nascent soul wasn't able to dodge an enhanced bullet suddenly coming at him from point-blank range. It impacted. Benton couldn't focus on how much damage was done, as he had his own problems. Though he tried to teleport, he couldn't execute the technique fast enough to avoid the enemy's attack. The best he could do was try to dodge. He wasn't entirely successful. The fire chi blast took him in the shoulder again, the right one. Benton had left himself around 1 million chi in reserve, and most of that was available to feed his chi shield. It wasn't enough to deflect a full-powered attack from a nascent soul cultivator. Not nearly enough. The right half of his body was torn to pieces. He lost an entire arm. Again. Benton immediately focused on activating his healing technique and tried to pull another major healing pill from his ring. He failed. The ring was on his right hand, the one that was falling toward the ground. Oops. Chapter 246A, Book 3, Epilogue. Yuan Yaozu filled his core again and again, but it never felt full enough. Just like always. But with the junior's words ringing in his ears, he stopped and tried anew. Persistence was the key. He would not give up. After a while, though, he felt like he was pointlessly banging his head against a wall, not doing anything different than he'd done hundreds of times before. There had to be an advantage the Trials Pagoda gave him that his cultivation cave didn't. Being, he said. The entity appeared once more. Face your fear and advance. Yes, Yuan Yaozu knew that. The entity had conveyed that message already more than once. Being,
What happens to me if I explode my core and can't advance? If the trial taker fails, the trial taker will be reset and offered the chance to either leave the trial or try again. Yuan Yaozu grimaced. Exploding his core without enough qi to propel him to the next step felt stupid. A risk. But failure should result in being reset to his prior state. The juniors had said the same thing. Most of them had died many times during their trials. Time to take a leap of faith. He filled his core again, but instead of expelling it, even though the quantity felt inadequate, he pressed on. As a peak golden core, Yuan Yaozu was well acquainted with his exact qi aspect, venom that decays the flesh and spirit. His biggest choice had been to center his concept around venom or decay. He'd chosen the latter, concentrating on his opponent's bodies rotting and their very cultivation crumbling into chaos. That focus had served him well. Bodies could be healed, but nothing scared an opponent more than having their cultivation disrupted. As his reputation had grown, his mere presence had served as a deterrent these last several centuries. All that to say that he had no doubts about his concept.
He filtered the qi held in his core through that concept of decay, bringing both the qi and concept into harmony with his vision of the Tao. That step he felt confident in. He was adamantly linked to his definition of his qi, and his knowledge of the Tao was as advanced as anyone's. All was synchronized. Yuan Yaozu took a deep breath. The next step was the problem. The juniors could have been lying to him about actually dying during their trials and being reset, or the trials pagoda might not have the necessary power to restore the cultivation of someone at the peak of golden core. Death was easy, something he could accept. It was, in fact, inevitable within a brief span of years if he didn't advance soon. Compared to the prospect of living the rest of his days as a mortal, death was nothing. His eyes went wide. For the first time, he realized that he was, in fact, afraid. Not of dying, not of failure, of being reduced to a mortal. He chuckled. Face my fears and advance indeed. Yuan Yaozu shattered his golden core. What happened next was astounding. Literally astounding. Instead of dying or losing his cultivation, the qi, the ruined pieces of core, and his soul all swirled together, creating a new soul. A nascent soul. An aura of decay surrounded him. He'd done it. After all that time, Yuan Yaozu had advanced to the nascent soul realm. The holdup had been himself, his unrealized fear. He made a vow right then and there that no one, absolutely no one, would be told about what happened inside the Trials Pagoda. Having finally advanced, though, there was no time to waste. He'd been inside for hours. The battle was probably long over, but if it wasn't, he needed to get out there and see if he could help Chao Su, in the unlikely event that Chao Su was still living. Best case scenario, not all the Rising Tide sect members had been killed yet. Yuan Yaozu burst from the Trials Pagoda and ascended into the air with a mere effort of his will, no flying sword needed. And what he saw astounded him almost as much as his ascension had. Yan Mingsha, an ancient and revered cultivator from the Jade Chameleon sect, was dead. Her headless, torso-less body was lying on the ground. Another legend from the Jade Chameleon sect, Ye Zhengsheng, had the opposite problem. His head and upper part of his torso remained intact, and his legs were nearby. Of the middle part of his body, there was no sign. He still lived, but was not conscious.
Chao Su, on the other hand, looked to not be in nearly as rough shape, though he was still undoubtedly injured. His right shoulder was missing, and he was lying on the ground with the lower part of his right arm several yards away. He appeared to be reaching for his hand. Ah, his spatial ring. Yuan Yaozu neared him, and Chao Su turned to him with a murderous glare. "Easy, sect leader," Yuan Yaozu said. "I'm here to help. I passed my trial and am yours to command for a century. Remember?" Chao Su grimaced before nodding. "Should I retrieve your ring for you?" Yuan Yaozu said. "No, I've got it." There was a fluctuation in the local gravity, and the hand was pulled toward the sect leader. As soon as Chao Su touched the ring with his left hand, a pill appeared in his mouth. "Ah, better," he said. "My healing technique isn't nearly as fast as alchemy." Yuan Yaozu nodded agreeably, wanting desperately to avoid doing anything to get on that man's bad side. "Ye Zhengsheng isn't quite dead. Should I finish him for you?" "No!" Yuan Yaozu was slightly taken aback by the vehemence, and he actually retreated several feet. "Ah," Chao Su said. "Apologies. I didn't mean for that to come out quite so forcefully. That man gave me a lot of trouble, and I want the satisfaction of killing him myself." Yuan Yaozu cupped his hands. "Understandable, sect leader. If you want to be helpful, though, there are still some hangers-on, 3 golden cores nearby. Get rid of them." "Of course, sect leader." Yuan Yaozu sensed the interlopers as well, likely sent by the factions to report back on the outcome of the battle. As soon as he headed in their direction, they'd flee. He wondered what story they'd take back to their masters, and more importantly, what impact those tales would have. Between his ascension and Chao Su's victory, today's events would reverberate throughout the land.
Chapter 246b.
End of Book 3. Chao Su. Status Sect. Name: Rising Tide Sect. Members: 612. Disciples: 56. Sect points: 1,522. Shop points: 184. Host cultivation: Golden Core, Minor Realm. 9 Chi available: 5,647. 745. Host body cultivation: Gold, Minor Realm 9. Host mind cultivation: Myriad, Minor Realm 9. Host soul cultivation: Fulfillment, Minor Realm 9. Host techniques: Chi gathering, Basic archery, Mastery. Basic spear combat, Mastery. Expert golden core cultivation, Mastery. General knowledge of mind cultivation, Mastery. General knowledge of soul cultivation, Mastery. Knowledge of beast binding, Mastery. Knowledge of glassmaking, Mastery. Knowledge of lightning, Mastery. Knowledge of origin chi, Mastery. Knowledge of origin chi manipulation, Mastery. Knowledge of magnetism, Mastery. Knowledge of chi sources, Mastery. Knowledge of rank 1 formations, Mastery. Knowledge of rank 2 formations, Mastery. Knowledge of rank 3 formations, Mastery. Nascent soul cultivation knowledge, Mastery. Pill basics, Mastery. Host techniques foundation establishment. Absolute speed enhancement, Mastery. Analysis, Mastery. Aura defense, Mastery. Automatic reaction variable shield, Mastery. Blacksmithing, Mastery. Chain lightning, Mastery. Clone, Mastery. Earth shot,
Mastery. Explosive growth. Mastery. Extreme area temperature manipulation. Mastery. Folded space quickstep. Mastery. Foundation excavation. Mastery. Glass creation. Mastery. Healing. Mastery. Hydroblast. Mastery. Illusion detection and mitigation. Mastery. Illusion illumination. Mastery. Imbuing. Mastery. Invisibility. Mastery. Layered variable shield breaker with void finisher weapon augmentation. Mastery. Meditation. Mastery. Origin chi manipulation. Mastery. Pause time. Mastery. Perception. Mastery. Power of the heavens. Mastery. Projectile enhancement. Mastery. Rank 1 formation construction. Mastery. Rank 2 formation construction. Mastery. Rank 3 formation construction. Mastery. Rank 1 formation construction. Acceleration. Mastery. Rank 2 formation construction. Acceleration. Mastery. Rank 3 formation construction. Acceleration. Mastery. Rank 1 inscription.
Mastery Rank 2, Inscription. Mastery Rank 3, Inscription. Mastery. Seeking Speeding Arrow. Mastery. Space Dragon Origami. Messenger. Mastery. Stealth. Mastery. Stone Shaping and Construction. Mastery. Switch Places. Mastery. Teleportation. Mastery. Variable AOE. Gravity Burst. Mastery. Variable AOE. Shield. Mastery. Variable Spirit Coin Manifestation. Mastery. Voice Amplification. Mastery. Wind Slash. Mastery. Host Techniques, Golden Core Concepts. Anti-Tribulation. Mastery. Earth. Mastery. Fire. Mastery. Force. Mastery. Gluttony. Mastery. Gravity. Mastery. Healing. Mastery. Ice. Mastery. Illusion. Mastery. Light. Mastery. Lightning. Mastery. Metal. Mastery. Magnetism. Mastery. Momentum. Mastery. Nature. Mastery. Origin. Key. Mastery. Poison. Mastery. Shadow. Mastery. Smell. Mastery. Sound. Mastery. Soul. Mastery. Space. Mastery. Temperature. Mastery. Time. Mastery. Tribulation lightning. Mastery. Void. Mastery. Water. Mastery. Wood. Mastery. Host mind techniques myriad. Dual focus. Mastery. Inflict fear. Mastery. Mind crush. Mastery. Mind stun. Mastery. Telekinetic push. Mastery. Menus. Cultivation method, technique, quest, perk, advancement, shop, sect.